Aoi Hiroto lived a quiet life, but not an unremarkable one. At just 20, he stood at the threshold of a promising future, studying game design technology in university and interning at a small indie studio, where he spent his days buried in lines of code and worlds of his own creation. His time was split between scripting combat mechanics and tweaking character stats, crafting games not just as products, but as living, breathing stories. Though it was just an internship, Aoi dreamed big. Technology fascinated him, and he wanted to create something that would outlast him. For now, his life was a rhythm of routine, but it was his rhythm. He threw on his company shirt and dark slacks, slung his backpack over one shoulder, and left the house like he did every morning. The streets were familiar. Same hurried footsteps, same vendors preparing for the morning crowd, same passing trains that barely had time to breathe before launching into motion again. He didn't feel special, just one more person trying to leave a mark before the world moved on. At the station, he spotted Yuka, a coworker who often caught the same train. They shared a nod and a tired smile as they boarded. "You look like hell," Yuka teased, eyeing the dark circles under his eyes. "Still working on that side project of yours?" "I'll rest when I've finished it," Aoi muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose. She gave him a playful shove. "You'll collapse first. Come out with us tonight, unwind a little. Games are supposed to be fun, not a second job." He chuckled weakly, eyes drifting toward the window. He admired Yuka, her confidence, her energy, but between work, study, and martial arts, he had no room for distractions. Still, maybe going out with her wouldn't be so bad. A fleeting thought, quickly buried beneath the weight of deadlines. The office was plain, white walls, cheap chairs, a coffee machine that whined more than it worked. Aoi took his seat, greeted his boss, and was handed the day's task. Adjust the enemy AI. Make it adapt more to player patterns, his supervisor instructed. Got it. Hours melted away. The only break came when Yuka dropped by his desk to brainstorm features. She always had ideas. Good ones. But Aoi barely looked up, too deep in the logic of his game's combat system. By the day's end, Aoi felt the weight lift just slightly. Yuka invited everyone for drinks, laughter echoing in the hallway, but he declined. He had training tonight. He slipped on his headphones, waved a casual goodbye, and disappeared into the dusk. At home, the apartment was quiet. His mother was still at work. She worked tirelessly to support him since his father's passing, and his aunt had helped him enroll in university. Their sacrifices were the reason he was here at all. He never forgot that. Dinner was quick, grilled fish, steamed rice, and a flickering anime episode on his screen. He let himself enjoy it for once. Maybe I will go next time, he thought. Yuka's still single, and she's nice. He remembered his ex, the one who'd moved abroad for school. They hadn't ended on bad terms, just distant ones. Maybe it was time to open up again. Changing into his GI, Aoi headed out into the night for grappling practice. The dojo had always been a haven. On the mats, there were no deadlines, no coding bugs, just instinct, technique, and sweat. "You're on fire today," Hiroto, his training partner, Kazuki, groaned from the ground. "Or maybe you're just slacking," Aoi replied with a grin. Kazuki laughed, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. "My girlfriend's pregnant. Kinda got my head spinning." Aoi blinked. "Wait, what? Seriously? Congrats, man." "Wasn't part of the plan," Kazuki shrugged, "but we're rolling with it. Actually, we want you to be the godfather." Aoi froze. "Me? Yeah. Someone's got to teach the kid how to throw a proper punch." They laughed together, throwing playful jabs even as they changed in the locker room. In that moment, Aoi felt something rare, balance. The ride home was brisk, the wind biting against his face as he pedaled through narrow streets and amber-lit intersections. Training had drained him, but in a satisfying way. He hadn't thought about his project once during those 2 hours. He felt alive, and then everything shattered. Down the street, a truck barreled forward, engine roaring louder than the crowd around it. The driver was slumped over the wheel, unconscious or worse. In its path stood a group of teenagers, mid-argument, unaware of the doom bearing down on them. Aoi's instincts kicked in. He pushed his legs harder, dropped the bike, and sprinted, lungs burning, heart exploding. He screamed, "Move!" as loud as he could. One of the teens turned. A homeless man nearby also sprang into action, trying to push them aside. Aoi lunged, managing to grab one of them. Then pain. A sudden, agonizing cramp locked his thigh. His jump lost momentum. The truck hit with a force that made the air crack. He couldn't tell who he saved. All he felt was impact, metal-crushing bone, screams that faded into static. Then silence. He awoke in agony. The ground was cold, and his body felt distant, like it belonged to someone else. Blood pooled beneath him, warm and sticky. His vision blurred, fading in and out. He tried to speak, but found no voice. Tried to move, but found no strength. The world around him bent and cracked. Lights turned to fog. Sound became a hum. He felt the heat of life leaving his body, replaced by something colder than death. He saw memories, his mother, his aunt, his unfinished game, the laugh he wanted to hear again, all slipping away. "Not yet," he whispered to the void. "Please, not like this." Then, in the quiet between life and death, a mirror appeared. Not a real one, but something in his mind, a reflection of himself, broken and scattered. The version of Aoi that once was. The dreams, the guilt, the things unsaid. Was this the end? No answer. Just light. Aoi Hiroto's soul unraveled and was pulled into something new. I woke up different. It wasn't just the heavy stillness in my limbs or the way the air tasted. Rich, untamed, unfamiliar. It was my body itself. I could feel it deep down. This wasn't the same body I had died in. A strange tension hummed beneath my skin. My sense of self remained intact. My name, my past, my ambitions, but it all felt distant, like it belonged to someone I once knew. A blurry world swirled before me as I tried to open my eyes. Colors shimmered unnaturally, blue specks flickering through the air like dust suspended in sunlight. My vision sharpened and faltered, trying to adjust to a perspective that wasn't quite human. Where am I? What is this place? I forced my eyes open. My hands, if they could still be called that, were small, clawed, and darker in tone than I remembered. My fingers ended in short, curved talons, more suited for climbing or tearing than typing. When I reached up and accidentally brushed past the side of my head, I felt them, ears soft and furry, long like an animal's. My own ears. What am I? Sound came in fragments. Voices filtered through the air, muffled and incomprehensible. XXXXXX triple XXXXXX. Another voice responded, calm but firm. Language swirled around me like water, but none of it made sense. Not Japanese. Not English. Not anything I'd heard before. The cadence, the guttural tones, the strange fluidity, it all felt alien. Then I saw him. A towering figure bent over me. Silver hair framed a strong, weathered face. His dog-like ears twitched with each sound, and behind him, a powerful tail swayed unconsciously. He looked down at me with a serious, almost regal air, then softened when he saw my blinking eyes. A smile flickered, brief but real. Cosplay? I joked to myself weakly, but deep down I knew better. This was no act. I tried to speak, to ask where I was. Only weak whimpers left my mouth. My voice was no longer my own, either. My tongue didn't move the way it used to. Communication had become instinctive, primal, infantile. A woman appeared, a slender figure with soft, rabbit-like ears and sharp eyes. She examined me carefully, almost like a medic, before nodding and vanishing from the tent. That's when it hit me. A heavy, unshakable truth. I had died. And this was not the world I left behind. The days blurred together. My senses sharpened. I learned quickly that my mother, Celine, I would later learn, was a graceful yet powerful woman with red eyes, snowy white hair, and ears much like my own. Her touch soothed the confusion inside me. And though her words were meaningless to my ears, her affection transcended language. She was my anchor in this surreal new life. She carried me through a breathtaking world I could barely comprehend. Massive trees that reached into the clouds, bridges woven from vines, sunlight dappling through endless green canopies. We soared through the forest, leaping from branch to branch with inhuman ease. Her movements were effortless, as if she were born from the forest itself. Despite my lingering fear, I couldn't help but marvel at her. This can't be Earth. These trees, this strength, none of it's normal. My ears twitched at every rustle. My body felt alive in ways I never imagined. Even as a newborn, I was strong, stronger than I should be. At 3 weeks, I could crawl. My hands were clumsy but fast, my muscles overreactive, my instincts wild. Too wild. I once tumbled toward a water pot and twisted my arm. Pain flared instantly, but I didn't cry. I whimpered. That was all. Celine returned moments later with someone new. A tall figure, robed in soft cloth, bent over me. Her golden hair framed a face that seemed too perfect. Angular features, bright eyes, long, pointed ears. She whispered something, and a warm, golden light filled the room. I felt the pain vanish, replaced by a soothing pulse of comfort. Magic? My gamer mind reeled. Elves, magic healing, reincarnation into a beast race tribe. Was this seriously happening? I daydreamed about this 1,000 times in games and anime, but this felt real. Too real. That healer, whoever she was respected, revered. Celine bowed her head slightly. I couldn't understand the words exchanged, but I understood the emotion. Gratitude, concern, relief. And me? I was still trying to make sense of what I was. Who I was. My body grew fast, stronger, wilder. At first, I thought it was just reincarnation logic, buffed up baby stats, but no. This was something else. I wasn't just physically ahead, I was different. Other children flinched when I got too close. I didn't mean to scare them. I just wanted to prove myself. To stand tall, even as a toddler. An urge to be stronger, to dominate, burned in my chest. It was instinctive. Raw. Why am I like this? It wasn't malice. Just instinct. I held back, trying not to hurt the others. But my restraint didn't change how they looked at me. Celine, thankfully, was endlessly patient. She redirected me with a smile or a gentle touch whenever I got too rowdy. No scolding, just warmth. Then came him, the man I assumed to be my father. He rarely spoke, but his presence filled every space. Towering, silent, proud. His eyes held weight, and his hand on my head said more than words ever could. There was expectation in his gaze, like he saw potential even I didn't understand yet. And somehow, I wanted to live up to it. I still thought of the life I'd left behind. Kazuki, my best friend, would he be okay now that I was gone? Yuka, did she take over my project? Was it ever finished? Was my mother in the old world, crying for me? Searching? The guilt hit me in waves. But I had no way to return. And yet, despite the grief of death, a new identity slowly settled in my heart. I wasn't Aoi Hiroto anymore. I was called Rigor now. Rigor Dedoldia, a child of the wild, born into a tribe of beasts. A survivor, a being of strength, of instinct, of blood and fur and purpose. I didn't know what path lay ahead. I didn't understand a language or the world I now lived in. But one thing burned in my chest like fire. I would become strong. Strong enough to survive. Strong enough to protect. Strong enough to never be helpless again. This was no longer a game. This was my second life. And I would live it with everything I had.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
There I was, hair blowing in the wind, head held high and chest puffed out, gazing at the vast green expanse from the top of a tree. An epic scene, at least in my mind. Because I noticed my mother laughing behind me, genuinely finding my attempt at looking heroic despite my size to be cute. It had been a little over a year since I reincarnated into this world, and every day brought a new challenge and discovery. From my first movements to finally being able to stand and walk, I felt that I was making progress. Today, I can run, and even though I'm not as fast as an adult, considering my size, it's already something quite impressive. I may be small, but every step, every run through the forest is a reminder that I can grow and improve. My strength, was also not typical for some of my age. If I had to estimate, I'd say I had the strength of a 6 or 7-year-old from my previous world, something remarkable for my small, still developing body. My family and the rest of the tribe noticed this quickly, especially when I was able to move things that no one would expect someone my age to be able to lift. I thought it would be wiser to hide this strength, but every time someone was surprised by it, I felt a strange but pleasant sensation. And since this strength had only been beneficial so far, I decided not to hide it. I could feel my muscles adapting, as if this body were quickly adjusting to some internal need to grow stronger. Another detail was my vision. My golden eyes, different from the red ones most of the tribe had, seemed to go beyond just a change in color. I could see more clearly and from greater distances. When I focused, I sometimes saw something around people, almost like an aura. Since this was a world of magic, I thought it might be one of those aura powers from anime, or maybe just mana, since I could see this aura more clearly around the warriors of the tribe. On one occasion, I was watching my father and another warrior from the tribe train. He was strong. Not just strong, his movements were truly superhuman. I focused hard because I could see the aura flowing through their bodies as they fought, but after 10 minutes of intense concentration, everything began to spin and I passed out. I woke up hours later, and from what I could understand from my mother's conversation with Verdia, the elven healer who had treated my arm, I had suffered a mild mana exhaustion. Since then, my mother has been even more cautious with me, even limiting my time outside, which was unusual because she had always encouraged me to go out. I admit, I was a little disappointed. Being stuck inside when there was so much to explore, it wasn't easy for me to accept. But my disappointment didn't last long when torrential rains started falling across the region. Apparently, this was normal. The great forest experiences seasonal rains that flood the forest floor. At least I discovered why we live in the treetops. The best thing, however, happened recently. I'm finally starting to understand the language. It took a while, but after hearing so many conversations and with Celine eagerly teaching me, I was starting to get the hang of the words. My speech still needed improvement, but little by little, I could communicate. And with that came new opportunities. One morning, while my mother was talking to Verdia in the simple house we lived in, my mother stepped into another room, and I quietly approached. Verdia was sitting next to a small fire, drinking tea she had made herself. She looked so calm and serene, which fascinated me. "Have you been recovering well, Rigger?" Verdia said when she saw me approach, her voice soft but firm. "Do you feel any discomfort in your arm?" "No, it doesn't hurt," I replied after a moment to process my words. Verdia nodded with a pleased smile. "If you feel mana exhaustion again, tell your mom to call me. I have a theory about what it could be." I was mesmerized. That smile was so bright, like the sun. I had never seen anything so beautiful and pure. Damn baby body. She'll never take me seriously with this appearance. I didn't want the conversation to end there, so without thinking, I approached and asked, "How did you do that with my arm?" My voice was filled with curiosity. Verdia looked at me, smiling with a kindness that seemed genuine but also distant, as if she knew my journey had only just begun. "Magic," she started, tracing a strange circle with her finger on the table. "It's not something that can be easily taught, little Rigger. It requires patience, control, and, most importantly, understanding. It's an energy that flows through the world, but there's much you need to learn to truly feel it." I stood there for a moment, absorbing her words. Maybe one day, I would understand this energy. But for now, I simply admired her ability, wondering how useful it might be. At that moment, my father, Aoi Hiroto, appeared in the doorway, interrupting our conversation. He motioned for me, and when I turned, his expression was serious but with a curious gleam in his eyes. "Come on, Rigger. I have something I want you to take part in," he said, as he walked out of the house again. How rude. I quickly said goodbye and trotted after my father. When we reached a clearing, I saw about 10 children around 3 or 4 years old, by my estimate, along with some adults and older children talking and laughing as they watched the younger ones. An old man, whom I remembered was called Tyro, was organizing the children into a line. The mood was lively, and I could see some of the kids mocking me. One of the older children looked at me with a sneering smile. "Hey, are you the monster kid?" he said, crossing his arms. I looked at him for a moment before ignoring him and glancing at my father, uncertain. This seemed to irritate him, but I kept ignoring him. My father then explained that this was a small race with the younger children of the tribe, a sort of tradition, and he brought me early because he thought I'd be able to handle it. He left me with the other kids and went off to talk to the others. Ignoring the kids trying to get my attention, I looked at the course, which led deeper into the forest. As I prepared, motivation and anticipation began to surge through my body. By this point, I had already realized that the instincts of this new body were very strong, heavily influencing my decisions, whether it was my instant attachment to my new mother or my respect for my father's presence of strength. I definitely hadn't thought like this before I died. These instincts also came with a drive to be strong, to be better than my peers. Sure, I practiced martial arts in my past life, but it was just a hobby. I never wanted to be the best at it. With this body, though, although I wasn't sure if I weren't a rational person, I might have been following these instincts and become closer to a beast than a human. But this feeling wasn't just about my family. I felt an unexpected connection with the other children, with the trees, and even with the earth beneath my feet. Every day, the tribe's environment seemed less strange, less like a place I had been thrown into, and more like a home. I felt like I belonged there, and when I heard the laughter of the other children and the shouts of adults calling for their kids, something deep within me responded to it. Even though my rational mind tried to ignore it, my senses, my body, and even my heart felt increasingly in sync with everything around me. This sense of belonging was unsettling. I had never been so connected to the idea of family and tribe in my previous life. I only had 2 family members I cared about, my mother and my aunt, and a few close friends. Here, my heart and mind were in constant conflict. While my rational side tried to maintain distance, my instincts embraced this new life with an almost ravenous intensity. And this internal struggle grew every time I looked around. The rigger who had been reborn here was more than just a reflection of the Aoi Hiroto I had been before. He was a complex blend of my bestial instincts, my human rationality, and the environment I now called home. It was as though, with each step, I was being shaped by forces far beyond my understanding, something as wild as it was ancient. And perhaps, at some point, I had begun to find an answer to who I really was now. But for now, winning this race won't hurt, so let's go. "Hey, are you listening?" One of the kids called out to me. With the signal from Tyro, the children started to run, and I followed them, leaving the talkative child behind. He started running behind. The race began, and like a flock of arrows shot into the air, the children darted into the forest. I was among them, my clothes ready, my mind focused, but my body still small and in development. Since it was in the forest, it wouldn't just be a test of strength. It would be a mix of speed, dexterity, and cunning. The first part of the course was simple, but the dense trees and the roots extending across the ground created a web that only an agile body could navigate. The first real obstacle was a series of thorny bushes. The children ahead of me began to stumble, their steps slowing as they tried to dodge or carefully pass through. I, however, already knew what to do. Using the momentum of my short legs, I jumped, my muscles responding with more strength than I expected. It was as though my body had been trained for these challenges. I passed through easily, not getting caught in the thorns, and gained several meters. As I ran, I felt my instincts sharpen. I knew I had the strength, but it wouldn't be enough. My legs were much shorter, and I was at a disadvantage. I needed to be smarter. The next obstacle appeared quickly, a stream with a series of rocks forming a path. I relied on my increasingly sharp vision, clearly distinguishing which stones were usable, and jumped nimbly across the path. As I moved forward, the terrain became more difficult. The dense vegetation and the wet, soggy ground started to make the path slippery, but this didn't slow me down. I knew I couldn't stop if I wanted to keep the lead I had gained. The last major obstacle appeared right in front of me, a massive rock blocking the way. It was probably meant to be avoided, but I was already making good progress, and I wasn't sure I could reach the end in time by taking the traditional route. I decided to trust my strength, gathered my determination, and leaped forward, feeling the wind against my skin and the adrenaline coursing through my veins. As one of my feet barely grazed the top of the rock, the tree signaling the end of the race came into view. A large tree that we all had to reach and strike with our claws. It was an old tradition of the tribe, a test of strength and skill, and the first child to reach the tree and make a claw strike on the trunk would be considered the winner. Looking to the side, the others were catching up, but I was closer. The sound of heavy breathing and hurried footsteps couldn't distract me now. I would probably strike first. My instincts flared. I could feel a strange energy, albeit faint, in my body, a life force pushing me forward. I looked at the tree, its thick branches and its trunk already carved with marks from generations of small claws. With a surge of energy, I made the final sprint, feeling light, as if the very ground was pushing me forward. When I reached the base of the tree, I jumped and, with all the strength I had built up, struck the trunk with my claws in a victorious roar, which probably sounded more adorable than fierce. The impact echoed through the forest, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The others stopped, staring in surprise, and I knew I had won. Rigger, the little one who had been underestimated, had overcome the obstacles and come in first. As the others began to arrive, one by one, they all looked at me with a mixture of surprise and respect. Taze, the boy who had called me monstrous earlier, arrived second, but he didn't look upset. On the contrary, he seemed impressed. Hantar, my father, was watching from a distance with a serious expression, but when he saw my victory, his eyes lit up with a pride I had never seen before. And, although this race didn't mean much, I felt a strange sense of accomplishment and pride. Rigger had won, and in that moment, I thought to myself that my journey had only just begun. POV Hantar Dedoldia. My name is Hantar Dedoldia, a warrior from the Dedoldia tribe. You could say I'm relatively strong. If I had to estimate, I'd say I'm at the level humans would consider advanced among warriors, which makes me one of the strongest in the tribe. I've never left the Great Forest, except for one time when I joined an expedition to rescue our enslaved people. It was also when I met and saved my wife, Ghislaine Dedoldia. Perhaps because she had been influenced by human society and had lived much of her life as a slave, she was different but not in a bad way. When I saw the lifeless look in her eyes turn to radiant hope after I rescued her, I'd already fallen in love. Celine didn't stop me when I confessed my love. It was more as though she had been eagerly waiting for it. She never spoke much about her time as a slave, saying it was a dark period, in contrast to her current cheerful and affectionate self. It was as if every second after that was making up for the lost years. But I wasn't complaining. It was that kindness and brightness that made me fall in love with her in the end. Our life reached its peak after the mating season. Celine was pregnant, and I was so excited, but I made sure to keep my exterior calm and serious. Celine, in contrast to what I expected, was calm and relaxed, not seeming worried at all, just genuinely happy. Her pregnancy wasn't without complications. The baby moved a lot, and with each movement came a wave of pain for Celine. It got serious enough for me to seek help from an elf healer, Verdia, who owed me a favor. With her overseeing the pregnancy and casting healing spells when necessary, the baby was finally born. The birth itself wasn't difficult, just the tribe's midwife was there, and that was enough. When I saw him healthy, I was overjoyed. Watching Rigger grow up was like watching a storm form on the horizon. Unpredictable, powerful, and significant. From a young age, he showed something special. His eyes, his reactions, his curiosity, and especially the intensity one felt whenever I paid attention to him. Once again, I wasn't complaining. My life couldn't have been more perfect. I had an heir, and his talent was astonishing. I was worried at first because he reminded me of Ghislaine, the beast girl from the Dedoldia tribe. Her feral instincts were so strong that she was more beast than man, and she really couldn't live in society. But, fortunately, my son didn't have that problem. He was the complete opposite, very intelligent, learning and absorbing everything around him quickly. His immense strength and intelligence started making me think. Maybe he would be the one to take the beast race to a new level. As a result, I began pushing him harder, giving him challenge after challenge, which he solved with masterful ease. I could never show much pride, but when I felt his gaze on me, I felt as if he could see right through me. My son was sometimes frightening. Another thing that surprised me, Verdia, contrary to what she had intended, became attached to my son. She had initially planned to leave after confirming he was healthy, but due to his persistent attachment, she decided to stay a few more years until he grew up. Elves are strange when it comes to time. What feels like nothing to them could be years to us. She told me that my son might have talent for magic. I'm starting to wonder if there's anything he isn't good at, except for those times when he's overtaken by his instincts, of course, where apparently all his cunning and intelligence vanish. I smiled as I remembered him running on all fours after a rabbit, as if it were his prey. His love for meat was evident. May the great fire's protection be in the place you seek. I call the bold heat of a torch here and now. Fireball. I did it. A child's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Verdia had called me to follow her and rig her to a small clearing to witness something. Now I could see a small fireball floating in front of my excited son. Verdia, with her serene gaze and a smile on her face, turned to me and said, "I didn't expect less." He learns quickly. I shook my head, unable to take my eyes off him, stunned and shocked. My son can cast magic at the age of 3. Indeed, you can already consider yourself a beginner fire mage, little rigger, Verdia replied, lifting the boy into the air by his arms. My son looked as though he had been punched by an invisible force upon hearing the last part, but soon recovered and smiled. "Let's try the others now." And so, on that day, my son became a beginner mage of fire, water, earth, and wind, struggling a bit with the last one, trying 3 times before succeeding. MC's POV. These last 2 years have been filled with new discoveries. First and foremost, magic. After seeing my growing interest and insisting so much, Verdia agreed to teach me, as long as I had my parents' approval. My father agreed easily, but my mother was more demanding. She declared that she would only allow me to learn magic once I could read and write, arguing that mages needed to be intellectually prepared. While this might have seemed like an obstacle, I took it as just another challenge. I had always been interested in languages, and the morning lessons with my mother quickly had me mastering the written language of the tribe. When I asked to learn the human language too, she was surprised but pleased with my insatiable curiosity. Another thing I was able to confirm was my theory about mana strengthening. After watching many of my father's fights, it became clear that many fighters enhance their blows with mana. I tried to replicate the result during this time, but I didn't have much success until now. When I asked my father about it, he told me that this energy was called battle aura, something you acquired naturally through training. I didn't really need it at the moment, as my natural strength was growing faster every day to the point where my strength already rivaled the adults in the tribe. But I didn't know how far it would take me, so I continued my battle aura training for now. The most significant discovery, however, came when I realized something extraordinary about my mana. One day, after focusing my gaze to the point of exhaustion and almost passing out from a lack of mana, I noticed that, when I recovered, I could keep my magic eye active for longer than before. This discovery led me to conduct several experiments, where I confirmed that whenever I completely drained my mana reserves in a day, they regenerated bigger the next day. When I shared this with Verdia, she was surprised, as she believed, like most mages, that the amount of mana was fixed since birth. I realized that this peculiarity could be a unique advantage, as long as I continued to use it strategically. These 2 years were full of discoveries and advancements, but I knew I still had much to learn. With each small victory, my curiosity grew, and I sought to learn more about this new world. In the following months, before I turned 3 and started my physical training with my father, I spent my days discovering new things. My mother, Celine, was tirelessly kind and loving, and her affection reflected in everything she did. When Verdia began teaching me magic, my mother was always close by, often watching with a look of pride or encouraging me with kind words. Verdia, in turn, was a well of patience. I felt comfortable asking questions, even when I knew they might seem obvious or annoying. One day, while learning fire magic, I asked, "Why does magic exist?" Verdia smiled. "I've always thought it exists to remind us that limits are meant to be challenged, and that even the impossible can be shaped by the right hands. Controlling it is understanding its nature, but also respecting it. That's what separates a talented mage from a reckless fool." Those words stayed with me, and I applied them to other aspects of my life. It was a good philosophy to follow when it came to magic. The sound of the wind passing through the treetops filled the clearing where we were training. My father was focused, his voice firm as he adjusted my stance during a combat drill. As soon as he noticed my talent for magic, he began my hand-to-hand combat training, fearing that I might not find it as interesting. From what I understood, warrior training usually began at age 5, but he thought it wouldn't be a problem if it were me. Keep your center of gravity low, rigor. That way, you can resist the impact. The first drill was a strength contest. My father was much bigger and stronger than me, but I had something he didn't expect, knowledge of grappling from my past life. When he lunged to grab me, I quickly lowered myself, using his movement to seize his leg and pull it, unbalancing him for a moment. He laughed, surprised. "Interesting. Where did you learn this?" "I just thought quickly." I lied, trying to cover it up. Even so, he noticed something different. My approach was more strategic than instinctive, and that intrigued him. Gradually, I began incorporating more complex techniques like holds and locks, which, although not perfect for my child's body, gave me an unexpected advantage. "You're small, but you fight like an experienced predator. That's rare for someone your age," he said as he knocked me down so quickly that I couldn't react. "Ag, you're getting better." Again, we trained until dusk, and by the end, he gave me a proud look. "You have much to learn, Rigger. Remember, you may be strong, but you're small and inexperienced. Don't blindly rely on your strength," he said wisely. Of course I know that, but did he have to beat me so much? I'm only 3 years old. This is child abuse. I'm calling the police. "Of course, father, I definitely won't forget that," I said with a sinister smile, which only looked strange on my child's face. At night, after dinner, came the moment I looked forward to most, sitting beside Verdia and my mother while they told stories of places beyond the great forest. Verdia started, as usual, drawing maps on the cabin floor with a stick. "Rigger, did you know that beyond this forest, there are lands so different they could seem like another world?" she asked as she made winding lines. "What are they like?" I asked, my curiosity growing. She smiled. "Mealy's, for example, is a kingdom of religious humans. Their cities are surrounded by tall walls, and many people there follow the laws of St. Mealy's. They believe in order and purity, or at least that's what they say." My mother, Celine, leaned in, adding, "But not everyone in the world follows those beliefs. The kingdom of Azura on the central continent is very different. They're the wealthiest and rule as a great monarchy. It's a place of intrigue and luxury, but also of inequality." Verdia continued, her tone more serious. "Little Rigger, there's something you always need to be aware of in this world. There are those who see people like us, the beast race, as tools or objects. They're the slave traders." My mother sighed, the usual brightness in her eyes dimmed for a moment. "I was a slave myself, Rigger. I've seen up close how they treat those they capture. That's why it's so important that you grow up knowing the value of freedom." These words resonated with me. While my body sought physical strength through training, my mind sought to understand what it meant to be just and strong. After 3 years living with these people, I noticed that despite their animalistic traits, they weren't so different from humans. The idea of others thinking they had the right to enslave them just because of their race seemed repugnant. But that wasn't something I could change in this world, at least not for now. During my explorations of the forest, I began to notice that the other children looked at me differently. Some started following me wherever I went. Maybe it was my unusual ability to think logically and strategically, or my strength, which surpassed theirs despite being the same age. When we played fight or explored the more dangerous areas of the forest, I instinctively took on the role of leader. "Let's go this way," I said, pointing to a less obvious route. The rabbits tend to hide on this side, and the vegetation is denser, so we might find tracks. How do you know that? Asked a boy named Karun, eyeing me suspiciously. I observe, I replied, shrugging. The forest speaks if you know how to listen. They laughed, but followed my instructions, and we ended up finding what we were looking for. Thus, my position as leader began to solidify, even though I never asked for it. It was during a family dinner that my father mentioned something that stirred the entire tribe. Guys is excited. Hantar started with a light smile on his face. His wife is pregnant. Celine beamed. That's wonderful. The next generation of the Dedoldia clan is on the way. Hantar nodded, but his expression grew thoughtful. Rouge is also expecting a child. 2 heirs to chiefs being born almost at the same time. This will strengthen the bonds between the clans. I fell silent, absorbing the information. I knew that these children would play an important role in the tribe's future, but I also wondered what kind of relationship we would have. My father said that the holy beast had also been born, but this will be kept secret from everyone until it is old enough. Legends say that this beast will join the hero who will save the world or something like that. I don't know how much I believe in this, but I guess I'll have to wait to see this holy beast first. During the quieter nights, I found myself thinking about what I wanted for myself in this world. I felt the desire to explore, to live adventures beyond the forest. But I also knew I had a responsibility to my family and my tribe. Strength without purpose is nothing. I remember my mother's words. My decisions would be shaped by these stories, by these teachings. While my body longed for battles, my heart and mind sought a greater purpose. Something that would give meaning to the life I was given. It's been a few months since I turned 4 years old. Here, they don't celebrate birthdays annually like they do on Earth. Verdia said it's because of the high death rate before the age of 5, which is a bit morbid to think about. In the tribe, it seems they only celebrate some kind of coming-of-age ceremony, but my mother wants to have a small celebration for my 5th, 10th, and 15th birthdays. Apparently, she saw a lot of this in human society and thought there was no reason not to celebrate. That morning, I decided it would be a day of achievement. I had just returned from a successful hunt, and, for the first time, I wanted to prepare my meal without help. The idea seemed simple. Roast the meat over the fire I summoned with magic. However, the result was disastrous. The meat was burnt on the outside and raw on the inside, and the smell was so strong that even the birds flew away. I chewed a small piece, trying to ignore the bitter taste, but gave up shortly after. Maybe cooking isn't my calling, I muttered as I tried to erase the evidence of my failure before anyone saw. I sighed and added the experience to my list of lessons learned. At least in magic and combat, the progress was undeniable. Deciding to head home, I started running and jumping through the trees, leaping between roots and branches with the agility of a true Doldia. My father had already told me that if it was purely about physical strength, I had surpassed many of the warriors in the tribe, which made me curious about how much stronger I would become once I learned to use battle aura, a technique I had been making some progress with in my training recently. Wherever I passed, tribe members waved or gave curious glances. My name was already known by almost everyone, not only because of my magical and physical training, but also because of my constant habit of running through the forest. I had already become publicly known as the little genius of the Dedoldia clan, praised for my strength and my ability to perform magic at such a young age. These comments made me proud, but I didn't let them go to my head. There was still so much to learn, and with the guidance of my father, Verdia, and Geru, each day was a new opportunity. I performed magic with a natural ease that even impressed Verdia, my patient and demanding teacher. She said she had seen many things, but never a child so young capable of understanding so many spells at such an age. Not that my life was limited to spells and magic words. In addition to my training with my father, I began learning the art of sword fighting from Geru, one of the best warriors in the tribe. There were two main fighting styles among the Doldia, one that used swords and various weapons, which I like to call the Doldia style, and the other that used only the body, with natural weapons like claws, fangs, and fists being the focus. My father didn't usually use a sword, but he explained that the Dedoldia techniques were a natural variation of the Northern God style. Many techniques of a Northern God style were actually attempts to copy the Dedoldia style. The fundamentals of the Dedoldia style focused more on enhanced senses, instincts, reflexes, and quick movements, making full use of the environment. Use the environment to your advantage. Rigor, Garo would always say. A fight is never just about strength or technique. It's perception, reflex, and adaptation. Rigor, a sword isn't just steel in your hand. It's an extension of your senses, my father once said while watching my training. I still felt more comfortable using my claws and body to fight. It just felt more natural to me. I simply had to follow my instincts blindly, and something good would come from it. That's how I spent most of my time. Running through the forest with other children, training with Garo and my father, and casting spells creatively became my routine, a routine that made my name known throughout the village. Current status: Fire Magic Advanced, Earth Magic Advanced, Water Magic Intermediate, Wind Magic Intermediate, Healing Magic Intermediate, Detoxification Magic Beginner, Howling Magic Basic, Northern God Style Beginner, Combat with Natural Weapons, Claws, Instincts, etc. Intermediate, Intellectual Skills, Reading and Writing in Beast God Language and Human Language, Mathematics, University Level, Practical Skills, Excellent Hunter, Horrible Cook. My mana reserves were steadily growing. I didn't know if I was capable of casting a Saint tier spell yet, but I had to use several advanced tier spells to exhaust my mana. Even keeping my magic eye active all day wasn't enough anymore. Though I didn't do that because it would be strange to constantly see magical power everywhere. Still, I always made sure to deplete my reserves, ensuring constant growth. After finishing another detoxification magic lesson, I sat next to Verdia under the shade of a tree. She was resting, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she watched me. I took the opportunity to ask something that had been bothering me. "Teacher, can I ask you something?" She gave me an amused look. "As long as it doesn't involve spells to make soup." I blushed. I often asked her about all kinds of random magic, but it really didn't make sense. There's magic to create a devastating tornado, but none for making soup. This world has evolved in constant war, so why only think about destructive magic? It's about how I use magic. When I learned Howling Magic, I realized it doesn't use incantations. Why do the other spells need them? Her expression grew serious. "You noticed that on your own?" she asked, looking surprised. "Yeah, it just feels natural. But why can't I do the same with fire or water magic, for example?" I rarely question her teaching methods because she seemed to know what she was doing, but I decided to ask just in case. Verdia thought for a moment before answering. Incantations help shape and direct mana. Think of them as instructions for your power. However, instinctive magic like Howling Magic is different. It comes from the spirit and the body without needing words. So, does that mean I can use other magic without incantations? She smiled slightly. It's possible, but there are only records of very experienced people managing it. I've only met 3 such people in my entire life. They're rare. However, there's only one way to find out. Let's go to the clearing. The place was surrounded by tall trees and bathed in the soft sunlight. Verdia gestured for me to position myself. Let's start with something simple. Focus on a water spell, but without incantations. I don't have much to teach you about this since I don't have this ability, but try to replicate the feeling and say the incantation in your mind. It might help. I close my eyes, feeling the mana flow like a current inside me. Normally, I say the words, but this time I kept silent. I visualized a sphere of water forming in my hand while thinking about the incantation. To my surprise, it appeared almost immediately. "I did it!" I exclaimed, looking at Verdia. "Impressive. That's a rare skill, little rigger. I was planning to have you try this when you were older, but it seems I underestimated your talent." She looked genuinely surprised this time. It was hard to get that expression from her. I nodded, taking a deep breath. I imagined a flame floating before me, dancing in the air. Once again, without saying a word, the mana responded. A small flicker of fire sparked, vibrant and warm. Verdia laughed, clearly impressed. Rigor, this is a truly special skill. You have a natural talent. So remember, how much you develop this ability depends on your effort. Keep in mind what I've taught you about magic, and just follow your own path. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Little Rigor, do you want to be my disciple? It would still be the same, but we would be bound by something greater than just teaching. I noticed a hint of melancholy, but I was excited. Of course, Master. I would love to. She smiled. That's when a chill ran down my spine. What was that? I murmured, instinctively activating my senses. Verdia noticed it too. Something's wrong. Stay alert. We decided to investigate the surroundings and found strange footprints marking the ground. Boot prints, as if they had been made in haste. This isn't good, Verdia said, her tone serious. Is this what my father is investigating? I asked. Over the past few days, a subtle tension had begun to build among the warriors, and my father seemed to be in the middle of an investigation. Yes, she nodded, but her eyes were filled with concern. Although I was excited, there was something in her voice that hinted at worry. Now that I thought about it, she'd been like this all day. I wondered if this was what had been bothering her. When we returned home, we found my father, Hantar, with his arms crossed, his expression stern. He looked at me for a moment before speaking. Rigor, Verdia, something is happening in the forest. Guys can't find me. He says there's strange movement to the north. Soon, Ghislaine Dedoldia appeared, his imposing figure filling the doorway. Hantar, we need to investigate. These movements aren't natural, and I fear they might signal bigger problems. Understood, my father replied, turning to me. Rigor, stay home. Don't go out for anything. But Father Dash, I tried to protest, but he interrupted me. This is non-negotiable. Stay and protect your mother if necessary. He said, looking at my mother. As I was still processing his words, Verdia stepped closer, her face bearing the same seriousness. I've also received news. The elves have called me back to the village. It seems that if anything happens here, they might be affected as well. My father sighed deeply. Then go, my father said, nodding. They will need you as much as we need our defenses here. With those words, the atmosphere grew heavy with concern. My father and guys left for the north, and my mother and Verdia began to pack their bags for the journey. As they spoke, an uneasy feeling grew inside me. Something was wrong, and I knew my peace was running out of time. Night had fallen, and the village was silent. The wind passing through the trees brought with it an uncomfortable chill, but it wasn't the cold that made me uneasy. It was the moment of farewell. Verdia was standing outside our house, going over her belongings as my mother, Celine, watched in silence. I approached slowly, trying to find the right words to say. Are you sure you need to go? I asked, trying to hide the worry in my voice. Verdia looked up, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Yes, little Rigor. The elves need me now, just as you and your mother need Hantar and guys to protect the forest. I can't ignore their call. My mother, who had been quiet until then, stepped forward and held Verdia's arm. Take care out there, Verdia. We know how dangerous the situation can get, but don't forget, the tribe will always be here for you. Thank you, Celine, Verdia replied, gently touching her hand. I'll return as soon as I can. Verdia turned to me, and her eyes seemed to shine as if she was trying to capture every detail of the moment. Rigor, listen to your mother. And, more importantly, keep practicing. You have everything you need to become someone incredible. I hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. I'll train. I'll protect everyone here while you're gone. Just come back as soon as you can. I really liked her. I truly did. She had taught me so much since I arrived in this world, and there was this gentleness and elegance about her, an aura that was truly hypnotic. She smiled, but there was something melancholic in her expression. Don't worry, I'll come back. And when I do, I want to hear all about your progress. Suddenly, she knelt down, holding my face with both hands. Remember, Rigor, even when you're alone, you're never truly alone. Your strength lies in the people you love, and they're always with you, in some way. My words caught in my throat, and all I could do was nod. My mother placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently as if to offer comfort. Verdia, you are already part of our family. Go in peace, but know we'll always be here if you need us, my mother said firmly. Verdia stood up, adjusting the quiver on her back, and gave one last look at both of us. You're my family too. I'll come back. Without another word, she turned and disappeared into the trees, her silhouette swallowed by the darkness of the forest. We stood there, my mother and I, in silence, staring at where Verdia had gone. Finally, my mother broke the silence. She's strong, Rigger, but we are strong too. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. I nodded, but something inside me still weighed heavily. The night felt darker than ever. If danger is waiting, how can I stand still? I thought, feeling the unease take over me. As I walked back home after another training session, I spotted a group of children playing near one of the smaller clearings. They were laughing and running, lost in their games. One of the kids, a boy named Killian, saw me and ran toward me. Rigger, did you see how I climbed that tree? Yeah, Killian, you're getting really good at that, I replied with a smile. As he looked at me, proud of himself, an idea came to mind. With dangers looming, maybe it was time to prepare the younger ones for whatever might come. I approached Killian, placing a hand on his shoulder. Killian, I need you to gather our group. Call everyone, I want to talk to you all. He blinked, confused, but didn't question me. Okay, Rigger, I'll gather everyone. Shortly after, around 30 children, ranging from 3 to 7 years old, were gathered around me. I looked at them, feeling the weight of responsibility. Listen up, all of you, I began, my voice firm. There are dangers in the forest. My father and the other adults are investigating, but in the meantime, we need to be ready. You're all weak, and I want to teach you how to defend yourselves. There were murmurs among the group, some curious, others frightened. This means we're going to train, I continued. You'll learn to run faster, climb better, and use your senses like true members of the tribe. And who knows, I might even teach you a little magic. The murmurs stopped, replaced by excited looks. Killian was the first to raise his hand. When do we start? I smiled. Tomorrow morning. Get ready, because I'm going to make you sweat. The children laughed, some clapping, and the group's energy shifted to excitement. In the back of my mind, I knew it was more than just a game. Preparing them was my way of keeping an eye on things, even if it was just to buy time until the adults resolved the issue. At that moment, another child arrived, panting. Rigger, there's a group of adventurers coming. They're approaching from the West Trail. The warriors of the tribe are there now. My mind went into overdrive. I didn't know what this meant, but I knew it wasn't something to be ignored. Without hesitation, I turned and began to run toward the village entrance. My heart raced as I wondered what these strangers wanted from us. Upon arriving, he found the tribe's warriors alongside a group of strangers. In the clearing, Ghislaine Dedoldia, the warrior responsible for the tribe's security, was exchanging blows with an unknown man. Instinctively, Rigger activated his magic eye. The world around him shifted. The stranger was tall and athletic, with black hair tied into a ponytail and a focused posture. He wielded a long, elegant sword that seemed to dance through the air. His movements were precise, combining direct strikes with a fluid style that Rigger couldn't entirely recognize. There was something deeply unsettling about him, a strange instinctual feeling Rigger couldn't quite explain. The fighters exchanged intense, but clearly friendly blows. The sound of steel clashing reverberated through the air, and the crowd watched in fascination. Yet, Rigger felt something stirring deep within him, an aggression that began to take over his senses. When Lonar stepped back after deflecting a particularly quick strike, Rigger couldn't hold back any longer. Letting out a roar, he charged at the swordsman with explosive force, aiming directly for his throat. Rigger's attack was swift, but the stranger didn't flinch. Instead, another figure intercepted him. Before he could land his strike, Rigger was firmly grabbed and thrown to the ground in a motion as smooth as a flowing river. He tried to resist, but the strength holding him down was unshakable. "Calm down, boy," said a deep, commanding voice. "No one here is your enemy." Looking up, Rigger saw an older man with short, graying brown hair and an imposing presence. He held his sheathed sword at his side, clearly ready to act if needed, though his expression remained calm and controlled. Rigor, Lonar rushed over, placing a firm hand on the young boy's shoulder. Stop this. They are not enemies. It's just a friendly sparring match. Rigor was breathing heavily, shame burning his face as he slowly stood, avoiding the eyes of those around him. I'm sorry, it was instinctive. Huh, you try to kill me over an instinct? Scoffed the swordsman. Lonar, still stern, crossed his arms. If he did, it's because he saw something in you that we don't. Our instincts rarely fail. The swordsman raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Instead, he turned his attention to the other members of his group, gathered a bit farther back. As tensions eased, Findrel formally introduced himself and his group to the villagers. I am Findrel Ashbrand, the leader of this group, the Red Dragon's Breath. A pleasure to finally meet you all, he began, smiling warmly as he addressed the wary villagers. We are rank S adventurers, and our journey began with a rescue mission. However, what brought us here goes beyond that. Pausing, he observed their reactions before continuing. I am a sword saint, and my mission started when a beastfolk slave saved my life during a battle. I was gravely wounded, and despite her terrible condition, she cared for me. Before her death, she asked me to free her son and bring him back to the Great Forest. Upon arriving here, we learned of the challenges your tribe is facing. We couldn't simply walk away. That's why I've decided to help, and my group chose to follow me here. Findrel's gaze softened as he looked at Rigor, as if wanting the boy to understand his intentions. The debt is mine, and I see it as my responsibility to repay it. He gestured toward his companions. Darien, the swordsman, gave a simple bow. I'm Darien, swordsman, not as skilled as Findrel, but my blade is sharp. Irina, the elven archer, spoke with an indifferent tone. I'm Irina, archer. She eyed Rigor, noting the distrust still present in his gaze. Gorin, the dwarf, raised his voice jovially, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Name's Gorin, the drunkard of the forge. Not a saint, but good with an axe and a barrel of ale. Marla, the healer, followed with a calming presence. I'm Marla, healer. If anyone needs care, I'm here. Lastly, a halfling introduced himself with a mischievous grin. Zen, thief. A young beastfolk child hiding behind him piped up shyly. I'm Jannar. The village's reception was far from warm. Despite Jannar's account, which confirmed Findrel's story and eased some tension, the villagers remained skeptical. Having lived in isolation and with internal struggles, they watched the adventurers' every move with suspicion. Outsiders weren't easily trusted, especially during such uncertain times. Who are these people? What do they want here? One elder murmured, glaring at the group. Our tribe has its own warriors. We don't need strangers. Even with Findrel's explanation, doubt lingered. It was hard for the villagers to believe that a group of adventurers would come all this way out of pure altruism. Rigor felt the unease in the air. He too harbored reservations, particularly about the swordsman Darien, whose earlier sparring match had set him on edge. Yet, Findrel's calm demeanor and sincerity made Rigor hesitate in outright dismissing him. Over the days that followed, Rigor observed the adventurers closely. Darien was almost too composed, revealing little about himself. Irina maintained a detached curiosity about the villagers, never venturing too close. The others, more willing to engage, were met with cool politeness but little warmth. Still, Rigor couldn't shake the feeling that Findrel carried a unique burden, one that resonated with him. Perhaps there was more to this group than met the eye. As the days passed, Rigor began to hope the tribe's warriors would return soon. Their presence would make him feel more secure amidst the growing tension. One day, during one of his training sessions, Findrel watched as Rigor moved with the natural weapons inherited from his Doldia lineage. His sharp claws and the instinctive agility of his body allowed him to adapt to improvised combat styles. Findrel crossed his arms, studying the young warrior as he blocked and dodged Gary's attacks. You have what I call natural talent, Findrel remarked. Rigor paused, looking at him curiously. Talent for what? for the sword god style. It's the way you move, direct, efficient, focused on ending a fight with a single lethal blow. Though Fendrell seemed impressed, he didn't dwell on the comment. To him, talent only mattered if paired with hard work. Don't let it go to your head. Talent is just a seed. Whether it grows depends entirely on you. Rigger didn't respond. While he enjoyed using his sword, he found it far easier to improve by fighting with his claws and fists. As the weeks went by, Rigger became more involved in the village's daily routines, including helping younger children learn the basics of combat and patrolling the area. Initially, it was just a distraction, something to fill his time when he wasn't training with Geru or pushing his own limits. But soon, he realized he enjoyed teaching. Focus on your balance, Rigger told a small group. If your feet aren't steady, any strike will throw you off. The children looked up to him with admiration, eagerly mimicking his stances and movements. Despite his youth, Rigger already stood out as someone with the strength and skill of a seasoned warrior. As the months passed and he turned 5, Celine held a small celebration for just the two of them. She gifted him a ring engraved with a wolf design. The adventurers were gradually integrating into the village's routine. Rigger, though still wary of Darien, began training regularly with Fendrell. Despite his growing respect for the group leader, Rigger couldn't ignore something peculiar. Whenever he activated his magic eye during their training sessions, he noticed Fendrell's battle aura was unlike anything he had ever seen. It's sharp, Rigger reflected during a break. Every movement is like a blade, but controlled. It's as if he doesn't waste a single drop of energy. One day, after an especially intense sparring session, Fendrell commented, "You've got monstrous strength for someone your age." He rubbed his shoulder where a strike from Rigger's claws had torn part of his light armor. If you learn to control it, you could become something truly dangerous in a good way. Rigger felt a mix of pride and frustration. Despite his strength, he knew Fendrell still outclassed him in technique and experience. My strength means nothing if I can't use it properly, he thought. During training, Rigger began to blend his natural grappling knowledge, something he had learned in his past life, with the instinctive combat techniques of his new body. In one bout, he managed to take down the veteran swordsman by grabbing his arm during an attack, twisting his body, and pinning him to the ground. Of course, he knew that if Fendrell had been serious, his head would have been severed before he realized it. Interesting, Fendrell said as he stood up with a grin. You don't limit yourself to one style. That flexibility will take you far. It's not like I choose to do this, Rigger replied, panting. It feels like my body just reacts. Then start training your reactions, too, Fendrell retorted. Reacting without thought is useful, but reacting with intent is what separates a common fighter from master. Apparently, there were two kinds of warriors, instinctual and rational. Fendrell categorized Rigger as a pure instinctual fighter and noted that, while this approach made initial progress easier, it wouldn't take him as far in the long run. Beyond combat, Rigger began practicing chantless magic, something he still didn't fully understand. During a solitary training session, he focused on channeling mana into a simple fire lance spell. By concentrating all his energy into a single burst, the spell became intense and powerful, but left him exhausted. I need more control, Rigger muttered to himself as he watched the smoke slowly dissipate. The more mana I pour in, the stronger the spell gets. This could be useful for short battles, but I need to find a way to use it strategically. Over time, he realized he could quickly deplete his mana reserves by overloading spells. This prompted him to think of new ways to combine his combat abilities with magic, something that could become a decisive advantage. In one of the rare moments of rest, Rigger sat beside his mother, Celine, as she wove a fishing net. He hesitated before speaking. Mom, have you ever felt like you weren't yourself? Like something inside you was pushing you to do things you didn't understand? Celine paused, looking at him with a warm, understanding smile. Sometimes, she replied. I think it's part of who we are, Rigger. That wildness, some are born with more of it, others with less. We're connected to nature, and nature isn't always rational. But you have something special. You have a choice. Rigger was silent for a moment. Mom, Can you teach me how to cook? She burst out laughing. Her words lingered in Rigger's mind, echoing as he continued his training and patrols around the village. As time passed, Findrel gradually earned the trust of the tribe's leaders. The adventurer leader maintained a friendly and respectful demeanor, never forcing interactions. He respected Rigger's space and often engaged in small conversations about combat and strategy with the warriors, asking about the tribe's fighting styles without ever questioning Ghislaine Dedoldia's authority. Rigger was surprised by Findrel's approach. His mother and Verdia had told him that sword god-style practitioners were usually arrogant and unrestrained. Yet, Findrel didn't act superior. He was more of a battle companion. He corrected Rigger's movements gently, never in a rush to teach, but always with wise words. As the days went by, Rigger trained with Findrel more often. He didn't know exactly what to expect, but the experience was overwhelmingly positive. Findrel's technique was refined, and Rigger learned a great deal just by observing him. Rigger realized that Findrel wasn't just a skilled swordsman, but also an incredible strategist. Sometimes, when Findrel demonstrated more advanced techniques, Rigger felt as though he was missing something, as if failing at something that should have been simple. But instead of becoming frustrated, he dedicated himself even more to his training. With every sparring match, he felt something changing inside him, though he couldn't yet identify what it was. "You're already at an advanced level, Rigger, at least in your style," Findrel once commented after an intense training session. "But you need to learn to control not just your strength, but also your emotions. Battle isn't just about brute force. Like I said, you've gotten this far relying purely on instinct, but it'll be hard to progress much further that way." "I know," Rigger replied, breathing heavily. "It's hard not to follow my instincts when they feel like the best move in a fight. It's been years since I left the Sword Sanctuary, but I heard there's a new Sword King called the Black Wolf. She's also from the Beast race. I don't know if she had the same problem, but if you ever want to advance further, you could seek her out, or go directly to the Sword Sanctuary. You might even have a chance to become the Sword God's disciple." Each day, Rigger became more aware of how far he was from mastering his strength. But training with Findrel was the right path. He could pinpoint Rigger's mistakes and tell him exactly what needed to be done to improve further. Rigger was steadily becoming a stronger leader, increasingly aware of his abilities. His training sessions with the village children continued, but now he incorporated techniques he had learned from Findrel, blending grappling maneuvers into his combat style. His ability to immobilize opponents before delivering a decisive blow was unconventional but remarkably effective. He noticed that his beastly nature was becoming harder to control, yet it seemed to manifest precisely when he needed it most. Over time, Rigger also grew closer to Irina, the elven archer from Findrel's group. Initially cold and distant, she eventually warmed up when she realized that he was simply curious about her mentor, Verdia. Now he knew her full name, Verdia Solarion. The forest was quiet that night. Rigger's footsteps were muffled by the dense undergrowth, his senses sharpened by months of training and patrols. He moved cautiously, yet his mind remained on high alert. Slave traffickers and smugglers still posed a constant threat in the area, and his mission was clear: patrol and protect the village. As he neared the forest's edge, where the terrain opened up, distant voices caught his attention, sharpening his hearing. His magical eye activated instinctively, and his vision focused on the source of the sound. For figures moved briskly through a clearing, their pace urgent. Rigger crouched low, hidden among the foliage, and observed. What he saw made his jaw tighten with restrained anger. 2 smugglers were carrying beast children, bound and teary-eyed. A wounded beast woman was slung over one man's shoulder, her body limp. The other man held her upright by a rope tied around her neck. The children, though visibly terrified, resisted as much as they could, their defiance a testament to their spirit despite their dire situation. Slavers, Rigger thought, his blood boiling. They won't leave here alive. With his heart pounding, he activated his magic eye and locked onto his targets. His perception sharpened, and the metallic tang of blood and the acrid stench of sweat mixed with fear filled his senses. Two of the men carried swords and appeared reasonably skilled, though still no match for him. Nonetheless, caution was essential. The man leading the group barked, "Hurry up. The crossing will be tough if we don't move faster." The other man glanced around nervously, but kept walking. "Damn beast folk. One more ambush, and we're done for. Let's get this over with." Rigger crept closer, a shadow in the darkness. With a deep, guttural growl, he unleashed his howling magic. A powerful, deafening wave of sound rippled through the clearing. The smugglers staggered, clutching their ears as they reeled from the sonic assault. The beast children and woman winced, but the slavers were left completely vulnerable. Rigger pounced like a predator from the shadows, moving with surprising speed for someone his size. His first target, a man wielding dual swords, tried to react but was too slow. Rigger's clawed hand wrapped around his throat, his sharp nails digging into flesh. A savage smile crossed Rigger's face as his beastly instincts took over. With a brutal squeeze, his claws tore through the man's neck, ripping flesh and severing arteries. The slaver crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Nearby, the second swordsman, still dazed, struggled to regain his footing. Rigger turned to him with predatory precision, conjuring a flaming spear in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled the spear, and it struck the man square in the chest. The explosion of flames consumed him in an instant, his screams echoing into the night. The remaining two slavers panicked. One attempted to flee, but Rigger was faster. He sprinted after the man, tackling him with monstrous strength. Pinning him against a tree, Rigger's claws tore into his throat, silencing him forever. The final slaver, desperate, drew a knife and turned toward the beast woman. She was too weak to resist as he raised the blade, but before it could descend, Rigger was there. In a blur, he struck the man with an open-handed claw swipe, the force enough to send him sprawling. The knife clattered to the ground, and Rigger delivered a final, fatal blow. The clearing grew silent except for the labored breathing of the rescued captives. Rigger turned to the children and the beast woman, his earlier rage subsiding. His predatory expression softened as he crouched near them. "You're safe now," he said, his voice low but steady as he began to heal their wounds with magic. Cutting their bonds carefully, he freed them. The children, still trembling, stared at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. The beast woman, though gravely injured, managed a faint smile of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice breaking with emotion. Rigger nodded solemnly. He picked up the two children, cradling them gently in his arms as the woman limped alongside him, following his lead back towards safety. His thoughts churned. This was his first kill, yet it felt natural, instinctual, a necessary act to protect those who couldn't defend themselves. But a small, primal part of him relished the hunt. Months passed with several small skirmishes around the village. Each time, the tribe's warriors swiftly handled the threats. Finally, the expeditionary warriors returned to the village. Their arrival brought both relief and unease. Exhaustion was etched into their faces, and it was clear that their journey had been grueling. Rigger stood beside Fendrel as the returning warriors entered. The initial tension between the tribe and the adventurers had eased over time, thanks in no small part to Fendrel's calm demeanor and their actions in protecting the village. Gustav, the village chief, exchanged a knowing look with Fendrel before addressing Rigger. "Come with us. You've earned your place in this meeting," Gustav said. Rigger nodded, his resolve hardening. Whatever news the warriors had brought back, he was ready to face it. The weight of responsibility hung heavy in the air, but for Rigger, it was yet another step on his path to becoming stronger, for his tribe, and for himself. The familiar figures of Guise, Hantar, and a small group of warriors appeared on the horizon. In the village, murmurs of anticipation quickly gave way to worried expressions. Children ran to their mothers, while the elders exchanged tense glances. Guise, the seasoned tribal veteran, walked at the forefront, his demeanor serious and his eyes scanning the village. Beside him, Hantar bore the hardened expression of someone who had faced difficult days. Their leather armor was worn, marked with fresh battle scars that told their own story. Gustav, the tribe's leader, quickly approached, his eyes scrutinizing the group. "Just you?" His voice came out colder than he intended, but the question was unavoidable. Guys stopped and motioned for the other warriors to disperse and rest. Turning to Gustav, he responded gravely. The others stayed behind. There were many problems. Hantar, standing beside him, added, "We found clear signs of movement from the underworld. Large groups, too large for us to face directly. Part of our group remained at the borders to monitor them, but we don't know if they'll return." Guys finished, his voice heavy with the weight of uncertainty. The news hit the village like a stone. Villagers began murmuring, and a tense atmosphere spread quickly. Some mothers clutched their children tightly, while others searched for answers in the warriors' eyes. Gustav stood silent for a moment, assessing the situation before commanding, "Come to the central tent. We need to discuss this immediately." "Findrel, Rigger, you're coming too." "Who are they?" Guys asked sharply, glaring at Findrel and his group, his body tense. After months of fighting slavers, it was difficult to mask his bloodlust and disdain. Gustav cut him off. "They've been helping defend the tribe these past months. So wipe that look off your face and offer your thanks." Hearing this, the warriors calmed, and Guys offered an apology. Inside the central tent, the atmosphere was heavy. Besides Gustav, Guys, and Hantar, several of the tribe's most experienced warriors were present. Rigger had been allowed to participate due to his strength and recent contributions. It was the first time he had witnessed something so serious, but he knew this was an important moment to understand what was happening. Gustav looked directly at Guys. "Explain in detail. What did you see?" Guys crossed his arms, taking a deep breath before replying. "We found organized groups at key points along the borders. These aren't just merchants or common hunters. They carry symbols of known underworld factions. They're armed and appear to be preparing for something big. We try to send messages to other tribes, but we've received no response." Hantar added, "The worst part is that they know about us. We encountered ambushes and signs that they've been monitoring our movements, and they don't seem to care that we're aware of it." Gustav furrowed his brow, processing the information. "And the rest of the group? Why did they stay behind?" "They volunteered to continue surveillance and buy us time. They're also tasked with warning us if anything happens. We know the risks, but we had no other choice," Guys replied, his tone laced with regret. As the adults discussed, Rigger couldn't shake a feeling of urgency. He recalled the stories about slavers, but had never imagined the threat could be so close. His mind raced as he decided to speak up. "If we know where they are, why don't we strike first?" Rigger asked, his voice cutting through the tension in the tent. All eyes turned to him. Some were surprised, others skeptical. Guys looked at the young warrior with a firm expression, though not disdainful. Attacking now would be suicide. They need so much preparation because we have the advantage in these forests. If we attack recklessly, we'll lose that edge. We don't know how many there are or how well equipped they might be. Hantar nodded in agreement. "We need more information before acting. Any rash move could cost us dearly." Despite their words, Rigger felt that something was being withheld. The meeting dragged on as Gustav and the other leaders debated their next steps. The possibility of an attack on the village seemed increasingly real, and the distrust toward the recently arrived adventurers only added to the tension. When the meeting finally concluded, Guys placed a hand on Rigger's shoulder as they exited the tent. "You're growing fast, boy. But remember, patience is as powerful a weapon as strength." Rigger nodded, though his clenched fists betrayed his lingering unease. As night fell, the young warrior couldn't help but look toward the horizon, where the other tribal warriors still remained. Perhaps they were fighting for their lives. He also thought constantly of his master, Verdia. Were the elves facing something similar? Were he not at him? He knew that sooner or later, it would be his turn to confront the looming war. While the village remained on high alert, Rigger exhausted his mana reserves by practicing earth magic, making it as dense and rigid as possible. He was confident he could already use a saint-level spell, but lacking a proper benchmark made it hard to gauge his current capabilities. He was about to cast another spell when his heightened hearing detected movement several hundred meters away, far from the tribe. Approaching stealthily, he saw Zen, the halfling rogue. He almost called out, but paused. What was Zen doing here? Without drawing attention, Rigger followed him through the forest, hiding in the shadows. When they reached a clearing, Rigger watched as Zen exchanged signals with hooded figures. He could clearly hear murmurs about the village and its weaknesses. Anger flared in his chest, and it took every ounce of self-control to keep him from leaping forward and tearing them apart. He knew that confronting Zen directly would be unwise. Instead, this information had to remain a secret. He waited for the right moment, and then returned to the village, where he confided in Guys and the tribal leaders about what he had witnessed. Gustav immediately devised a plan to capture Zen and his allies by surprise, ensuring they remained unaware they'd been discovered. They decided to inform Fendrel as well, reasoning that if he had wanted to harm the tribe, he could have assassinated the leaders quietly and escaped. Fendrel was visibly shaken upon learning of Zen's betrayal. He assured Gustav that the treachery was isolated and reaffirmed the loyalty of Darien, whom he had known since childhood and trusted with his life, as well as Arena, his lover, who had as much to lose as the tribe's residents due to being an elf. Even so, it was decided that only Fendrel would be privy to Zen's betrayal. With a growing need for protection, Rigger decided to begin training the children he deemed most mana-attuned in magic. His physical and combat training had been progressing well, but he wasn't sure if everyone would excel in magic. To test his theory, he chose Killian, 5 years old, Lysina, 4 years old, and Taze, 7 years old, the 3 children with the greatest amount of mana and potential. If guided properly, they could become a significant asset to the tribe. Rigger started with simple instructions on beginner-level water magic, using this opportunity to test a theory he had recently developed about magic in general. If he was right, he was confident he could become a pioneering force in the magic of this new world. Hantar was hurled into the air, caught in the impact of a fiery explosion. Rigger emerged from the flames, his skin scorched, but his eyes fierce with determination. A roar echoed as he unleashed his howling magic in quick succession. Hantar was momentarily stunned mid-air before hitting the ground. When he regained his bearings, Rigger was already on top of him, his claws hovering mere centimeters from his jugular. The clearing was silent, broken only by their heavy breathing. Too fast, Hantar muttered. Do you yield? Rigger asked, his teeth clenched. Hantar let out a short laugh, filled with pride and surprise. All right, boy, I yield. Rigger stepped back, releasing his father, and exhaled deeply, a victorious smile spreading across his face. His mother, Celine, clapped enthusiastically, while Fendrel whistled in approval. You're really growing, Guru, his sword instructor remarked with a thoughtful gaze. But remember, defeating your father once doesn't mean you've surpassed him. He's right, Hantar added, standing with some difficulty. But it was a good fight. I'd say your best so far. Rigger nodded, trying to conceal the pride that burned within him. For a brief moment, he was not just a young apprentice. He was a true warrior. The shadow of night blanketed the forest canopy as Rigger and 3 other warriors moved silently under the faint glow of the moonlight. Rigger had his magic eye activated, scanning the surroundings for suspicious movement. Beside him, Geru led the formation with steady steps, while 2 other warriors held the rear. These tracks are fresh, Geru said, crouching to inspect the ground. Looks like they're trying to lure us somewhere. Or maybe they're just fleeing, Rigger replied, though the unease in his voice was evident. A distant snap froze the group. It wasn't the natural sound of breaking branches. It was deliberate. Spread out, Geru commanded in a low voice. The battle erupted suddenly, like thunder shattering the silence of the night. The intruders advanced swiftly, but Rigger was prepared. Using his magic eye, he immediately detected the movement patterns and positions of the enemies. Each step, every motion, was clear to him, as though a web of energy illuminated the battlefield. With a primal roar, he charged forward, already conjuring earthen spears that erupted from the ground toward the invaders. The stone's impact echoed through the forest, forcing the enemies to dodge. Rigor seized the moment, casting advanced fire magic, Flame Slice, with a swift motion of his hands. The flaming blade sliced through the air, striking one man diagonally and leaving a searing cut across his chest. The explosion of fire hurled him backward, screaming as the ground around him cracked from the force. But there was no time to revel in the success. For more enemies charged with renewed ferocity. Rigor surged ahead, his sharp claws gleaming in the moonlight. He grabbed the wrist of an enemy, an armored man, and, with a fluid motion, disarmed him. In a single turn, he twisted the man's arm and slammed him into the ground with a resounding thud. The enemy was left vulnerable and stunned. Without hesitation, Rigor pounced, sinking his claws into the man's throat. The move was swift and brutal, leaving no room for defense. He felt the life drain from the body beneath him, but his instincts didn't let him stop. The thrill of the hunt clouded his senses, driving him to be fiercer, deadlier. As he stood, another enemy lunged with a sharp blade aimed at his neck. Rigor ducked, letting the blade pass over his head, and retaliated with a powerful kick to the attacker's knee. The man stumbled forward, and Rigor leaped onto him, tearing him apart with his claws like a predator overpowering its prey. Nearby, the other warriors fought with equal intensity. One sliced through an enemy's neck with a clean sword strike, while Garu disarmed opponents with precise cuts, targeting vital points. But the enemies weren't simple foes, for more remained standing, and the battle was far from over. Rigor, now in a near-trance state, fought with savage precision. His strikes became faster, more instinctive. His mind blurred as his body moved on autopilot, driven purely by the need to dominate the battlefield. As another enemy tried to attack from behind, Rigor spun around, grabbing the man's shoulders and slashing his neck with his claws. Then happened. One of the tribe's warriors, approaching to celebrate the victory, placed a hand on Rigor's shoulder. Reflexively, Rigor spun and delivered a violent kick to the warrior's chest. The impact hurled the man backward, slamming him into a tree with a dull thud. Rigor! Garu's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Rigor stopped abruptly, mere steps from his ally. Realization struck him like a lightning bolt, and his eyes widened in horror. His blood still roared in his veins, but something deep inside broke as he saw the damage he had inflicted. Rushing to the fallen warrior, who was struggling to rise, Rigor immediately cast healing magic, his hands trembling as the energy flowed into the injured man. The wounds closed, but the guilt in Rigor's heart remained raw. I'm so sorry," Rigor whispered, his voice thick with remorse. The warrior, still dazed, looked up at him with a mix of confusion and understanding. It's fine," he croaked. "You were in combat mode. That wasn't you." Rigor swallowed hard, tried to regain his composure. He glanced around, seeing the other warriors watching him with a mix of respect and wariness. The battle had been won, but Rigor had glimpsed a far greater conflict brewing within himself. The day was clear, but something in the air felt heavy. The Dedoldia village, always busy and welcoming, seemed different to Rigor. As he walked along the trails that cut through the huts, he felt the gazes. Many were still warm looks of recognition and admiration, but there were also cautious, even distrustful, glances. Since the incident during the patrol, when his instincts overtook him and he attacked one of his allies, the respect he had earned began to crumble. Although the attack hadn't caused serious harm, the act itself was enough to plant doubts in the tribe's mind. He wasn't blaming them, though. He had always managed to stay in control, but lately, he wasn't as sure. He was more afraid of losing his rationality than they were. While his thoughts tormented him, he spotted guys in the distance, standing near one of the watchtowers. The chief of the warriors stared at him with a serious expression. When their gazes met, guys gestured for him to come over. Rigor approached without saying anything. Guys led him to a more secluded spot, where no one would overhear them. The silence between the two was heavy, and Guys finally broke it, his voice firm. "Rigger, can we talk?" Guys asked bluntly. The young man nodded, feeling the weight of the words even before hearing them. Guys looked at him with a mix of respect and concern. "I heard from Geru about your incident. This is not something to be taken lightly." "I know." Rigger's voice was a whisper. It felt like I couldn't think, like my body was moving on its own. Guy sighed, crossing his arms. "That's what worries me. You know, you remind me of someone." "Do you know that?" Rigger looked up, surprised. "Who?" "My sister, Ghislaine." The name made Rigger frown. He had heard stories about Ghislaine Dedoldia, but rarely did anyone speak of her directly. "What does she have to do with me?" "Ghislaine was like you. Too strong, too wild. Since she was little, she was faster, more agile, and fiercer than any of us." Guys paused, looking at the horizon as if reliving old memories. "She barely learned to speak the beast god language. She usually solved things with her fists, always fighting, always challenging everyone around her. Then, when a wandering swordsman passed through here, she left with him." "And you think I'm like her?" Rigger asked defensively. "Not completely. You're different. You're intelligent, rational. You have the ability to learn and think beyond your instincts. But those same instincts are even stronger than hers, and your strength also far exceeds hers." Rigger felt a weight in his chest. Guys' words weren't said with anger, but with genuine concern. "What does that mean?" Rigger asked, with a mix of challenge and hesitation in his voice. "It means that, as much as I see your potential, I have to be honest." Guys clenched his fists, his eyes showing reluctance. "Ghislaine could be controlled. She wasn't as strong as you. Your potential becomes something dangerous instead of something good. What I mean is, no matter how many contributions you make to the tribe, if one day I believe that you're a threat to us, I will have to ask you to leave." The words hit Rigger like a blow. "I don't want that. I don't wish for that." Guys hesitated, his voice heavy with regret. "But as the next leader, I need to protect our tribe above all else." Rigger didn't answer. He remained silent as Guys walked away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Rigger found an isolated spot near a stream, far from the village. He needed to think. Am I just a beast? He was reincarnated, and although he had realized his instincts early on, he always thought his rationality and adult maturity would prevail. But was that really the case? Is my place really here? These questions burned in his mind. He thought of his previous life, of who he was as a human. There, he had control. He had logic and reason. Here, however, it seemed like his instincts were always lurking, ready to take over. Am I a human reincarnated trying to live as a Doldia? Or am I a Doldia fighting against what I really am? These reflections led him to think of his mother. When Rigger got home, his mother immediately noticed something was wrong. She stopped what she was doing and walked over to him. "Rigger, what happened?" He hesitated, but eventually told her everything. The looks from the tribe, the conversation with Guys, and his own fears. "Mom, what if I really am a danger? What if I end up like a beast?" His mother cupped his face with both hands, forcing him to look directly at her. "Rigger, you're my son. No matter what happens, you will always be my son. But what if I can't control it? Then we'll work on it together." She smiled, a warm smile that seemed to chase away all the shadows. "You're not alone, Rigger. You'll never be." Those words brought him some comfort. He knew he wouldn't resolve this problem so easily, but as Celine said, he had people who would help him. For the first time, it sparked curiosity in him. Why did he come to this world? Was it for a purpose? Was it by chance? He didn't know, and honestly, he wasn't sure if he wanted to find out. Later, Rigger joined his subordinates. He started calling them that because they asked him to, and they were increasingly acting like an organized group. As Rigger instilled discipline and knowledge during their training, they realized that they weren't living in easy times, and they adapted to this reality. His group was already 50 members strong, with 5 main leaders commanding 9 others. As for his magic apprentices, Killian, Lysina, and Taze, the training was becoming more serious, and results were starting to show. Killian, the most promising, could already cast magic without chanting, something that impressed Rigger. Lysina was also close to reaching that level, while Taze was still struggling with the basics. Good job, Killian, Rigger said, trying not to show favoritism. But remember, it's not just about power. Control is equally important. Okay, now can you teach me fire magic? Sure, I said I'd teach you once you mastered the chantless magic, but remember, fire is different from water, earth, and wind. You could hurt yourself if you get it wrong. As he trained the children, an idea began to form in his mind. The ideas about mana and magic he had theorized seemed to be correct. Mana reserves, for example, seemed to grow in childhood, contrary to what magicians believed. And from Killian's example, and soon Lysina's as well, chantless magic followed the same pattern. Even if only the most talented might learn it, it would still be a drastic change to the magical and combat systems in this world. If this knowledge was wrong, what else could be? He decided that he needed to experiment more, think outside the box. Perhaps the limitations of magic were more psychological than real. And if that was truly the case, he was confident in his creativity to create all kinds of magic. While he was reflecting on this, two little girls appeared, both around 3 years old. The one with cat ears, with her arrogant posture and nose in the air, approached with confidence. "Are you Rigger?" she asked, arms crossed. "Yes. And who are you?" "I'm Linnea. And this here is Persina." She pointed to the other child, who had drooping dog ears and was absent-mindedly chewing a piece of meat. Rigger chuckled to himself. "Well, what do I owe the pleasure? I'm Ghislaine Dedoldia, daughter of the future tribe chief, and I'm generously allowing you to teach us magic," Linnea said arrogantly, though her arms-crossed pose only made her look cute. Persina nodded her head, looking interested. "I decided to give them a lesson now, so they wouldn't get caught off guard by life in the future." At dusk, a secret meeting was called by the tribe's elders, including Gustav, Guys, and some of the main warriors. To his surprise, Rigger was invited to attend. In the cabin where they gathered, there was a rudimentary map of the region sketched on a table, with stones marking critical areas. Gustav, the tribe leader, began. "We've received alarming information from the elves of the neighboring forests. Like us, they've been dealing with constant infiltrations by trafficker groups. These attacks are not random. They're testing us, looking for weaknesses." Rigger felt a chill down his spine hearing this. His mind immediately went to Verdia, his mentor, who was protecting their homeland. "And what about ours?" he asked. "Until now, we've been able to maintain control," Gustav replied in a deep voice. "But we know it's just a matter of time before they try something bigger. That's why we'll anticipate the attack." He pointed to the map, where a set of stones marked the tribe's borders. "We'll make it look like we're gathering warriors to attack the trafficker bases just before the seasonal rains begin. However, that will only be a distraction." Guys completed the plan with a tense smile. "Actually, we'll keep our best warriors hidden in the village. When the enemies come, thinking we're vulnerable, we'll wipe them all out in one fell swoop." There was a moment of silence as everyone processed the plan. It was risky, but it made sense. Rigger narrowed his eyes. Zen, Fendrell, the leader of the adventurer group, where Zen had infiltrated, nodded gravely. "We know he's passing on information, so we'll use that to our advantage. He'll send false reports about our movements to lure the enemies into the trap." It was an intelligent plan, but Rigger knew that its success depended on everyone's execution. After the meeting, Rigger threw himself even deeper into his training. He began to learn the sword styles more seriously, thinking that relying only on his instincts could become even more dangerous. Dividing his time between the sword god style with Fendrell and the northern god style with Guru, he began to perceive the limits and advantages of each technique. While training with Fendrell, Rigger noticed something intriguing. In moments of high tension or concentration, he would unconsciously activate his battle aura, as if it were a natural reflex. However, trying to use it consciously was a completely different experience. The sensation was like trying to hold an uncontrollable flow of energy, something he couldn't direct or maintain for long. Even with all Fendrell's explanations and demonstrations, the process seemed almost like a puzzle. He didn't understand how his mentor could summon and control the aura with such precision, as if it were an extension of his own will. I'm still far off, Rigger thought, clenching his fists, determined to overcome this challenge. What would be possible if I combined the speed of the sword god with the unpredictability of the northern god? The idea of creating his own style wasn't new, but now it seemed more tangible. He realized that magic was heavily constrained by stigmas, and sword styles might be the same. After all, he knew that in his previous world, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of different martial arts. He knew he would have to learn everything he could before embarking on this path. Additionally, in his practice with magic, he experimented by combining earth and fire magic. The idea of creating lava had seemed absurd at first, but he managed some small successes. Magic is more flexible than we think. Maybe it's possible to completely rewrite what we know about it. These experiments filled him with determination. He was starting to see his strength not just as a weapon, but as a tool for change. With the young apprentices, Rigger became even firmer. He knew that to protect them, he had to instill discipline and responsibility in them. He had called Irina, the archer from the group, to teach the basics of archery to the children who were interested. Considering the difficult times ahead, she was happy to help. No matter how talented you are, without discipline, talent is nothing. He would often repeat. Killian, who had already mastered silent magic, received special attention. This is just the beginning. Don't slack off in your sword training. Physical combat is just as, if not more important than magic. Losing control of magic can be more dangerous than failing to cast it. Lysina, who was close to reaching this level, was showing signs of frustration. Don't compare yourself to others. Everyone has their own pace, Rigger advised, though he knew his words sounded empty to a child. Taze, on the other hand, was the most challenging. Though he worked hard, he clearly struggled with the fundamentals. I can't do it, he exclaimed during a training session. Rigger approached him. Don't say that. I can see with my own eyes that your mana is getting more familiar with the process. At this point, he was almost sure that the younger the student, the easier it was to teach them magic. In addition to the three, Linnea and Persina, his new students began to approach more. Linnea, though only 3 years old, exhibited a striking arrogance. I'm Linnea Dedoldia, heir to the chief. I don't need lessons. Rigger laughed. Heir or not, everyone starts somewhere. And with that attitude, it looks like you didn't learn your lesson last time, he said, as balls of mud began to form in his hands while he walked toward her. Dash. Persina, with her piece of meat always in hand, was quieter but watched everything with interest. I train after I eat, she stated before taking another bite. The two were different challenges, but Rigger knew he needed to integrate them into the group. They would be important in the future, of that he was certain. As the days passed, the tension in the village increased. The warriors were restless, and the news from the elves kept everyone on high alert. Rigger, for his part, did his best to prepare. Between training, magic experiments, and reflections on who he was, he knew the confrontation was approaching, and when the time came, he would be ready. POV Ghislaine Dedoldia. The rainy season was approaching. My nose itched, and the wind carried the scent of wet earth mixed with the fragrance of trees. Whenever that smell came, it meant the storm was near. It was familiar, but today it felt different, heavier, almost suffocating. While practicing fire magic, a flame dancing in my hand, I glanced at Rigger. He was sitting near the edge of the clearing, as sharp as ever, carefully adjusting his sword. I'd seen him do this before, but today it felt like he was elsewhere. His eyes gleamed with determination, but there was something more, concern perhaps. Rigger was never like us. From the day I saw him leaping through the trees at just 2 years old, he already seemed different. Not just because he was astonishingly strong and talented. He was more, not in size, but in what he represented. He always knew what to do, always had a plan, even when everyone else was confused. When he stood, everyone stopped to watch. I remember the day he started training us. I had just turned 4, barely knowing anything about life. That towering figure became my teacher. I would have called him master, but he firmly forbade it. From that moment, I followed him wherever he went, except during his own training. When he wasn't around, we trained and played together, our group roaming the village under Rigger's banner. No other group of kids dared to challenge us, and we eventually absorbed any rivals into our own circle. Even with this new, larger group, Rigger always remained impartial and fair, resolving every problem and complaint with ease. My respect and admiration for him grew each day. Then came the day when Rigger was officially recognized as a warrior of the tribe, not just for his power, but also for his intellect and maturity. I heard he had defeated his father, one of the strongest warriors in the village. That day, we celebrated as if the achievement was our own. Despite his new responsibilities, he never abandoned us. Not that anyone expected him to. He could do it all, and he never made mistakes. I think it was on that day that I realized my goal. I was learning magic, and my parents and friends already found that impressive enough. But what Rigger was teaching me was a unique skill, one that I might never fully master. "You can do it, Killian. Just guide your mana naturally," Rigger said, pointing at my chest and then my hand. "Let flow like a river. Don't try to control it all at once." And it worked. For the first time, I created a ball of water, small and fragile, without using any incantation. He smiled, and in that moment, I knew I wanted to follow him. I felt that this was my path, my destiny. As long as I followed him, everything would be fine. Since then, Rigger has become like a demigod in my eyes. Lysina, Taze, and I, along with the other division leaders, always looked to him for direction. And he always gave it. Even when things seemed grim, he found a way forward. Today, as I watch him, I realize he has changed. There's something heavier about him, more serious. The responsibility he carries is immense. Yet, even so, he doesn't falter. As I observed him, Lysina approached. "Killian, what are you looking at?" she asked, her voice curious, a faint smile on her face. "Rigger," I replied, my voice quieter than I expected. "Are you worried about him?" I thought for a moment before answering. "No, I want to help him in any way I can." Lysina fell silent, but I could tell she felt the same way. We weren't just his students. Rigger was our leader. That day, I made a silent vow. No matter what happened, I would stand by him. Because deep down, I knew he was more than just a boy. He was Rigger, and Rigger would make a difference. MC's POV. The room was quiet, save for the sound of blades being sharpened and the occasional crackle of the firewood in the hearth. Findrell stood against the log wall of the cabin, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on me. Irina sat beside him. Darian stood on the other side, spinning a knife between his fingers, his relaxed demeanor contrasting with the tension in the air. The two were inseparable, childhood friends. Whenever they spoke of each other, there was a camaraderie I envied. They seemed so synchronized, so human. Beyond them, the rest of the adventurers were scattered around the tent. Findrell spoke first, breaking the silence. "So, Rigger, you're saying Guys is leading a direct assault on the enemy bases before the rainy season hits?" "Yes," I replied firmly. "We'll need your help again to defend the tribe, alongside the warrior station here, of course." Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Zen's mouth twitch slightly as he heard me. Findrell narrowed his eyes, studying me. He was quite the actor. Even I almost believe his facade. It was a bold, risky plan, but it had a high chance of success if executed well. Darian chuckled, his tone light, but tinged with admiration. "You've got guts, no doubt about it. But, Findrell, do you think they'll fall for it? These slavers aren't amateurs. It's a risk," I admitted, keeping my voice steady, "but a calculated one. They might still hesitate to attack because of the presence of a sword saint." Findrell walked to the table in the center of the room, placing his hands on it and leaning forward. He seemed to weigh every detail, glancing at his companions to gauge their thoughts. Finally, he sighed and nodded. "All right, we'll do it. We'll do our best to protect the tribe in their absence." I nodded, swallowing the tension rising in my chest. I followed him silently, keeping myself hidden among the trees. Zen was careful, but not careful enough to lose me. He walked quickly, his eyes scanning the ground ahead as if afraid of being followed. And rightly so, I thought. My breathing was steady, my footsteps light. It was dark, but my eyes adjusted easily to the dim light, a gift of my race. Still, I knew that if Zen turned at the wrong moment, he might see me. He paused for a moment, tilting his head slightly. I crouched low, pressing my body to the ground, and held my breath. He glanced around, suspicious, but soon continued on his way. He left what appeared to be a letter inside a hollow log before moving on. When I was sure he was far enough away, I headed back to the village. When I arrived, I gathered Killian, Lysina, and Taze, along with Erat and Leone, the other two division commanders. They were waiting, their faces a mix of excitement and fear. "Listen," I began, my voice firm. "You cannot reveal yourselves, no matter what happens. Stay hidden until I give the signal. And if something goes wrong..." "We run to the forest," Killian finished, his eyes shining with determination. I nodded. "Exactly. Protect the other children. And don't look back. No matter what you hear, don't stop." They nodded in unison, and I felt an immense weight settle on me. Before leaving, I went to my mother. She was organizing items in the cabin, likely trying to keep herself occupied. "Mom," I called, and she turned to me, her face weary. "Don't worry about me. Just stay safe." She hesitated, her eyes filling with concern. But finally, she nodded and pulled me into a hug. Her warmth gave me strength I hadn't realized I needed. Hantar, Guys, Guru, and several other warriors stood in a tense circle, their expressions grim. Gustav repeated the plan, detailing every movement with precision. "Zen has delivered the false information. This should give us the advantage we need. When the battle begins, Rigger will launch a large-scale ice attack to destabilize them. I need all of you ready to strike as soon as their formation breaks." "What about the enemy's strongest warriors? Any new information?" Hantar asked, his concern evident. Gustav took a deep breath. "They're the biggest threat. We know Findrel is here, but the slavers don't seem to fear him. That means they have something or someone they believe can counter him." Guys clenched his fists. "If they have a saint-level warrior, we can handle it," Gustav interrupted. "Our losses might be greater, but no single man can stand against an army of warriors alone." I watched the discussion, conflicted. What if I lost control? It had happened before, and the fear of it haunted me. But I couldn't fail, not now. Days passed. The warriors had departed on an expedition to eliminate the slavers. To make the ruse convincing, none of the families had been informed. The farewells were somber and heart-wrenching. I was now secretly standing guard at the edge of the tribe's territory, keeping my magic eye active and scanning for any movement in the distance. Suddenly, I spotted dozens of mana signatures approaching. I quickly sent a signal to alert everyone to prepare. Moments later, I sensed a presence. Findrel emerged from the main trail, followed by Darien and several other warriors from the tribe. They were armed and ready for battle, but something felt off about Darien. He seemed uneasy. "The rest of our group will launch an ambush on their rear," Darien said, his voice laced with confidence and a faint smirk. Findrel nodded, his gaze sharp as it locked onto mine through the underbrush. I returned the gesture, signaling that we were ready. The moment the enemy entered the clearing, we would begin our attack. "We're under attack. Gather all warriors now," Findrel shouted, his voice commanding. The guards sprang into action, preparing for the assault. Despite everything going according to plan, my instinct screamed that something was wrong. The invaders advanced through the forest, torches and swords in hand, setting fires wherever they passed. They were well organized, their threatening silhouettes cutting through the forming mist. Dozens of them marched, but my attention was drawn to the central group, 5 swordsmen who walked with absolute confidence. They were different. Their posture, their aura, it all screamed lethality. Dressed in dark, clothing accented with silver, each carried a longsword. They moved like shadows, their grace unnerving. Now wasn't the time to dwell on their strength. I gathered all the mana I could, feeling it surge and vibrate through my veins. The ground beneath me began to freeze, a thin layer of ice spreading outward as the air around me grew frigid. Taking a deep breath, I bent my knees and leaped into the air with all my might. Time seemed to slow as I soared upward. Below, the slavers turned their heads, confused, watching the shadow streak across the sky. "What is that?" someone shouted in alarm. At the apex of my jump, I raised my hand above my head, channeling all the mana I could muster into a single spell. A brilliant blue orb formed, pulsating with freezing energy and casting an eerie light across the shadowed forest. "Freezing Nova!" I roared, my voice reverberating with power. It wasn't the actual spell, I hadn't learned it yet, but it seemed close enough to what it would be. The orb detonated as it hit the ground, unleashing a blinding explosion of ice. A wave of frost radiated outward, shards of ice raining down like spears, impaling the ground and catching unprepared enemies. The temperature plummeted instantly, and a swirling blizzard enveloped the battlefield, leaving a pristine, cutting whiteness in its wake. When I landed, the impact cracked the frozen ground beneath me, sending out another shockwave of frost. Trees creaked and shattered, transformed into crystalline sculptures of ice. Many slavers screamed, trying to flee, but the cold claimed them before they could escape. A significant portion of the enemy was caught in the storm, frozen in place with their terrified expressions preserved in ice. As expected, the 5 swordsmen dodged the attack effortlessly, retreating before it struck. One of them stepped forward, the leader, by his demeanor. He unsheathed his blade, a crooked smile playing on his face, though his eyes were calculating. I glared at them, unflinching, while the guards began their counterattack against the invading forces. The sounds of clashing steel and roaring voices filled the clearing. Fendrel and Darien approached me. "What do we know about them?" I asked without taking my eyes off the 5 figures. "They're known as the Black Frost 5, Fendrel said grimly. "Infamous mercenaries in the underworld. They've never failed a job, but they're only advanced-level swordsmen." I swallowed hard. Black Frost. The name felt like a cruel irony, given my reliance on ice magic. The apparent leader stepped forward. He had long brown hair and a jagged scar running diagonally across his face, making him appear almost grotesque. His voice was clear and sharp as he addressed Fendrel. "Fendrel, it's been a while." Fendrel narrowed his eyes but remained calm. "Resorting to working with slavers now? I'm not impressed." The swordsman chuckled. "We do what's necessary. And you? Come to die alongside these furballs." I was prepared for their provocations. It was a common tactic in the North God style, but my instincts screamed louder than ever. Something was wrong, horribly wrong. I scanned the battlefield, using every sense at my disposal. The fights around me were chaotic, but didn't justify the danger I felt. It wasn't these 5. Their strength alone wouldn't provoke such a reaction. Deciding not to take chances, I signaled the hidden warriors to attack prematurely. Just as I felt a fleeting sense of safety, it happened. The enemy leader charged at Fendrel, wielding what I recognized as a long sword of silence. The choice seemed absurd, given his opponent. Fendrel appeared wary, his eyes darting to the other 4 swordsmen. He activated his ultimate technique, the long sword of light. "Seeking a swift death?" "I'll oblige," he said coldly. But before I could react, Darien moved. He was behind Fendrel in an instant, his blade slicing through the air toward his childhood friend's back. "Fendrel, behind you!" I shouted, acting on instinct. My warning came just in time. Fendrel deflected the strike and twisted his body, narrowly avoiding being cleaved in half. However, Darien's blade continued, severing Fendrel's dominant arm and slicing off his right ear. Blood sprayed across the snow as Fendrel stumbled back, clutching the bleeding stump where his arm had been. "Darien!" Fendrel gasped, disbelief etched across his face. Darien showed no remorse. His expression was cold, his eyes devoid of emotion. "I'm sorry, old friend, but the world is cruel." Rage erupted within me, wild and unrelenting. Before I knew it, I was hurtling toward Darien, moving faster than I ever had. "You'll pay for this!" I roared, my voice raw with fury. The mercenary leader smirked as he watched the chaos unfold. "Looks like the real show has begun." The metallic scent of blood mingled with the humid air of the forest. Darien faced Rigger, raising his sword. His eyes, once brimming with the confidence of an experienced warrior, now faltered under the predatory stance of the young Doldia. Rigger moved forward, low and fluid like a predator stalking its prey. He feinted a strike with his sword to Darien's left, aiming for the mercenary's abdomen. But at the last moment, he twisted his torso and slashed toward Darien's neck. Darien's blade rose to block, its steel glinting under the sunlight, filtering through the trees. The clash rang out in the clearing, but the strike was a decoy. In the same motion, Rigger planted his foot and spun, releasing his sword in mid-air in a North God-style technique, and delivered a devastating kick to Darien's stomach. The mercenary leader was hurled backward like a stone, flying several meters before crashing against a tree. The wood groaned, and Darien collapsed to his knees, coughing and clutching his abdomen. Rigger caught his sword as it fell, his gaze fixed on his target. Before he could strike again, a commanding voice broke through the tension. "Rigger, don't advance alone." Findrel, wounded, clutched his severed arm while shouting with effort. His voice stirred something within Rigger, briefly pulling him back to rationality. Rigger blinked, the world around him realigning. Quickly, he reached Findrel's side and cast healing magic to stop the bleeding. He lamented his lack of advanced healing magic, which could have reattached the arm if the wound were fresh. He tried pushing the limits of intermediate healing magic, but to no avail. While Rigger paused to regain focus, Darien staggered to his feet, still clutching his pained stomach. "You're as impressive as ever, Rigger," Darien spat, a mocking smile on his lips. "Why, Darien? Is there a good reason for this? Are they threatening the rest of our group?" Findrel asked, hope evident in his voice. "The rest of the group is safe, secured somewhere," Darien replied. "I don't have time for a melodramatic explanation. We're short on time, after all." Before Findrel could respond, the remaining 5 Black Frost mercenaries began to encircle him and Rigger. "But if you need a summary," Darien continued, "it's about always living in your shadow, being weaker, slower, less talented. When we formed our adventure group, you were the undeniable leader. When the woman of my dreams joined, she chose you. Call me crazy or whatever you want, but this job pays more than we've earned in all our adventures combined. Enough for me to live in peace with Arena and the others in the north. Without you. But don't worry, our friendship was real. I'll make sure they know you died hero." His tone was cold, but the emotion in his eyes betrayed him. Findrel crumbled, his last hope crushed mercilessly. "How touching," one mercenary sneered, sharpening his blade against his hand. "Let's wrap this up, kid." The sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves filled the air. One by one, the Dedoldia warriors emerged from the shadows. Guys led the charge, sword in hand, and a deathly glint in his eyes. "Rats like you should never have entered this forest," Guys said, his voice low and menacing. Hantar appeared beside him, his fists clenched and his claws already stained with the blood of earlier battles. More Dedoldia warriors emerged, surrounding the mercenaries with deadly precision. "Why didn't they attack our bases? Isn't that what Zen told us?" one mercenary muttered, his gaze darting nervously. "Something went wrong," another replied, but before they could act, Guys raised his sword and shouted, "Advance!" The battlefield erupted into chaos. Guys charged first, targeting 2 mercenaries with surprising speed. He swung his sword in a horizontal arc, forcing them to retreat. Before they could recover, he roared, releasing a howling magic that stunned them. Seizing the opening, he struck diagonally, his blade slicing through one mercenary from shoulder to chest. Across the clearing, Hantar fought with raw power and precision. He punched a mercenary in the face, breaking his nose with a single blow. When another tried to attack from behind, Hantar spun, grabbing the man's arm and snapping it before slamming him into the ground with his claws. In the center of the battle, Rigger regained his confidence. Leaving the unconscious Findrel in a safe spot, he rejoined the fray. He moved like a blur, using earth magic to create small protrusions under his enemy's feet, throwing them off balance before striking. One mercenary tripped and fell, and Rigger pounced, driving his sword into the man's throat in a diagonal slash that spilled blood onto the forest floor. Another enemy, wielding two daggers dripping with poison, approached. Rigger backed off, watching the man's swift movements. Using wind magic to boost his speed, he dodged an attack, spinning to the enemy's back. With a sharp movement, he whispered a spell, Windblade. The magical slash tore through the mercenary's body, leaving him screaming on the ground. Despite the Dedoldia warrior's advantage, the Black Frost mercenaries were no ordinary foes. Two of them, masters of the North God style, fought side by side. Their blades moved in swift, precise arcs, cutting down Dedoldia warriors as they advanced. One of them targeted Guise, who blocked the strikes but was slowly pushed back by their relentless assault. Rigger with me, Guise called out as he fended off a series of rapid attacks. Rigger noticed the mercenary pressing Guise, his blade moving with practiced precision. Guise was forced to retreat step by step, and the mercenary, confident, surged forward for a decisive overhead strike. Without hesitation, Rigger charged to assist. He conjured earthen spikes beneath the enemy's feet, forcing him to leap to avoid the attack. The brief pause gave Guise enough time to recover his stance and strike, but the mercenary easily blocked it, spinning to deliver a quick blow to Rigger's side as he closed the distance. The impact was weaker than expected, as Rigger caught the strike with sheer force. He countered with a kick to the enemy's knee, causing him to stagger and creating an opening for Guise to unleash his howling magic. The spell hit directly, disorienting the mercenary, who clutched his ears as the deafening sound reverberated. Also stunned, but already accustomed to the magic's effects, Rigger seized the moment of vulnerability and dealt the final blow. He leapt forward, his blade slicing cleanly through the mercenary's neck. The opponent collapsed to the ground, his sword clattering against the stones. As the remaining mercenaries struggled to hold their ground, one of them, scanning the battlefield, realized what was happening. They knew everything. We were deceived, he shouted, eyes wide as he looked at Darien. But Darien was as bewildered as the rest. Even so, he raised his sword and snarled, "It doesn't matter. Keep fighting. Fendrell is injured. We can still turn this around." Despite his words, the tide of battle had shifted in the Doldia's favor. Every move reminded the intruders that the forest was their home, while the mercenaries were unwelcome invaders. One by one, the enemies fell to claws, swords, and magic. Soon, another of the Black Frost Five was slain, Lonar, the guard captain, driving his blade into the man's chest. Darien and the remaining 3 mercenaries began retreating, their bodies covered in cuts and bloodstains. However, as they fled, one of them left an opening, which Lonar confidently exploited. But it was a feint. As his blade was about to strike, a hidden dagger flew, embedding itself in Lonar's eye. Rigger watched in horror as his ally fell, the knife lodged in his skull, his eyes glazing over in pain. Something primal stirred within Rigger. The growl that escaped his throat was deep and feral. His eyes locked onto the fleeing enemies, and his fists clenched until his nails drew blood. He no longer thought. Rage clouded his mind. He could only feel. Do not pursue. We've already taken down most of them. This is our victory, Guise declared. The hurried footsteps of the fleeing mercenaries echoed through the clearing, snapping branches and crushing dry leaves. Lonar's body lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Rigger dropped his sword and knelt beside his fallen friend, already knowing it was too late. "Lonar," he whispered, his voice heavy with pain and anger. A Doldia warrior placed a hand on his shoulder. Rigger, but he didn't hear. A deep roar tore from his throat as he sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the retreating mercenaries. His beast instincts took over, and his mind was consumed by a single thought: hunt. He sprinted into the forest, his senses heightened by his fury. Every heartbeat of the enemies ahead drummed in his ears, calling him to battle. His magical eyes pulsed, capturing every movement, every labored breath from his prey. Rigger extended his hand, summoning earth magic. The ground beneath one mercenary surged upward, forming a pillar that slammed him into a tree. The impact was brutal, and before the man could recover, Rigger was upon him. Without hesitation, Rigger drove his claws into the man's chest, tearing through light armor. With a feral motion, he ripped upward, rending flesh and metal. The mercenary crumpled, gasping, until a final slash across his throat ended him. Farther ahead, another mercenary turned to face him. This one wielded a long sword with refined technique, likely trained in the North God style. He advanced, delivering swift, precise thrusts, but Rigger dodged each strike with instinctive movements. The mercenary attempted a horizontal slash, but Rigger deftly closed the distance, twisting his arm and slamming him into the ground. Rigger grabbed his neck. "You're not escaping." With sheer brute strength, he snapped the man's neck like a twig. By then, the Dedoldia warriors had caught up to him. Guys roared, unleashing his howling magic, sending shockwaves through the forest. The remaining mercenaries staggered, disoriented by the impact. But Rigger felt the shockwave too, though to a lesser degree. His body tensed, and his mind, already frayed by the frenzy, betrayed him. He turned toward Guys, his glowing eyes filled with unbridled rage. All he registered was the pain caused by the magic, and Guys became a target. Before anyone could react, Rigger lunged at his ally. He struck with his claws. Guys dodged instinctively but still suffered a deep slash to his neck, narrowly avoiding a fatal wound. Another warrior tried to intervene, but Rigger spun, elbowing him into a tree with bone-cracking force. "Rigger, control yourself," shouted Hantar, his father, stepping between his son and the other warriors. Rigger growled low, advancing with claws raised. Hunter didn't back down. When a strike came, he sidestepped, but not enough to avoid it entirely. Rigger's claws tore into his left arm, blood dripping down the older warrior's forearm. The sight of his father's blood momentarily froze Rigger. His breaths came in ragged gasps, and his eyes flickered between fury and shock. "You're not an animal. Control yourself, Rigger," Hantar said firmly, his voice steady despite the pain. Sanity flickered back into Rigger's mind, albeit briefly. He stepped back, staring at his blood-stained claws and the wound on Hantar's arm. The sound of the fleeing mercenaries, however, pulled his attention again. He was not in control. His rationality teetered on the edge. He was afraid he might kill someone if he stayed. "I'm in control now," he told himself, but hadn't he said the same before? "Don't follow me." Before anyone could stop him, Rigger darted into the forest, chasing after the enemies alone. The remaining mercenaries had regrouped, with Darien leading them. They chose a clearing surrounded by dense trees, a favorable spot for an ambush. "He's coming," Darien said, gripping his sword tightly. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" "2 of us are already dead," one of the Black Frost Five whispered. "He's seen your faces. He's 6 years old now and already a monster. What happens in 10 years? Do you want to live the rest of your life waiting for him to come for your head?" Darien retorted. "How do you know he'll come alone?" another asked. "The kid's been half-crazed lately, but it's just a chance. If he brings others, we'll continue retreating." Rigger emerged, running into view, his breathing heavy and his gaze fixed on the group. The 3 mercenaries took their positions, while others hidden in the trees waited for the right moment to strike. "Finally alone, are you?" Darien taunted. "Did you finish off your friends back there?" Rigger's instinct screamed that something was wrong. He tried to stop, but it was too late. Arrows rained down from above. He used wind magic to deflect most, but one grazed his shoulder and another embedded itself in his leg. He roared, snapping the arrow shaft before charging forward again. Darien advanced with 2 allies. One of them, a swordsman skilled in both the North God and Water God styles, unleashed swift, fluid strikes. Rigger dodged as best he could, but was struck on the flank by a shallow cut. Reacting quickly, he used earth magic to conjure a column of stone, forcing his opponent to back off. However, another mercenary attacked from the side, leaving Rigger surrounded on all fronts. His eyes sharpened like a predator's, his ears catching even the faintest sounds. The battle dragged on. Rigor possessed extraordinary vitality, but even he was beginning to feel exhaustion setting in. Sensing danger behind him, he spun around just in time, his heightened senses alerting him to an incoming strike. He cast his howling magic to gain a brief respite, but the mercenaries were prepared. Covering their ears, they pressed forward, and a diagonal sword slash tore across his back, leaving a searing pain that clouded his mind. Driven by pure survival instinct, Rigor retaliated with a sonic blast to his right, using the recoil to launch himself in the opposite direction. He collided with one of the mercenaries, the impact leaving him disoriented. He knew he was at a severe disadvantage, his body moving on sheer willpower as he desperately sought an opening. Rolling to the side, he contemplated using large-scale magic, but his dwindling mana made the idea impossible. He felt his reserves nearing depletion, forcing him to conserve what little he had left. Rigor stumbled, his body battered and covered in cuts and bruises. The taste of iron filled his mouth, and blood trickled down the side of his face. Breathing heavily, he remained defiant, his eyes blazing with both fury and determination. The three remaining mercenaries surrounded him with calculated precision. Darien stood at the front, his sword poised, while the other two flanked Rigor with deliberate steps. Still standing? Impressive, Darien sneered. Now that I think about it, wasn't your elven master's name Verdia? Verdia, Solar Ion? If you survive, you might find an unpleasant surprise waiting for you. His cold smile cut deeper than any blade. Taking it as a provocation, Rigor flexed his knees, shifting into a defensive stance. He used water magic to clear the blood obscuring his left eye and activated his magic to track their subtle movements. One of the mercenaries made the first move, lunging with a long sword of silence, a sword god technique. Rigor countered with earth magic, creating a slight elevation beneath the enemy's feet, causing him to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Rigor lunged and slashed diagonally with his claws, carving deep into the man's shoulder. The second mercenary wasted no time, launching a concealed North God attack from behind. The strike was devastating, but Rigor managed to raise a stone wall just in time. The force shattered the barrier, throwing him backward. Rigor collided with the trunk of a tree, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Before he could recover, Darien advanced, his blade gleaming with lethal intent. Rigor felt the cold grip of death as he sensed no escape. In desperation, he unleashed Fire Explosion, an advanced fire spell at point-blank range. The flames engulfed Darien, but the sheer force also sent Rigor hurtling backward. The forest clearing was illuminated by the explosion, and the shockwave scattered the other mercenaries. Rigor landed hard, rolling across the ground, his body now covered in severe burns. Smoke curled from his charred skin as he rose, his monstrous physique the only thing keeping him standing. Darien emerged from the flames, limping and bleeding from multiple wounds. His leather armor was scorched, and half his body and face were burned beyond recognition, but he refused to fall. "You're a monster, kid," he rasped. Grinding his teeth, Rigor invoked mud magic, turning the ground beneath his enemies into a quagmire. The unstable footing caused two of them to lose their balance. Using wind magic to propel himself forward, Rigor targeted the swordsman, blending the sword god and water god styles. With a precise strike, he tore the man's throat open before he could recover from the mud. The body fell with a dull thud. Rigor turned to the next enemy, who had already escaped the quagmire. This mercenary employed advanced North God techniques, delivering a series of rapid, heavy strikes. Rigor dodged as best he could, but one slash caught his shoulder, cutting deep. Ignoring the pain, Rigor executed a risky grappling maneuver, slipping inside the mercenary's guard. He locked the man's neck in a leg hold while grabbing his sword hand with raw strength. With one sharp motion, Rigor finished him with a lethal claw to the throat. Now only Darien remained. Both combatants were bloody, exhausted, and on the brink of collapse. Darien, unable to escape, leaned on his sword for support. He smirked. My team's at the training grounds, 500 meters that way, he said, pointing in a specific direction. Rigger stood silent, his breaths ragged as rage consumed his thoughts. I thought I'd failed to kill Fendrell, and he'd end me, but I never imagined dying at your hands, Darien muttered, gazing at the overcast sky. Rigger advanced, picking up a fallen sword from the ground. I wasn't lying about your master, Darien continued, his voice faltering. The leader of our group, the North St. Kalinowski, was sent with a secondary mission to capture elven slaves. But his primary mission is to assassinate Verdia Solarion. Seems your master upset the wrong people. Is that true? Rigger growled. Darien coughed violently, blood staining his lips. Yes, they're probably arriving as we speak. If you leave now, you might already be too late. But hey, tell Fendrell I'm sorry, will you? Rigger said nothing, staring at Darien as he knelt in defeat. Lifting the sword, he brought it down, severing the man's head in one clean motion. With his mana almost depleted, Rigger used what little he had left to heal his most severe wounds. He headed to the location Darien had mentioned, freeing his captured allies. Healing Marla, the healer, he gave her instructions. Tell my parents, I'm heading to the Elven village. A North Saint is targeting Verdia. Protect our home. I'll return. Without waiting for a response, he turned and disappeared into the forest. He paused briefly, blood dripping from his hands, his mind still burning with the heat of battle. Darien's words echoed like a relentless drumbeat in his head. Looking back in the direction of his tribe, he hesitated, the fear of harming those he loved gnawed at him. He left his message and moved forward without hesitation, running through the dense woods. His silhouette faded into the night as his mind focused on one goal, saving Verdia. POV Verdia Solarion. The hot wind swept through the devastated field, carrying the scent of scorched earth and dry leaves from what was once a vibrant, energetic clearing. Now, everything around her was a desolate landscape, reduced to a circle of destruction. The battle, which had raged on for over half a day, had taken its toll. The hurricane spell, a saint-level incantation, had been enough to scatter most of the remaining invaders, smugglers and mercenaries who dared attack the Elven village. However, it came at the cost of nearly all of Verdia's remaining mana. Leaning heavily on her staff, her arms trembled, and her breaths came in shallow gasps. The fatigue pulsed through her body, a stark reminder of her limitations. Despite her vast experience and power as a king-ranked mage, she was not invincible. Her body still had the vitality and resilience of her youthful elven years, but mana exhaustion was not something that willpower alone could overcome. That was impressive. A voice broke through the heavy silence, calm, yet laced with menace. Verdia lifted her gaze. About 20 meters away, an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s walked toward her with slow, deliberate steps. To the untrained eye, he appeared unremarkable. White hair, a deeply wrinkled face, a neatly trimmed beard, and plain clothes devoid of ornamentation. Only the short sword at his side hinted at the danger he posed. It's over, the man declared, stopping at the edge of the ruined area. His gaze weighed on her like a blade. At this distance, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a rabbit. It doesn't matter if you're a saint level, king level, or even emperor level mage. All you mages are the same, fragile. Verdia tried to gather the strength to raise her staff, but she knew it would be futile. This man was no mere mercenary. From what little she could sense, he was at least at saint rank, more than capable of dispatching a mage before they could even begin a chant. Drawing on her experience, she quickly pieced together the truth. This man wasn't here by chance. "Who sent you after me?" she asked, her voice hoarse but steady. She needed time to think, time to understand. At the very least, she wanted to die knowing why. The old man smiled, a thin, cold expression. "An important noble from Meles," he said. 50 years ago, you and your band of adventurers killed his parents. Do you remember? Oh, of course you don't. You long-lived races always forget the people you crush along the way. But he remembers. He was just a child when you left him alive, a mistake that, in the end, became your undoing. Verdia felt a pang of recognition. During her adventuring days half a century ago, she had fought countless battles, humans, monsters, other adventurers. The world was cruel, and mercy often came at a cost. She and her party had made decisions they believed were just at the time, but they had never considered the long-term consequences. 50 years, she murmured, more to herself than to him. And here I am, the instrument of vengeance, he continued, drawing his sword with deliberate slowness. The metallic ring of the blade echoed ominously. Let me introduce myself. I am Kalinowski Jerk, Saint of the North. You've lived for centuries, haven't you? You've probably gathered countless tales, achieved countless feats. But all of that ends here, at the hands of a man who wasn't even born when you were out conquering the world. Verdia closed her eyes for a moment, acknowledging the cruel irony. She had lived so long, seen so much, yet her journey would end here, at the hands of a human who, compared to the challenges she had faced, should have been insignificant. Her mind began to wander, revisiting the centuries of her life. She had been so young when she first ventured into the world, a talented but impulsive mage. Her adventuring companions, people who had become her family, were long gone now, claimed by time, violence, or both. After losing so many loved ones, she had closed herself off from the world. She became a distant observer, devoting herself to studying and preserving knowledge rather than forming new bonds. Why bother when everyone she cared for would eventually die? But then there was that boy, little Rigger. At first, she had only intended to ensure he was healthy and then leave. But something about the child had captivated her. His insatiable curiosity about the world, his unyielding desire to learn, and his startling talent were all remarkable. But those were secondary. What truly drew her to him was his perspective, his questions. When she and his mother told him stories, he asked things no one else would. Why does magic work? Where did it come from? If so many races are enslaved, why hasn't anyone tried to abolish slavery? If divine-level warriors are so strong, why don't they overthrow the Azure nobility if they're so corrupt? Has anyone ever tried to tame monsters? It wasn't just curiosity. Rigger's questions were challenges, seeds of rebellion against the world's status quo. He didn't just seek answers, he sought change. Through the years spent with him, Verdia realized Rigger was a force of nature, a storm in the making. But more than that, he had accomplished something she had thought impossible. He had made her care again. She remembered the sparkle in his eyes whenever he learned something new, the way he turned stories into bold ideas for the future. He wasn't content to listen. He wanted to create something of his own. This boy will be the start of something extraordinary. But now, with Kalinowski closing in, Verdia doubted she would live to see Rigger reach his potential. Regret washed over her as she thought about how much more she could have taught and guided him. Kalinowski advanced, sword raised for the final blow. Verdia had no strength left to resist, no mana to defend herself. All she could do was close her eyes and wait for the inevitable. But the strike never came. A roar of fire split the air, a torrent of flames forcing Kalinowski to leap aside with remarkable speed. The heat of the flames scorched the air around Verdia, but she didn't care. "Master, are you all right?" Rigger's voice was deep, but carried a genuine note of concern. Verdia opened her eyes to see the young boy standing between her and the Saint of the North, his figure outlined by the glowing embers of the flames he had conjured. "Little Rigger," she murmured, emotions welling up inside her with such intensity that she couldn't even name them. "Be careful, Master. I'll need your support," he said firmly. MC's POV. Rigger sprinted at full speed, healing his wounds as his mana regenerated. His strength and stamina returned, even during his frantic dash. Upon arrival, he saw a few elves firing arrows at fleeing mercenaries. He quickly dispatched the attackers and demanded to know where Verdia Solarion was. After getting a direction, he dashed off without a second thought. He silently thanked himself for his haste. His master was on the brink of death when he arrived. Without hesitation, he unleashed an advanced fire spell, Flame Lance, forcing the old man to retreat. It seemed to work. "Master, are you all right?" She looked exhausted, but her eyes lit up upon seeing him, likely a mix of relief and gratitude for being spared from certain death. However, the situation was grim. Rigger had never defeated Fendrel, and if this saint was as strong as him, he would need help to kill him. For now, he just needed to catch the enemy off guard. He would make him underestimate his abilities. "Little Rigger," Verdia murmured softly. "Still calling me little?" Rigger thought, but chose not to say aloud. "Be careful, master. I'll need your support." The tower they were in was spacious, but fighting here was still dangerous for his master. Rigger quickly scanned his surroundings, analyzing the terrain. Kalinowski maintained a relaxed posture, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his sharp focus. He was evaluating every movement Rigger made. "You seem strong, kid," Kalinowski said, casually twirling his short sword with fluid skill. "It'll be a shame to kill such raw talent." Rigger gripped his sword tightly, the blade he had taken from Darien, and activated his magic eye. The world around him seemed to slow for an instant, and he caught Kalinowski's faint movement before the man even executed it. The flow of battle aura around him was eerily similar to Fendrel's. Rigger couldn't afford to lose focus now. Kalinowski lunged with an explosion of speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. His sword sliced horizontally, aiming for Rigger's torso. Rigger reacted instinctively, parrying the blow with his sword and twisting his body to the right, using his strength to push Kalinowski back. The old man was shockingly agile, but he lacked Rigger's brute force. "He's fast, but if I can trap him in a bad position, I can overpower him." The sound of rustling leaves drew Kalinowski's attention. Too late, he noticed Verdia's arrow flying toward him. He spun around, deflecting it with his sword, but the impact distracted him for a crucial moment. Rigger charged in, attempting to disarm Kalinowski with a vertical strike. But Kalinowski smirked. "Do you know who you're fighting, boy?" Suddenly, his sword vanished, not in a flash of magic, but in a blur of speed so precise that the blade seemed invisible. Rigger felt the air slice near his face and instinctively leaped back. He barely avoided the strike, but the edge still left a clean cut across his forehead, sending blood spraying. "What was that?" Rigger gasped, quickly healing the wound. "No one becomes a saint without skill, Brad." Before Rigger could fully process his opponent's technique, Kalinowski was on him again. His sword, now seemingly invisible, slashed in unpredictable directions. Only Rigger's magic eye, which vaguely perceived the flow of mana, saved him from fatal blows. Even so, small cuts began to accumulate on his arms and legs as he narrowly evaded. "Damn it," Rigger muttered. He needed to catch Kalinowski off guard with magic. Looking at the nearby trees, an idea struck him. "Master, keep up the pressure with arrows," he called out. "Be careful, Rigger. Northern God style, users always have a hidden trick," Verdia warned. She unleashed a flurry of arrows. Kalinowski dodged them with ease, leaping to avoid a strike from Rigger. His jump took him to a tree branch overlooking the clearing. Surprise flickered across his face when a well-placed arrow shattered the branch beneath him. Rigger capitalized on his fall, swinging a lateral strike that would have cleaved Kalinowski in two. But the saint twisted midair, using the force of the blow to propel himself into a safer position, barely escaping. Even so, Rigger's strike cratered the ground, sending debris flying in all directions, some of which grazed Kalinowski. "What absurd strength," Kalinowski muttered, slightly impressed. Rigger didn't let the opening slip away. He retreated toward the trees, forcing Kalinowski to follow. "This is getting fun, boy. What other tricks do you have?" the old man taunted. The dense forest restricted Kalinowski's movements, making it harder for him to use his invisible sword technique effectively. The saint attacked again. The two clashed as they moved through the dense vegetation, roots and vines slowing them down. Rigger deliberately used the terrain to his advantage, a strategy that didn't go unnoticed by his opponent. "You're clever, boy, but still too green." Kalinowski suddenly hurled his sword at Rigger, who barely dodged it. In the same instant, the saint drew two short blades and lunged low, aiming for Rigger's ankles. Rigor evaded, but a stray root caused him to stumble, leaving him vulnerable. A deep cut slashed his left leg. "Ack, got you!" Kalinowski shouted, going in for the kill. Before the blade could reach him, a single arrow whizzed past, grazing Kalinowski's head. It was just enough to disrupt his attack, sparing Rigor from a fatal throat wound. "Master!" Rigor called out, grateful. Verdia, hidden behind a tree, knocked another arrow with precision. Despite her exhaustion, her aim was steady. Rigor seized the moment to counterattack, extended his hand, whispering a spell. Sonic burst. A sudden gale hurled Kalinowski backward, slamming him into a tree. His surprise was evident as he collided, momentarily losing his orientation. Rigor didn't waste the chance. He invoked earth spikes, summoning jagged stone pillars beneath the saint. Kalinowski reacted with monkey-like agility, leaping away. But the spikes tore through his torso and left leg. The old man laughed through the pain. "Ha ha, chantless magic!" Rigor gave him no time to rest. The two clashed fiercely among the trees, each aiming for vital points throughout the battle. Rigor used his strength and magic to press the North Saint into a corner, while Kalinowski relied on his technique and experience to try to maintain control, though his bleeding leg and torso hindered his movements significantly. The battle was starting to shift in Rigor's favor. He could tell Kalinowski was slowing down, and his magic was beginning to predict the old man's movements. Just one decisive strike, Rigor thought, panting but resolute. He kept his breathing steady, even as sweat dripped down his face. His body was covered in cuts and scratches, and he was starting to feel dizzy. His strikes grew more erratic, and his senses blurred. It didn't take long for him to identify his condition. "Damn it, poison!" Kalinowski, on the other hand, was also showing signs of exhaustion. His technique was still impeccable, but his movements had lost their fluidity. Verdia, hiding among the trees, carefully adjusted her bowstring. Even with her evident fatigue, she knew she couldn't stop. Each arrow she fired served to keep the North Saint under pressure and provide Rigor with much-needed openings. "Are you immune to poison, kid? You should have been on the ground by now." Kalinowski shouted, his voice laced with mockery as he backed away slightly. "You two are more persistent than I expected," he said, his tone heavy with frustration. "But this little game ends now." With a swift motion, Kalinowski stomped his enchanted boot against the ground, activating a series of magical runes beneath him. A blast of wind erupted, sending dust and leaves flying as he propelled himself high into the air. "Master, watch out!" Rigor shouted, using a gust of wind magic to propel himself forward in a desperate attempt to intercept. When the dust settled, Kalinowski was perched on a tree branch near Verdia. In one fluid motion, he leapt down with both short swords aimed at her. The air rippled dangerously as he closed the distance. "The boy's tough, but if I complete my mission, this will be worth it." Rigor screamed in desperation, bounding between the trees with all his might. He knew he wouldn't make it in time. What kind of boots are those? A magical item? He wondered briefly before realizing he had no other choice. If he couldn't close the gap physically, he'd have to gamble everything on one move. Even if it didn't work, it might be enough to save his master. He lacked the time to cast a spell, so he theorized that he could channel the magic directly into his sword. A technique like Flame Slice would be perfect. With a quick motion, Rigor poured his mana into his blade. Intense flames erupted around it, forming a blazing arc that illuminated the devastated clearing. Kalinowski caught sight of the flames in the corner of his vision and calculated quickly. He believed he could still kill Verdia and dodge the incoming attack. He didn't slow down. Verdia threw herself backward, trying to avoid Kalinowski's blade, as Rigor timed his strike for the last possible second. Flame Slice. Rigor swung his blade in a fluid arc, releasing a fiery crescent that surged forward like a blazing bolt of lightning. The heat was so intense it made the air ripple visibly. Kalinowski tried to evade at the last moment, but it was too late. The fiery blade struck his side, sending him flying backward with an explosive impact. He crashed into a massive tree, splitting its thick trunk nearly in half. A cauterized wound ran deep across his torso. Rigger held his stance for a moment, panting heavily as the flames around his sword gradually subsided. The North Saint was still alive, but barely. Blood dripped from his mouth as he leaned against the cracked tree, a faint smile on his face. "Got killed by a kid. Hey, brat, make sure you tell people I was the first Saint-level opponent you defeated. That'll give me some fame in the afterlife." Kalinowski coughed, blood splattering with his words. "I didn't expect to find such a gem at the end of my life. If we'd been on the same side, I'd have loved to teach you the way of the sword." His voice grew weaker until his eyes finally lost their light. Rigger turned to his master. "Are you hurt, master?" he asked urgently. Verdia, still catching her breath, gave him a faint smile as she glanced at his battered and bloodied body. "Not a scratch," she replied, her tone light despite the exhaustion in her voice. With the North Saint defeated, Rigger and Verdia hurried back to the elven village. When they arrived, the sight was sobering. Though there hadn't been many casualties thanks to their efforts, each loss was deeply felt. The surviving elves were already working together to rebuild what they had lost. The village leader approached them with reverence, bowing deeply. "We couldn't have survived without you," he said, gratitude filling his voice. Rigger, however, seemed distracted. He glanced at Verdia, who was clearly exhausted but still standing. "Master, are you okay?" "Yes, little Rigger," Verdia replied with a soft smile, though her face betrayed her fatigue. "What about your tribe? How are they?" Rigger hesitated, his expression growing somber. Memories of his last actions before leaving flashed through his mind, and he felt a pang of guilt. "Master, can I stay here in the elven village for a while?" he asked anxiously. Verdia seemed surprised, but nodded. "Of course, Rigger. Stay as long as you need, but send a letter home. All right?" Rigger nodded. He had much to think about and even more to do. The silence of the forest felt denser than usual as Rigger adjusted his breathing after his morning training. He had already realized that his magic wasn't fast enough for high-speed battles, even when cast without incantation. After landing a surprise first strike, he would struggle to hit a prepared and agile warrior. Because of this, he was training to replicate what he had done in the battle against the Northern Saint, trying to reduce his magic's casting time. As always, Verdia watched him intently, evaluating every move. The past 2 months spent with her had been eye-opening, not just due to the intensity of the training, but also because of the story she shared. His mentor was far more than she appeared. Her knowledge of magic was astounding, but what truly stood out in her narratives was the weight of her adventures. Rigger discovered that she wasn't just an experienced mage. She was a king-level mage in wind and earth, as well as a water saint. According to her, she had made enemies during her ventures, and her power remained a threat to the successors of those enemies, even though she bore no grudge against them. Despite her confidence, Verdia revealed a more human side when addressing her struggles. Rigger, in turn, shared the issue that gnawed at him internally, his lack of control over his savagery. He explained how, in moments of rage, he was on the verge of completely losing control, his rationality vanishing as his feral instincts took over. This had led him to attack his father and other warriors in the tribe. Verdia had no ready answers, but promised they would find a solution together. During the second month, Verdia brought him news. An elder elf named Ilya wished to meet him. Intrigued, Rigger followed her to an isolated clearing where the presence of the silver-haired elf was almost mystical. Her eyes carried the weight of centuries, and her voice was as calm as the whispering trees. "You resemble your grandfather, Rigger," Ilya began, her gaze studying the young Doldia. "Except for your eyes, of course. Verdia told me about you. I believe my knowledge may be helpful for your problem." "HM? What do you mean?" "Your struggle to control your instincts." Ilya explained that many years ago, her mother had told her stories about the second beast god, Geiger. He, like Rigger, had faced bouts of savagery in his youth. He was the first recorded case, though there may have been others before him who didn't leave as much of an impact. According to her, the problem wasn't uncommon among the most talented of the beast race. All those who displayed extraordinary potential faced similar challenges. She cited a personal example. Inger Dedoldia, a warrior who had reached the rank of emperor 600 years ago. She had been very close to this warrior during his lifetime. Inger was wild as a child. I can say that because I saw him grow up from a baby, Ilya said nostalgically. When he chose the path of the warrior, a demon passing through this area accepted him as a disciple. Years later, he returned, and his savagery had become a controlled weapon, no longer something that dominated him, though he was still quite energetic. I asked him what had changed, and he told me he had learned to channel all his aggression into his axe. He wasn't very bright, after all, but you are, or so Verdia tells me. You should understand. Ilya then shared her theory, knowing that Tuki, or battle aura, is the mana flowing through an individual's body. She hypothesized that when disciplined, it allows one to gain greater control over strength, speed, senses, and, consequently, instincts. From her understanding of battle aura, people gained better control over it upon reaching the rank of saint. She recommended rigor aim for that level as a starting goal. It wasn't easy, of course. There had been few cases, but rigor didn't need to fear or suppress his essence. He needed to learn to control the strength that stemmed from it. This revelation sent rigor into deep reflection. He began reevaluating his recent actions, his attacks on his allies, his impulsive decisions in combat. Perhaps his growing strength was both a blessing and a curse, something he needed to master to achieve his goals. From what Verdia has told me, your strength is already absurd for your age, so it shouldn't be too hard, she concluded, sizing him up. That night, as he gazed at the stars, Rigor decided it was time to return to his tribe and share what he had learned. Knowing that others had faced this problem and overcome it made him feel more confident. He knew the journey ahead would be long, but now, more than ever, he had a renewed focus. Verdia decided to follow him to continue his training. They said their goodbyes and set off. The journey back to the Dedoldia tribe was silent yet meaningful. Verdia walked beside him, occasionally sharing small observations about the surrounding landscapes, but respecting the young man's introspection. When they arrived at the village, the atmosphere felt tense. Some villagers watched them with distrustful glances, while others showed expressions of concern. Rigor's outburst months ago was still fresh in many minds, and the rumors of what he had done and endured in battle only fueled divided opinions. The first person to meet him upon entering the village was Celine, his mother. Her worried eyes scanned her son with the intensity of a protective parent. She noticed the small scars on his arms, the steadier gaze, and the more disciplined posture. "Are you okay, my son?" she asked, pulling him into a tight hug. "I am, Mother. I'm sorry for worrying you this time." Celine seemed relieved, but there was still tension in the air. It wasn't just concern. There was something more, as if she knew Rigor's decisions would lead him down an even more dangerous path. Soon after settling in, Rigor requested a meeting with Gustav, Guys, Findrell, and his father, Hantar. He knew he needed to clarify everything that had happened and pave the way for moving forward without leaving loose ends. At the meeting, he began with an apology. "I made a mistake. My outburst wasn't just a reaction to the situation, but a reflection of my lack of control over myself. And because of it, I almost killed one of our own." Guy spoke sternly. "It wasn't just that. You disobeyed orders not to pursue the enemy, forcing us to follow you and putting your companions at risk." Hantar glared at him, but said nothing. Rigor felt the pressure. No one would defend him here. If something had gone wrong, he could have caused a disaster. He had been lucky, and he knew he couldn't keep relying on luck. This is by no means an excuse. I won't shy away from my responsibility, but I've discovered the reason for this lack of control and how to fix it during my time in the Elven village. He then shared what he had learned from Ilya, including all the relevant information to help them understand. "I made an unforgivable mistake because of this, but now I know I can control it, and I promise I won't let it happen again." The room was silent for a moment before Findrell spoke. Having lost an arm in Darian's ambush, he wore an expression of seriousness. "You're still young, Rigor. Sometimes I forget that, because you seem so mature and are already so strong. But I feel a bit guilty with 4 of us intimidating a child. Young or not, we all make mistakes. What matters is what you'll do with this now. If you're committed to correcting your errors, I'll be here to help you, even with 1 arm. Fendrell then offered his assistance in Rigger's training, emphasizing that despite his physical limitations, he was still the only saint-level warrior in the tribe. His words brought an unexpected sense of unity to the group. Rigger finally relaxed a bit, the weight on his shoulders easing significantly. He then recounted the events that had led him to the Elven village, the battle against the final 3 members of the Black Frost, the confrontation with Darien, the fight against the Northern Saint, and the revelation that the noble who had hired the assassins might still pose a threat to Verdia. I can't ignore this danger, Rigger declared firmly. If this noble tried to eliminate Verdia once, he might try again. And if he's a threat to my mentor, then he's a threat to me as well. Gustav and Guys agreed, albeit with some reservations, recognizing Verdia's contributions to the tribe during her time there. Hantar, on the other hand, supported his son with a subtle nod. Rigger's decision to confront such a powerful enemy directly was dangerous, but it also showcased his unwavering determination. After the meeting, Celine surprised everyone by inviting Verdia to live with them while continuing Rigger's magical training. Though hesitant at first, Verdia ultimately accepted, noting that there was still much she needed to teach the young Doldia. That evening, as the village quieted down, Rigger revisited his reflections. He stared up at the star-filled sky, recalling Ilya's words, Verdia's teachings, and the repercussions of his past actions. He realized that his goals needed refinement. The wind rushed through the forest, rustling leaves and cooling Rigger's face as he organized his thoughts and actions. He understood that moving forward required more than apologies or promises. It demanded strength, discipline, and reliable allies. In the courtyard of his home, alongside Verdia and his mother, Rigger began to strategize his next steps. Recent events had profoundly shaped him. His mind wandered back to the battles he had fought, the lessons learned, and the dangers looming on the horizon. The world around him was far vaster and more perilous than he had imagined, demanding preparation beyond what he thought was necessary. The morality of this world differed sharply from his previous one, as it brimmed with superhuman beings, near-omnipotent magic, gods, and demons. If this world has its own rules, I need to learn them, Rigger murmured, staring at his sword. I need to grow stronger, not just for myself, but for my tribe, my family, and so I can live according to my will. He mentally organized his goals. Reach Sword Saint level and control his savagery. Controlling his power was his top priority. To achieve this, he committed to intensive training with Fendrell, his father, and other warriors while delving into the theories shared by Ilya. Build a network of strong allies. Rigger understood that individual strength alone wasn't enough in a world where even the most powerful kingdoms were ruled by weak kings. He resolved to gather trustworthy and capable individuals to protect his tribe and tackle future challenges. Eliminate the noble who is threatening Verdia. He couldn't ignore the man who attempted to take Verdia's life. This enemy was a persistent danger, and Rigger vowed to ensure the threat would no longer linger. Lay a foundation for the future. Beyond addressing immediate concerns, Rigger saw his strength as a resource with greater purpose. Everyone around him referred to him as a rare talent, and he resolved to make the most of it, contemplating how to unite and mobilize those around him to create something enduring. The following day, Rigger assembled the young warriors and mages he had previously trained, along with his 5 chosen leaders, Killian, Taze, Lysina, Erat, and Leone. With a determined gaze, he addressed them. You've done well in your training so far, but there's still much to do. The challenges ahead will be unlike anything you've faced before, and I need you to be ready. If anyone here isn't willing to continue, I won't stop you. In fact, I encourage you to step away because this group will only move forward with those who have unwavering determination. He paused, observing them. No one moved. Instead, Their eyes gleamed with admiration and excitement. Strange. They're just a bunch of kids. I thought some would be intimidated. Could this be the spirit of unity? He then announced the creation of an organization, a group bound by a shared purpose, to protect the great forest and expand their influence to ensure the Dedoldia tribe survival. The name he chose evoked strength and unity, the Iron Legion. The Iron Legion will be the wall that shields our people, but also the blade that cuts down any threat, Rigger declared. Train hard and hone your skills because each of you will play a vital role in the future. This day would later be remembered as a turning point in world history, the birth of the Iron Legion. In the weeks that followed, Rigger immersed himself in rigorous training with Fendrel and Verdia. Under Fendrel's guidance, he progressed rapidly in the sword god style, finding it almost tailor-made for him. He also began mastering the fundamentals of Tuki, the battle aura he had unknowingly used before but now sought to wield consciously. Verdia intensified his magical studies, particularly in elemental control and advanced spellcasting across all schools of magic she knew. During these sessions, Rigger felt himself transforming. His explosive, untamed power was gradually becoming refined, focused, and even more formidable. One evening, as he stood overlooking his tribe at sunset, Rigger reflected on everything he had learned so far. He acknowledged that this was just the beginning of his journey, but for the first time, he felt a clear sense of purpose. This world isn't like my old one and never will be, he thought, gazing at the horizon. But maybe that's what makes it so challenging. If there's something I can do to protect the people I love and change the course of this place, I'll do it. I'll live on my terms, and anyone who threatens my family will become my enemy. His thoughts drifted briefly to his previous life. After 6 years, the sense of loss had faded. This world was now his reality. He wouldn't forget who he had been, but he wouldn't let it hold him back either. His mind then returned to the noble who endangered Verdia. Allowing such a danger to persist was unthinkable. He knew action would be required sooner rather than later. With that resolve, Rigger closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his decisions and the clarity of his newfound determination. He was ready for whatever came next. If this world demands strength, then strength it shall have. But don't blame me if the damage I cause is irreversible. The sound of blades cutting through the air, spells crackling, and coordinated shouts echoed through the forest. The smell of overturned earth and embers filled the air as around 10 children faced a colossal creature, a land lizard nearly 4 meters long, with a rigid, sun-reflecting carapace. A young Dedoldia with dark brown hair marked with lighter streaks and red eyes stood at the forefront, leading the attack. His serious gaze, rigid posture, and determined movement showed that he took his role seriously. Frontline group, distract it but keep your distance. Magic unit, attack with long-range spells. Rigger observed from the shadows among the trees, his sharp eyes following every detail of the scene. Good choice, he thought, analyzing the situation. Engaging this creature in close combat would be suicide. But will they find a way to finish it off? Lead it closer to the trees. Killian shouted as he ran, beginning to focus a wind spell. 2 young warriors followed his orders. One conjured a stone bullet that hit the lizard's face, grabbing its attention, while the other used a gust of wind to steer the already injured creature toward the forest line. Killian had accumulated enough mana for his wind spell. Jumping between the trees, he leaped over the monster and shouted, "Wind Blade!" He slashed in a perfect arc, his sword channeling the magic into the lizard's neck with surgical precision, severing its head. Blood oozed slowly, staining the grass as the creature collapsed with a muffled thud. Rigger stepped forward from the shadows, clapping slowly, the sound drawing everyone's attention. The children turned to him, some sweaty and breathless, but all with a glimmer of pride in their eyes. "Excellent work," Rigger said, satisfaction evident in his voice. "You coordinated your attacks well. Killian, your leadership was impeccable. Doug, your use of magic was clever. Loin, be mindful not to overuse mana in your spells. It burns too quickly when overloaded." The children nodded, some exchanging excited glances, others shy under the weight of his praise. Killian, however, beamed with pride. "Thank you, Chief," he replied, sheathing his sword. "We just followed your teachings as best we could. We're not as strong as you yet, but—" "Strength is just one factor," Rigger interrupted, his expression serious but kind. "You demonstrated teamwork, and that's something not easily learned. Keep it up." The young warriors celebrated quietly, tending to their minor injuries. Rigger watched them for a moment, his thoughts drifting. They're growing quickly. Soon, they'll be able to face challenges that even veteran warriors would struggle with. Perhaps even more than that. The Iron Legion had grown far beyond what Rigger had envisioned when he first created it. What started as an experiment with children had now attracted adult warriors, veterans who volunteered to train under his leadership. He hadn't expected such acceptance. "They trust me, but do they understand what I'm doing?" he pondered as he walked back to the village, hearing the distant sound of the children laughing and talking about the battle. Training so many warriors and building a unified force could be seen as a political move. But here, everyone is just happy to see the tribe grow stronger. That's one of the advantages of the beast races. When he reached the village, he was greeted by the warm smile of his mother, Celine, who was busy carrying baskets of herbs and freshly gathered fruit. "How was the training, dear?" she asked, handing him one of the baskets. "Did young Killian do well?" "He did. He's definitely talented," Rigger replied, taking the weight effortlessly. "They'll be ready if needed. The attacks have subsided, but we know it's only temporary. And I won't always be here to protect them." Celine paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she studied her son's face. "When do you plan to leave?" Rigger hesitated, but couldn't lie to her. "Not yet. I hope to learn as much as I can from Verdia and Findrell before I go, but maybe a year or two. Then there's still time," she said softly. "Guide those children well, not just in strength, but in principles. You may be young, but I trust your wisdom to make the right choices." Rigger nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier on his shoulders. Later that evening, after dinner, he headed to the clearing where he often trained alone. Under the faint light of the stars, he began conjuring wind magic around his body. He was working on perfecting his dream spell, Flight. Inspired by the propulsion boots used by the North Saint in their battle, Rigger had developed ideas of his own. Although the spell was functional, it was still unstable. That night, he focused on improving its control. This took longer than expected. "I guess Master was right when she said wind magic wasn't my strongest suit." Hovering a few meters above the ground, he felt a surge of energy flow through him, connecting him to the surrounding environment. Landing softly, he exhaled heavily but smiled. "I'm getting there. Soon, I might even soar like the eagles that fly over the great forest." Besides developing his flight magic, he had also been training to imbue his sword and fists with various magical enhancements. Now, he was working on accelerating his spell casting as much as possible. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar presence. Findrell, his sword god-style mentor, stood nearby, watching him with crossed arms. "You're playing around with magic too much, kid," Findrell said. "If you want to reach Sword Saint level, you need to focus. No distractions. And what if my path is to combine the two?" Rigger challenged, his gaze unwavering. Findrell let out a short laugh. "With your talent in both, I wouldn't doubt it. But for now, you need practice. Come on, let's spar." Drawing his sword with his single arm, Findrell gestured for Rigger to attack. Rigger smiled, unsheathing his blade as the stars illuminated their makeshift battlefield. The next morning arrived under a clear sky. The village buzzed with anticipation. Today, the sacred beast, believed to one day save the world alongside the hero, would be introduced to the tribe's leading members. Until now, the creature had been kept hidden, as it was still very young, and the tribe was contending with frequent attacks from slave traders. Rigger, accompanied by his mentor Verdia and several elders, walked toward the sanctuary where the sacred beast was being safeguarded. His mind brimmed with curiosity and speculation. If the sacred beast is truly connected to the spirits of the forest, does that mean it has its own mana, Or is it merely a conduit for the energy around it? He pondered. And why does only one emerge each generation? Is it a natural phenomenon or something more mystical? Verdia, noticing Rigger's furrowed brow, chuckled softly. Trying to uncover its secrets before you've even laid eyes on it, Rigger. He offered a faint smile. Perhaps, but you must admit, it's incredibly intriguing. Sometimes, mystery is what makes something valuable, Verdia said. Not everything needs to be understood right away. He nodded, but knew his curiosity wouldn't be quelled so easily. Upon reaching the sanctuary, Rigger felt a shiver run down his spine. A subtle but potent magical barrier enveloped the space. Inside, nestled comfortably, lay the sacred beast, a young, endearing creature with fur as radiant as freshly fallen snow. Its jet-black eyes shimmered with innocence and curiosity. Rigger caught his breath. For a moment, he felt an inexplicable connection, not merely through sight, but something deeper, almost spiritual. It's incredible, he murmured. Was this something innate to his race's bond with the sacred beast? No wonder they revered it as divine. Verdia approached, her gaze shifting between the creature and Rigger. The sacred beast is more than a symbol, Rigger. It is the link between our tribes and the spirits of the forest. Caring for it is a shared responsibility for all of us. As Rigger met the sacred beast's eyes, a flicker of mana coursed through his body. The creature stared back with an intensity he'd never experienced, as though it were evaluating him. Then, without warning, the sacred beast wagged its tail energetically and trotted toward Rigger, leaping into his arms with a delighted bark. "Sacred beast?" one of the caretakers exclaimed, rushing forward to gently guide it back. Everyone present was stunned. The sacred beast had taken an immediate liking to Rigger. It barked again, and Rigger felt its energy settle into a calm rhythm. He wasn't sure what it meant, but he felt a strange sense of acceptance. Later, after leaving the sanctuary, Rigger returned to the training grounds where the children of the Iron Legion were gathered. Killian, Lysina, Taze, and the others were immersed in combat drills, but quickly paused when they saw Rigger approach. "What's the sacred beast like, Chief?" Killian asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It's hard to put into words," Rigger replied thoughtfully. "It's powerful, but in a way that transcends physical or magical strength. It feels as though the forest itself is alive through it." The children exchanged glances, visibly awed. "Do you think we'll still be alive when the hero appears?" Persina asked softly. "What are you talking about?" "Of course the hero is the chief," Killian declared confidently. "Yeah, if there's any hero who will save the world, it's the chief." Linnea chimed in. The group burst into laughter, their camaraderie lighting up the training grounds. After their session, Rigger headed to the makeshift arena where Findrell awaited him. The grizzled warrior, who had taken it upon himself to instruct Rigger in the sword god style, stood with his blade already drawn, his stance as rigid as always. "You're late," Findrell grumbled, though there was a teasing undertone to his words. "I was busy with the sacred beast," Rigger said, unsheathing his sword. "But perhaps it will inspire me today." They faced off in an intense duel. Findrell, despite missing an arm, was relentless. His skill as an advanced-level swordsman forced Rigger to constantly adapt his stances and movements, relying solely on the sword god style. "You're already at the peak of advanced level," Findrell said between strikes. "What's left is refining your long sword of silence until it becomes a long sword of light." "I know, but it's a difficult barrier. I can see the path, but I can't seem to break through it." Later that evening, as Rigger made his way home, he was interrupted by familiar voices. Linnea and Persina burst into his workshop, Linnea bounding in energetically while Persina trailed behind, chewing on a piece of meat. "Chief, we finished today's drills," Linnea announced. "But they were too easy," Persina added, her tone casual. Rigger chuckled. At 4 years old, their growth was astounding. The more he trained them, the more he recognized their talent, not only in magic but also in physical combat. Linnea seemed drawn to the sword god style, while Persina showed promise for the water god style. Finding a suitable instructor for that school of swordsmanship was now on his growing to-do list. Easy, huh? Then let's move on to something more advanced, Rigger said, leading them to a nearby field. He picked up a short sword, channeling Frost Nova into the blade. With a swift horizontal swing, a wave of icy energy erupted, freezing the entire training ground. The trick isn't just channeling magic, but controlling it. Your weapon should feel like an extension of your body. First exercise. Reshape the magic after it's been created. That's simple, Linnea exclaimed, attempting to form a fireball and alter its shape midair, only for it to dissipate into embers. Persina tried using water magic and fared slightly better. Not bad for a first attempt, Rigger said, encouragingly. But remember, this isn't just about strength or technical skill. It's about intent. If the magic doesn't flow naturally, it will never reach its full potential. The two nodded, their eyes gleaming with determination. Do you think we can become as strong as you? Persina asked, her voice filled with hope. Rigger hesitated for a moment before smiling. If you keep working hard, who knows? You both have immense potential. Just always remember the reason behind your pursuit of strength. Deep down, he doubted they would surpass him, unless he allowed it. His own relentless training ensured his edge. Yet, with their talents, Linnea and Persina were destined to become pillars of the beast race. It would be his duty to guide them, ensuring they didn't succumb to needless arrogance, for that often led to ruin. In the middle of the night, a beast-like boy leaped from tree to tree in a remote area far from the tribe. As he ran through the forest under the moonlight, Rigger found Verdia. The mage was sitting on a log, surrounded by small fireflies that softly glowed, casting a special charm on her golden hair. "Shall we?" she said, not even looking at him. "Yes, I'm ready." We then traveled deeper into the great forest. The night brought some beasts, but we didn't venture into any dangerous territory. "This will be safe," she declared, her voice calm and serene. "Now, little Rigger, I will demonstrate once, so pay close attention." The young Doldia nodded reverently, his pointed ears leaning forward, showing his full attention to the moment. She closed her eyes, holding her staff firmly, and began chanting. The air around them became dense, as though the earth itself was waiting in anticipation. The stones beneath their feet began to vibrate, and a golden aura surrounded Verdia, radiating an ancient power. Ancient Earth, guardian of the ages and foundation of the world, hear my call. Rise from your eternal depth. Rise like mountains that challenge the skies and manifest your unshakable glory. Cloak me with the unbreakable strength of your domains. Make me the bastion that faces the infinite, divine manifestation of eternal firmness, fortress of the Colossus. The ground trembled deeply as the magic took shape. Rocks and minerals began to spiral upward, molding into towers and walls that grew taller than the trees. Massive pillars held up a colossal stone roof, reinforced with golden cracks that ran through the structure like veins pulsing with magical energy. The fortress of the Colossus stood imposing, with impregnable walls and powerful bastions, radiating the essence of unshakable earth, as though it had emerged from the depths to protect everything within its reach. Rigger watched in awe, the complexities of creating this magic clearly visible to his magical eye. Verdia finished the conjuring, and though the occasional fortress was no longer as strong as it had been while being reinforced by magic, the stones now revealed their true nature. It was still very impressive. Rigger nodded, his eyes shining with determination. Then he stepped forward, while Verdia watched him closely. He began, "Ancient Earth, guardian of the ages and foundation of the world, hear my call. Rise from your eternal depth. Rise like mountains that challenge the skies and manifest your unshakable glory. Cloak me with the unbreakable strength of your domains, divine manifestation of eternal firmness, fortress of the Colossus." As the magic began to take form, the ground trembled. From the earth, green stone pillars began to rise, connecting as though sculpted by an invisible artist. He noticed how different minerals were used, minerals he hadn't recognized before, an extremely resistant brown mineral, another that seemed resistant to heat. As he channeled his mana through the structure, everything held together, emanating a pulsating energy. He recognized the complexity of saint-level magics. As he watched the fortress grow, he realized that it wasn't just a physical barrier. The way the minerals interacted created points to absorb impact and dissipate magical energy, making the structure nearly impossible to collapse. When it finished, a formidable stronghold stood before him, as resilient as it was functional. Rigger nodded, satisfied, realizing that he had created not just a defense, but a marker of his evolution as a mage. Congratulations, little Rigger. You can now be considered the youngest saint-level mage, a true saint of Earth, said his master, smiling joyfully, looking proud. The next day, Rigger called one of the tribe's warriors, a member of the Iron Legion who patrolled the outskirts of the Great Forest. He was someone Rigger trusted absolutely, someone he had observed for a while. I have a mission for you, Oigar, began Rigger, his tone serious, making him sound twice his actual age. I want you to find an instructor in the water god style in the human cities. Advanced level, if possible, but there's a higher priority, trust. The warrior furrowed his brow, absorbing Rigger's words. I understand, Chief, but the Great Forest attracts adventurers of dubious interests. How can I be sure the right person will be willing to teach here? Rigger took a deep breath. This was his concern. That's why I trust this mission to you. You've always been good at judging people. Find someone who poses no threat, even if they're not advanced level. The priority is ensuring that anyone who comes here doesn't jeopardize our security. They must be trustworthy above all. The warrior nodded and gave a respectful salute before departing to prepare for the journey. In the following weeks, Rigger delved even deeper into his magical experiments. His focus on learning from Verdia included barrier magic and saint-level wind magic, and recently she had begun teaching him about magic circles. His small workshop, situated at the edge of the village, had become almost a sacred space. There, surrounded by stones and minerals, study scrolls, and makeshift tools, he explored the infinite possibilities of magic. That afternoon, as he manipulated a stone cannon shaped like a cone, made from heat-resistant rock, Rigger tried spinning it as fast as possible, creating intense friction, almost setting it on fire, eventually making the spell lethally powerful. Seems good. I need to test wind spells to create vacuum magic, like Shimura Danzo and Naruto. This could be dangerous. I have to take precautions to ensure nothing goes wrong. But if I succeed, it will be deadly. He jotted down notes in a notebook, his mind teeming with ideas. Traditional magic was effective, but also limited. He wanted more. Summoning magic of the armored Dragon King's spirits, Aramanfi's light, the brilliant, even gravity control from the Dragon King's sword Kajikut. According to my master, all of these are real. If these kinds of spells truly exist, learning them would elevate my combat power to another level. But it's not something I can create out of nowhere without references on how they work. This isn't like creating magma or steam. I need a place to learn high-level magics when I leave here. My master already knows Wind and Earth King's magic. I hope these two will give me new ideas like the Fortress of the Colossus. Rigger then felt the need to test his combat skills. He needed to surpass his own limits, both in magic and hand-to-hand combat. He left the village alone, running lightly and quickly through the dense vegetation. The forest became more alive at night, with predators ready to ambush at every step. Rigger held his sword at his side, his eyes glowing with determination. His mind, however, was restless. He had already learned all Geru could teach him in the North God style, and there was no teacher to show him how to go further. In the Sword God style, he was close to Saint level, but something was still missing, a connection between technique and speed. He was agile, yes, but not as fast as he imagined he could be. I need to think outside the box. As he moved, he remembered his past life. There were characters in anime who were incredibly fast, moving almost as if they vanished from sight. Techniques like Shuanpa from Bleach and Soru from One Piece came to mind. He could try replicating those with Tuki and wind magic. I already know how to fly with magic. Why can't I use the same logic for the ground? If I manipulate the wind and the momentum, maybe I can create something similar. The forest opened into a clearing, and Rigger paused for a moment. He would test his theories here. Summoning his earth magic, he shaped the ground beneath his feet, creating a perfect circle of durable earth. To begin, you need a solid foundation. He took a deep breath, channeling mana into his feet. The idea was to use wind and earth magic simultaneously to amplify his movements, along with using Tuki in a burst of speed. With wind magic, he reduced friction on the ground and around his body. With earth magic, he created small bursts that would propel him forward at high speed. If it works, I'll have something close to what I've seen in anime. He started slow, first reducing the friction around him. He felt the air lighten, almost as if he were about to float. Then, he bent his knees and focused energy into his feet. The first leap was short and awkward, but he could already feel the difference. The movement was faster than anything he had ever experienced. Not enough. He tried again, this time adjusting the flow of mana. The earth magic pulses had to be more controlled, synchronized with the moment his feet touched the ground. The next movement was a success. He moved almost as fast as Fendrel with the long sword of light. His heart raced with adrenaline. Almost there, still not usable in combat yet, though. It requires too much concentration, and my control is awful. I could fly straight into a monster's mouth, but it's feasible. Rigger spent some time trying to repeat the movement, but realized his control over earth magic still wasn't good enough. He had excellent control over wind magic due to his flight training. He reinforced once again that gaining greater control over the elements would only bring good things and allow him to create many new techniques. If this works in combat, I'll be able to face much stronger enemies. The technique still lacked a name, something that represented the concept of fast and precise movement. He thought for a moment before smiling. Flash step. It sounded simple, but Rigger knew that this skill was just the beginning of many techniques he planned to create. The moon lit the forest as Rigger walked, attentive to every sound around him. He was looking for a worthy opponent, something that would truly test his newly developed skills. It didn't take long for the opportunity to arise. A deep roar echoed through the forest, followed by the sound of trees crashing down. He approached, climbing a tall tree to assess the terrain. There it was, a colossal creature about 15 meters long, covered in scales as hard as steel. The scaled tyrant, a monstrous crocodile of rank A, known for its immense strength and almost perfect camouflage in swampy terrains. This is it, a perfect challenge. The tyrant detected his presence, turning its massive head toward Rigger. Without hesitation, he jumped from the tree, sword in hand, and cast an offensive spell before hitting the ground. Stone Cannon. A cone-shaped stone projectile was launched at high speed directly toward the creature. The impact resounded loudly, lifting a cloud of dust and forcing the monster to retreat a few meters. However, when the dust settled, Rigger saw that the monster had barely been scratched. These scales are really tough. The monster roared, charging with surprising speed for its size. Rigger propelled himself into the air with a jump and wind magic, watching the tyrant smash the trees around it. In midair, he cast another spell. His sword glowed red, fire gathering on the blade. Another one he would have to discard after the battle, as none of them could withstand this magic. Flame Slice. His sword blazed with fiery light before releasing a fiery arc that sliced through the air toward the monster. The flame hit the tyrant's flank, exploding in fire around it, causing a roar of pain, but not enough to bring it down. Rigger landed quickly and began to alter the terrain to his advantage. He channeled mana into his feet and struck the ground with force. Rising Wall. Stone barriers rose around the monster, limiting its movement and creating an improvised maze. The tyrant, furious, began to blindly attack the walls, creating openings. Rigger took advantage of the distraction and advanced, strengthening his legs with Tuki clearly seeing the monster's movements with his magic eye, even behind the walls. As the crocodile destroyed another wall, Rigger ran through the broken walls, reaching a spot out of the monster's sight, and used the characteristic move from the sword god style. Long Sword of Silence. He slid along the monster's flank, leaving a long cut. This provoked a wild roar from the creature, which narrowly missed him with its tail. He cast another spell, this time focusing on restricting the monster's movements. Channeling mana into the ground, a mud field emerged, wrapping around the monster's legs. Mud Trap. The scaled tyrant struggled violently to free itself, but every second trapped was an opportunity for Rigger to strike. He ran forward, charging his sword with even stronger flames, and delivered a horizontal strike to the same wound as before. The flames engulfed the battlefield. This time, the cut was deeper, breaking scales and exposing half-burned flesh. The monster finally broke free and launched a sudden attack, swinging its massive body and slamming its tail like a battering ram. The impact was devastating, destroying the remaining stone walls and hitting Rigger, who was sent flying. He spun a few times before skidding across the ground, jumping to the side to avoid the beast chasing him, grateful that he had used wind magic at the last second to throw himself back, reducing the impact. Rigger landed on the ground and began to channel mana on a large scale. He pressed both hands to the earth, channeling his mana. Icicle Field. The ice quickly reached the tyrant, charging toward him like a bull, freezing the lower half of its body. Seizing the opening, Rigger ran at high speed, channeling mana into his legs and arms. He jumped directly over the monster's head and prepared his most powerful spell. Blue flames began to flow along his sword as it reached extraordinary temperatures. Explosion! His sword was enveloped in a concentrated fire mantle. With a shout, Rigger brought the blade down directly onto the monster's right eye, focusing all his strength and mana into the attack. The sword pierced through, and the resulting explosion illuminated the forest, as the scaled tyrant let out one last roar before falling. As Rigger looked at the shattered blade of his sword and analyzed the creature's body, he felt the weight of the battle in his muscles and the disturbed mana flow. He couldn't remember the last time he felt tired or low on mana in battle. Even this fierce battle hadn't taken much from him, even using several spells in succession. His body, extremely strong and resistant to constant training, reached levels of resistance he couldn't measure, and his mana reserves were already much greater than his master's. He speculated that he was at the Emperor level. This monster was really formidable. I need to improve my magical efficiency. Every technique has its value, but fighting something this resistant requires more refined strategies. As Rigger returned to the tribe, he reflected on many things. Everywhere he went, whether among warriors or villagers, they greeted him. It was impressive how his presence had already become a figure of respect in the tribe. It wasn't just his strength, but also the way he treated others. He inspired confidence, as if trusting him was the right decision. How far will my natural strength grow? That question echoed in his mind, especially after the fight with the scaled tyrant. No warrior in the tribe could match him in pure physical strength. Some of the strongest warriors were still superior in combat due to their vast experience and refined techniques over the years. Of course, only if he didn't use magic. But Rigger felt that was only temporary. He had been improving so quickly that the gap seemed to shrink day by day. Moreover, his mana reserves continued to grow. It was almost intoxicating. He could feel the vastness of his capacity gradually increasing. But this made him think about something recently mentioned. Tay said his mana reserves stopped growing recently, 2 months after he turned 10. Maybe that's true for all of us. He didn't know if it was the same for everyone, as he no longer had any references. If there was a natural limit to mana reserves, he had just over 3 years before reaching his peak. This only strengthened his resolve to use every day to get even stronger. He thought about the children of the Iron Legion and the future of the tribe. Training them would be crucial, but he also needed to seek knowledge beyond the forest. When he entered his cabin, he found his parents eating. "Son, are you hungry?" Celine asked, serving him before he even answered. "Yes, Mom. I am, he replied with a smile as he sat at the table. The sound of leaves rustling in a morning breeze filled the air as sunlight filtered through the tall branches of the great forest. The training field buzzed with energy and enthusiasm as Linnea and Persina engaged in an intense sparring match. Their wooden swords clashed rhythmically, creating echoes that blended with the chirping of birds. Rigor, seated under the shade of a large tree beside Verdia, observed the match thoughtfully, his keen eyes picking up areas where both girls could improve. The duel carried a playful tone, yet it was clear they were taking it seriously. Linnea's aggressive attacks were swift and forceful, while Persina maintained a defensive stance, waiting patiently for an opportunity to counter. Linnea is faster than before, Rigor noted, his sharp gaze following the girl's movements. Verdia, sitting beside him with her chin resting on her hand, shifted her gaze between the training field and the clear blue sky above. She has spirit, she replied with a small smile, but she lacks patience. That's something Persina cleverly uses to her advantage. The two fell into a companionable silence, their focus drawn back to the sparring match. Rigor felt an unfamiliar, yet soothing calmness in Verdia's presence. She seemed more at ease in this moment, her usual enigmatic demeanor softened by the relaxed atmosphere. Master, Rigor began, breaking the silence. What stops me from simply stealing higher-level healing magic from Mealy's? Many have tried, Verdia said, her voice tinged with a touch of amusement. But the Mealy's church is relentless. They don't just pursue the thief, they go after their friends and family. Even the strongest aren't safe. They'll hire assassins, as they did with me. Although I have my own particular enemy. Rigor fell silent, mulling over her words. Finally, he spoke, so replacing the entire upper echelon of their leadership would be necessary? Verdia gave a faint smile. That would be the case. He exhaled deeply, his gaze drifting skyward. It's so complicated. I'll leave that for the future. Verdia chuckled softly, her laughter almost musical. The world does have its share of complications, but it also holds wonders waiting to be discovered. There's so much to live for and countless memories to be made. She held up her staff, adorned with an enormous red magic stone. This staff came from a red dragon my group, and I killed when it attacked a village. Afterward, the village celebrated for 7 days and nights without pause. The atmosphere is something I'll never forget. She then touched a star-shaped pendant with 6 points hanging around her neck. This was given to me when I helped a princess reclaim her throne. It's said to have been passed down through generations of her royal family. I stayed there for a time. That was 200 years ago, but I still vividly remember the gratitude of the servants and villagers for overthrowing the former ruler. Sometimes, changing a nation's leadership can lead to an entirely different future. Rigor looked at her with admiration. You've truly lived a life full of adventure. But if you love traveling, exploring, and adventuring so much, why did you return to the forest? From the way you describe your adventures, I'm surprised you're not out wandering the world right now. Verdia tilted her head, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Her gaze lingered on Linnea and Persina, now exchanging blows with greater intensity. Even adventurers need a break sometimes, Rigor. A place to recharge, reflect, and decide their next steps. The forest is peaceful, and the elves welcome me kindly. But the truth is, she paused, watching as Linnea landed a decisive strike, winning the duel. The girl raised her wooden sword triumphantly, her infectious joy evident as Persina folded her arms, already plotting her comeback. The great forest can't hold me for long, Verdia finished with a nostalgic smile. I've lived in many places, Rigor. Among humans, demons, elves, even the beast tribes. I don't belong to any single place. I've always been a free spirit. Rigor stayed quiet, absorbing her words. He had always known Verdia was unlike anyone else he'd ever met, but hearing this so directly made him admire her even more. And you've never thought of settling down? He asked hesitantly. Maybe getting married? Finding a place to call home? Her answer came as a laugh, light and unrestrained, as she leaned toward him with a playful look in her eyes. Are you trying to see if you have a chance with me, little Rigger? His face grew hot, and he averted his gaze, stammering, that's not what I meant. You're adorable when you're flustered, she teased, her laughter softening into a warmer tone. To answer your question, I've never had that kind of luck. I've had a few unrequited loves, yes, but I've also turned down many suitors. Like who? Rigger asked, still struggling to shake off his embarrassment. The sword god from 3 generations ago, for one, she said casually, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. But I found him far too arrogant, and it was the same with the others. There was never a time when both sides were interested at the same moment. And over time, I realized I might be destined to be alone. Destined? Rigger's tone was filled with curiosity. Verdia sighed, her gaze growing distant. It seems that way. I've spent so much time wandering the world that I've lost any deep connections. Perhaps it was my choice, perhaps it was fate. I'm not entirely sure. But the truth is, I lost interest a long time ago. Rigger wanted to say something, but before he could find the right words, Linnea's voice called out from the training field. Boss, Persina says my move was wrong, even though she lost. He stood, still reflecting on their conversation, and glanced at Verdia, who gestured encouragingly. Go on. They're raw talent waiting to be refined. Do your job, trainer. At the training field, Linnea and Persina were panting, but still brimming with energy. Rigger grabbed a wooden sword and began guiding them, correcting Linnea's stance and showing Persina how to transition more quickly between defense and offense. You're putting too much strength into your arms, he told Linnea. Use more of your hips to generate power. Persina, your stance is solid, but you need to work on your timing. Wait for the right moment to counter. The two absorbed his instructions with focus, and Rigger couldn't help but admire their talent. Though young and immature in some ways, they pushed each other to grow and improve. As he trained them, his thoughts briefly wandered to the rest of the tribe and the changes his influence had brought. Reflecting on the promising younger generation, Rigger felt a surge of pride. They were the future he hoped to guide toward greatness. After the final round of training, Linnea and Persina huddled together, debating animatedly about who had performed better. Meanwhile, Rigger stepped away, only to be approached by one of the warriors. Rigger, the warrior said, the tribal leader, Gustav, wants to speak with you. With Verdia's words still lingering in his mind and the progress of his students fresh in his thoughts, Rigger made his way toward Gustav, ready to face whatever the future held. Upon arriving at Gustav's cabin, Rigger noticed the heavy atmosphere in the room. Gustav sat in his carved wooden chair, arms crossed over his broad chest. His intense gaze followed Rigger the moment he entered. Rigger, Gustav began, his deep voice resonating in the small space. Sit down. I want to talk. Without hesitation, Rigger took one of the rustic chairs in front of him. The young man noticed more than just seriousness in Gustav's expression. There was a hidden concern in his tone. I've been watching you, Gustav said, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. Not just as a warrior, but as someone who is becoming increasingly important to our tribe. Your growth in strength is remarkable, as is your ability to teach and inspire the younger generation. Rigger tilted his head slightly, sensing there was more to the praise. Thank you, Chief Gustav, he replied humbly. But I know you won't stay in the great forest, Gustav continued, his tone shifting to something more solemn. I want to talk to you about the future of our tribe. Rigger pondered what might have led to such seriousness. For years, Guise has been the natural successor to the leadership role, Gustav explained, crossing his arms. He is strong, courageous, and loyal. However, like his sister, he lacks the necessary qualities to lead the tribe as a whole. This statement took Rigger by surprise. He had always respected Guise, a model warrior, but it was true that the man had an impulsive nature. Guise is impatient, Gustav elaborated, sensing Rigger's thoughts. He acts too quickly, without considering the consequences of his decisions. A leader must see the bigger picture, understand not only immediate dangers, but also the long-term impact of their choices. And Guise lacks that vision. Rigger reflected on this, wondering where the conversation was heading. That's why, Gustav continued, his eyes locking onto the young man. "I've been considering other options." "And who do you have in mind?" Rigger asked, his brow furrowing. "The heiresses of the Dedoldia and Edoldia tribes, Linnea and Persina," Gustav said with a faint smile. "They have something he doesn't, the ability to learn and grow. They're young and inexperienced, but full of potential. With the right training and guidance, they could become exemplary leaders." Rigger thought about these words. Linnea and Persina were undoubtedly talented and had the potential to become exceptional leaders. "Do you think they're ready for this?" Rigger asked, trying to understand Gustav's perspective better. "Not now," Gustav admitted, shaking his head. "They're still young and have much to learn. But the natural talent is there. That's why I plan to send them to study at the Renoa Magic Academy when they're older. There, they'll gain broader knowledge, refine their skills, and expand their horizons." Renoa, the name of the famous magic university, echoed in Rigger's mind. He knew the place was renowned, not only for its magical teachings, but also for the wealth of knowledge it offered. "And what about guys?" Rigger asked carefully. Gustav sighed, a heavy expression crossing his face. "He won't be happy, but I know he loves his daughter and wants the best for her. I have no doubt that, deep down, he'll understand that this is the best decision for the tribe. However, it will be my responsibility to deal with him when the time comes." The weight of leadership became clear to Rigger in that moment. Gustav wasn't just leading the tribe. He was carrying its hopes, fears, and internal struggles. "And you, Rigger?" Gustav asked, changing the subject. "Have you thought about what you'll do when you leave the tribe?" "I have a few goals," Rigger admitted. "That's good," Gustav advised with a faint smile. "The world out there is vast and dangerous. You'll need to be ready for what lies ahead." Rigger nodded, thanking him for the conversation before standing and leaving the cabin. Rigger arrived home at the end of the day, still reflecting on his conversation with Gustav. Inside the cabin, his mother, Celine, was leaning over a table, writing a letter. His father, Hantar, was gesturing animatedly while speaking with Verdia, who listened with a faint smile and a closed book in hand. "You're quiet today, Rigger," Hantar remarked, noticing his son's silence upon entering. "Conversations about the future tend to do that," Rigger replied as he approached. "How about a sparring match?" Hantar laughed, slapping the table enthusiastically. "Still trying to beat me without magic, boy?" He stood and leapt toward the yard beside the house. Rigger grinned, cracking his knuckles in anticipation as he followed. Celine and Verdia paused their activities and stepped onto the porch to watch. Positioned at opposite ends of the yard, the duel began. Rigger used the swift strikes of the sword god style, trying to land a blow on his father, who countered with kicks and claw-like attacks from every angle. "You're getting stronger, Rigger," Hantar said with a smile, spinning to deliver another blow. "But you're still hesitating at critical moments. Maybe you're just getting old, Dad," Rigger teased, smoothly dodging the next attack. He took advantage of the opening to strike, but Hantar blocked with ease. Verdia, observing with interest, crossed her arms. "So, what was the conversation with Gustav about?" Rigger replied between attacks. "Gustav wants Linnea and Persina to become the tribe's leaders. He plans to send them to Renoa in the future." Hantar chuckled, spinning and landing a sidekick that made Rigger stagger back. "That's ambitious, but they have what it takes if trained well." Rigger straightened and attacked again, his movements now more calculated. "I agree. They're talented and have strong personalities. I'll start teaching them some leadership skills." "Good idea," Hantar said, blocking another attack. "But leadership isn't something learned through words alone. It requires experience." Rigger stepped back, his eyes fixed on his father. Something changed in his stance. He seemed to be waiting for a moment, a single instance of weakness. When Hantar advanced again, Rigger sidestepped completely. Using his father's momentum against him, Rigger's sword stopped inches from Hantar's throat. The yard fell silent. Celine and Verdia watched in surprise as Hantar exhaled, standing up with a smile. "Well, it seems the boy has finally done it," Hantar admitted, brushing the dust off his clothes. "And when was the last time you lost control in a fight?" Rigger grinned victoriously. "I knew it would happen sooner or later. He continued, "About control, it's been a while since I fought a life-or-death battle with a tough opponent. Maybe that's dulling my senses. I feel stuck at the advanced level. Could that be the reason? Perhaps. If this persists, ask Fendrel. He might know something about it," Hantar advised. His mother and Verdia congratulated him warmly. As night fell, Rigger thought about the challenges that still awaited him in the great forest. Rigger stood before a broad, empty space in the clearing, surrounded by shattered stones and patches of earth scattered with small craters. This clearing served as his testing ground, a place where he could experiment freely without worrying about damaging the village or endangering its residents. Yet, even here, the dangers of his practices were ever present. He was about to test a new concept he'd been developing: vacuum magic. If I can control the pressure and create a stable area, he murmured, focusing mana into his hands. The concept involved creating a space devoid of air, generating a vacuum field. With this, he hoped to recreate techniques similar to Danzo Shimura's vacuum abilities and amplify his fire explosions. He channeled mana in a specific pattern, attempting to mold the magic with precision, or at least trying to. The required level of control was far beyond what he anticipated. The result was catastrophic. The unstable magic compressed into a singularity before violently exploding. Rigger felt the imminent danger of death, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. His body reacted instinctively, using Flash Step to dart out of the danger zone. A shock wave erupted in one direction, while a sharp, blade-like rift of compressed air shot in the opposite direction, striking one of the millennia-old trees in the distance. The colossal trunk was sliced cleanly as if it were paper, and a massive tree toppled with a thunderous crash that echoed through the forest. Rigger staggered back, his heart pounding. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he stared at the devastation he'd caused. That was too close. He exhaled deeply, trying to steady his nerves. One mistake, and I could have been killed. He had severely underestimated the level of control required to wield vacuum magic. The precision needed was likely at a molecular level. Determined to avoid such near-death experiences, he resolved to significantly improve his control before attempting any similarly dangerous magic again. Experimentation shouldn't feel like gambling with his life. Returning to his scattered notes, he began mentally cataloging the possibilities and limitations of the magical elements he mastered. He recalled the day he tried channeling the maximum amount of mana into an explosion spell. The flames, normally orange, shifted to yellow and then to a fierce blue, indicating an exponentially higher temperature and destructive potential. The intense heat was still fresh in his memory. If I gain enough control over fire, could I do something like Yamamoto's Bankai? The idea fascinated and terrified him in equal measure. Flames of that magnitude would be devastating to his enemies and himself if mismanaged. Looking down at the ground, he remembered the saint-level Earth Magic Colossus Fortress. After mastering its structure, he could rapidly create platforms and reshape them as needed. It revolutionized his battlefield mobility, enabling him to leap, dodge, and craft impromptu structures with ease. Yet he aspired for something greater, control at a molecular level. Water magic, however, left him unsatisfied. While useful for creating ice, it didn't seem as versatile. Maybe if I focus on pressurizing water, he pondered whether he was overlooking something or if the element's limitations were inherent. He hoped that exploring the saint-level water magic his master Verdia mentioned, one that involved rainstorms and lightning, might provide inspiration. Barrier magic was another challenge. While some barriers like elemental magic barrier and intermediate physical barrier were practical, most had highly specific purposes, such as sealing or blocking particular forces. Creating a fast, versatile barrier was still beyond his reach. Unfortunately, his lack of talent in the field made casting barrier spells without incantations difficult, though he'd managed the magic barrier through sheer effort. Healing magic, on the other hand, was an area of rapid progress. His current goal was to heal without direct contact, aiming for something akin to continuous regeneration. His initial results were promising. Having reached an advanced level in detoxification magic, he decided to set it aside temporarily to focus on more pressing pursuits. Rigger sighed as his thoughts drifted to his curiosity about summoning and teleportation magic. If only there was someone to teach me. Unfortunately, according to Verdia, these magics seemed to be lost to time. It was something he'd have to uncover on his own if he chose to pursue them. Failing that, he resolved to visit the flying fortress of the armored dragon king someday, home to the greatest summoner. Among the magics he wanted to create, lightning magic was a top priority. Inspired by the storms conjured through saint-level water magic, he planned to use it as a foundation. Additionally, he aimed to refine howling magic. If he could control its intensity and apply it on a larger scale, it might resemble the Conqueror's Haki from One Piece, a technique that intimidated and subdued foes in his vicinity. The idea was clear: turn experiments into practical tools. As he ran through the forest back to the village, Rigger contemplated the possibilities and limitations he faced. His magic was progressing well, both traditional and experimental, but his advancement in his sword techniques worried him. Still, today's accident with vacuum magic served as a stark reminder of how far he had to go. When Rigger arrived at the village, he saw Killian training a group of children and adults in the training field, including Linnea and Persina. Approaching, he called out, "Killian, come with me." Though only 7 years old, Killian displayed unwavering dedication to the Iron Legion. His efforts to train everyone while managing administrative tasks made Rigger consider him his right-hand man, a role Killian seemed thrilled to fulfill. Killian quickly followed, trailing Rigger to a more secluded area. There, he began his report. "Taze is nearly at the advanced level. He'll be ready to follow you when you leave." Rigger nodded, satisfied. He was considering establishing an external branch of the Iron Legion, and Taze, who was both talented and mature, seemed like the ideal leader. At almost 11 years old, Taze showed promise, which was why Rigger had asked Killian to monitor his progress closely. Killian continued, detailing the children's and adults' progress. Lysena excelled in water magic, particularly ice, but struggled in close combat. Taze, on the other hand, showed a natural affinity for the North God style practiced by the tribe. However, starting later than others meant his magic proficiency only reached the intermediate level, with his mana reserves being modest. Among the adults, many were learning magic, although they could not use incantation-free casting. But most joined for the unique physical exercises Rigger introduced, courtesy of his grappling expertise from his previous life. Rigger listened intently, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each member. "Have you found any solutions for the swords?" he asked after the report. "No, the tribe doesn't have the best blacksmiths, and we certainly don't have a sword capable of withstanding your magical enhancements," Killian replied, disheartened. Rigger glanced at the sword on his waist. "All right, let me know if there's any news." He then dismissed Killian. By late afternoon, Rigger reached Fendrel's home. He heard laughter and animated voices as he approached, leaping to the treetop house. Fendrel and Geru were there, seated with full mugs, and to his surprise, his father Hanar was also present. It was rare to see him in moments of relaxation, but here he seemed at ease, chatting casually with the others. "Ah, Rigger!" Fendrel exclaimed as he saw Rigger approaching. "The prodigy of the Dedoldia tribe decides to bless us with his presence." "Oh, did you muster some courage after drinking, Fendrel?" Rigger replied with a playful smile. He knew it was a joke, but the compliment still made him slightly uncomfortable. "Ha! Have you forgotten you can no longer beat him, Fendrel?" Geru said as he finished the rest of his mug. "Come, sit down." Hantar inclined his head in acknowledgement, and Rigger felt the familiar warmth of being among trusted people. He settled onto one of the benches and accepted a mug Fendrel handed him. "So what brings you here?" Hantar asked, looking directly at Rigger. "It's not every day you join us for moments like these." Rigger hesitated for a moment before answering. "I'm struggling," he admitted. "I want to reach the saint level in the sword god style, but I feel like I've hit a wall. The more I train, the more I realize how far I am from it." Hantar smiled, a mix of pride and understanding in his expression. You're far from it because you're aiming for something great, rigor. No one reaches the saint level without effort. Even the greatest masters face challenges. But there's no need to rush, Findrell added, gesturing with his mug. I've seen plenty of warriors, and none of them came close to achieving what you can do at your age. You're the most talented we've ever seen, kid. And that's the problem, Rigor said, letting out a sigh. Everyone expects me to overcome these challenges quickly. I expected of myself to. That's the weight of talent, Garo commented, resting his chin on his hand. But let me tell you something. Talent isn't everything. Resilience, patience, and the ability to learn from mistakes are just as important. Hantar nodded in agreement. Garu's right. Remember, Rigor, the path to strength isn't a race. It's a journey. You have time. If you keep training, you'll reach the saint level sooner or later. I think the reason for this might be a lack of real danger, Rigor explained. My techniques are improving, but my battle instincts aren't being challenged, which is also why I haven't lost control anymore. Findrell, a swordsman at the saint level, had lost an arm to an old friend, leaving him without the strength to represent a challenge. That is indeed a problem. Moreover, you don't have a clear example to follow. You've seen the long sword of light, but it would help if I could show you now. At the sword sanctuary, you'd always have stronger opponents to face, Findrell said. Hantar chimed in. There aren't many beasts that would challenge you unless you used only your sword, but you'd always feel like you could escape easily with magic. The conversation flowed naturally from there, with the three warriors sharing stories and advice. At some point, Garu suggested, you said you exhaust your mana every day, right? Why not go into battle with those beasts after spending your mana? That way, you wouldn't have magic at your disposal. Rigor was surprised. That is actually a great idea, Findrell added. That could work, but I think you need to train for that type of combat first. You're too used to fighting with your magic. If you fought an A-rank monster without magic now, you'd lose badly, even with your supernatural strength. Hantar offered his perspective. I agree. Besides, if you really want to make this battle your spark, your techniques must be as refined as possible. Garu nodded in agreement. Rigor listened attentively to their advice. But then Findrell shifted the tone of the conversation to something lighter. Now, changing the subject, are you into your master, kid? Findrell was already laughing before Rigor could respond. Rigor was caught off guard, surprised by the abrupt change of topic. It's not like that. He tried to steer the conversation away, but Findrell pressed on relentlessly. Oh, so you're planning to marry one of the two heiresses and become the leader of the tribe? Or maybe both? Hantar rolled his eyes, but a faint smile escaped. Rigor replied more seriously, actually, I see them as my little sisters, or maybe disciples. Then you're not denying Verdia? Findrell countered, laughing loudly. Rigor realized he'd fallen into a trap. Laughter echoed through the porch, breaking any remaining tension. Even Rigor couldn't help but laugh. Moments like these reminded him that, despite his challenges and responsibilities, he was part of a community that supported him. After a few more stories, the conversation returned to combat-related topics. Rigor, you've been experimenting with magic while training in the sword god style, right? Garu asked. Yes, I've been trying to integrate magic into combat, Rigor replied. It's not easy, but I've had some successes. I need to find ways to do it without losing the advantages of the style. That's something only you can figure out, Findrell said. No one else is combining magic with sword techniques at your level. It's uncharted territory. But don't let it overwhelm you, Hantar added. You have time. Remember, even the greatest warriors had to learn slowly. Rigor nodded, feeling a bit more relieved. He knew there was still a long road ahead, but he also knew he had the support of those around him. As night fell, they continued talking, alternating between battle stories and lighthearted moments. Rigor left that meeting with a new perspective, determined to follow his path without rushing, but with unwavering determination. Back at his house, Rigor sat at his desk, picking up his notebook again. He reviewed his ideas, adjusted strategies, and made plans for the coming days. Despite his fatigue, he felt clearer about the path he needed to take. Talent without effort is useless. Strength without purpose is waste. Even with his resilience, this night reminded him of one thing. In his past life, he'd worked hard, sacrificing many things for his future, only to die with no one to blame but himself. He decided that even while dedicating himself to training, he would remember what he was trying to achieve. He would remember to enjoy life with the people he sought to protect. And even with his lofty goals, he wouldn't forget his roots, where he came from, and who supported him along the way. As he turned off the light and lay down, Rigger no longer felt the same anxiety that had haunted him before. The day had been long and productive, and he was ready to face whatever came next. The dry sound of an impact reverberated through the clearing, followed by the violent displacement of leaves and dust. The force of the strike caused nearby trees to tremble. At the center of the commotion stood Rigger, his expression serious, sword in hand, chest rising and falling rhythmically as he maintained his combat stance. Dedoldia warriors surrounded him. Facing him stood Hantar, his father, a man whose presence was synonymous with authority. Beside him, two seasoned veterans of the tribe, their scars a testament to countless battles fought. The fourth was a rising young warrior. All of them were advanced-level fighters. Rigger relied solely on his physical strength, sword, instincts, and the techniques he had refined since childhood. No magic. His movements were a seamless blend of the sword god-style's aggression, with its swift and lethal strikes, and the adaptability of the North god style, filled with calculated dodges and devastating counterattacks. What truly set him apart, however, was his creativity. Rigger incorporated powerful kicks, acrobatic spins, and unconventional strikes that disrupted the rhythm of his opponents. Hantar was the first to move. His straightforward punch was so powerful that the air itself seemed to vibrate, scattering dust before it even reached its target. Rigger dodged by the narrowest of margins, his movements as fluid and swift as a feline's. His motion stirred dry leaves into swirling eddies, a spectacle that captured the other combatants' attention. Without losing momentum, Hantar attacked with a feint using a North God distraction technique, but Rigger spun on his axis and delivered a powerful sidekick. The blow connected with one of the warrior's torsos, sending him flying backward as if struck by a battering ram. The thunderous impact echoed through the clearing as the warrior slammed into a tree, collapsing to his knees, clutching his broken arm. "Don't stop!" Hantar roared, his voice thunderous. The remaining three advanced in unison, forming a pincer around Rigger. The tension in the air was palpable. Every move seemed meticulously calculated as the seasoned warriors sought to force Rigger into making a mistake. But Rigger was in control. He ducked under a diagonal slash, the blade grazing close enough to sever a few strands of his hair. A blade strike quickly followed, which Rigger blocked with his own sword before countering with a direct punch to his opponent's stomach. The strike was so forceful that the ground cracked under the shockwave, and the warrior collapsed unconscious on impact, rolling dozens of meters before coming to a stop, frothing at the mouth. The next warrior hesitated for a split second, and that was all Rigger needed to seize the offensive. He surged forward with impressive speed, delivering a sequence of sword strikes. Shallow cuts appeared on the warrior as he desperately tried to parry with his blade. Before Hantar could intervene, Rigger disarmed the warrior and stopped his blade after leaving a shallow cut on the opponent's neck. In the end, only Hantar remained standing. Father and son faced each other, both breathing heavily, but neither showing any sign of yielding. "You've improved a lot, son," Hantar said, a predatory grin spreading across his face, a challenge in itself. "Just a little." Rigger's smile was confident, but not arrogant. He knew how strong his father was, and every fight against him pushed him to his limits. Rigger moved first, executing the long sword of silence so quickly that it left a streak in the air. Hantar ducked at the last second, spinning to the side and countering with a sweeping kick. Rigger leaped over it, but Hantar had anticipated the move. Rising fluidly, he unleashed an upward hook punch. Rigger released his sword midair, receiving the blow but using the momentum to slip inside his father's guard. In a flash, he executed a grappling technique, pinning Hantar to the ground. His claws stopped millimeters from his father's throat. Yielded. You win. Hantar raised his hand, laughing as he caught his breath. The other warriors, still recovering, watched the scene with smiles of respect and admiration. Rigger extended a hand to help his father up, which Hantar accepted with visible pride in his eyes. You pushed me to my limit today. Thank you, Rigger said, bowing his head in gratitude to the other warriors. You've earned it, kid. It's not every day we see someone so young master techniques at this level, remarked one of the veterans, still massaging his shoulder after taking one of Rigger's blows. Hantar dusted off his clothes and looked at his son with curiosity. And now? Resting, or do you have more plans for the day? Rigger grinned, energized. I'm learning saint-level wind magic with Master Verdia today. Tornado. Wanna watch? Hunter's expression turned intrigued. Of course. That's not something you see every day. As they walked back to the village, the relaxed atmosphere between them was filled with chatter about the approaching rainy season. Oigar should arrive with the water god-style instructor before the rains begin, Hantar commented. I hope he's found someone worthy. If he chose personally, it must be good enough. When they reached home, Rigger managed to convince Celine to join them. His mother accepted with a smile, always willing to support her son's achievements. Rigger led the group through the forest, followed closely by his students and subordinates, Lysina, Killian, Linnea, and Persina, with his master, Verdia, just behind. Hantar, his father, and Celine, his mother, had also decided to come along to witness Rigger's training in saint-level magic. Celine stayed close, her expression full of pride as she watched her son walk confidently. You're growing so fast, my child. It feels like just yesterday you could barely conjure a small fireball, and now, she said, smiling warmly. And now he's dragging us along a trail full of roots and rocks, Linnea grumbled, stumbling as she tried to keep up. Slow down. We're not all machines like you. What's the matter, Linnea? I thought you were stronger than Persina. I don't hear her complaining, Rigger teased, looking over his shoulder with a playful smile. How does your master keep up? She's a mage. Linnea groaned again. Verdia chuckled. I'm also a rather skilled archer. The group continued until they reached a wide clearing, its ground covered with short grass and bathed in intense sunlight. The area was perfect for practicing powerful and potentially dangerous magic. Verdia stepped into the center of the clearing, turning to face the group. Now, I'll demonstrate once. Pay close attention, little Rigger. Wind is your weakest element, so it's okay if you don't get it right away. Rigger crossed his arms, watching her intently. She began chanting the spell, her voice echoing through the clearing, blending harmoniously with the breeze. Oh, ancestral spirits of the winds, who have witnessed ages of glory and destruction, unite in eternal pact and grant me the power of the primordial storm. Let the skies weep in vortexes, and the earth tremble at the furious dance of currents. Tear the heavens, rise in endless spirals, and bring judgment with every twist. Manifest your boundless fury, tornado. The natural breeze soon turned into strong gusts, lifting leaves and dust into the air. Spirals of wind formed around her, quickly growing in height and intensity. The tornado roared, displacing the air with such force that even Hantar took a step back, shielding Celine with his arm. This is incredible, Celine murmured, awestruck. Indeed, formidable, Hantar agreed, his tone heavy with respect. He could tell that if they were any closer, they'd all have been swept away by the violent gale. Verdia dispelled the magic with a wide gesture, and the clearing returned to silence. This is Tornado, she explained. A saint-level wind magic spell. Controlling such a spell demands more than power. It requires absolute concentration and a focused mind. Verdia turned to Rigger, her eyes filled with expectation. Are you ready to try? I am, Master. Verdia gestured for him to step into the center. Show me what you've learned, Rigger. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes to feel the wind's flow. Years of training flashed through his mind. The repeated attempts to manipulate air for flight spells, his enhancements for high-speed movement techniques like flash step, and his failed attempts at vacuum magic, which, despite not succeeding, still gave him experience. In truth, wind magic was arguably the element he controlled most adeptly. Wind is motion and force, but it's also balance, he muttered, more to himself than to the others. He began to chant, raising his arms slowly. "Oh, spirits of the ancestral winds, witnesses of eras of glory and destruction, unite in an eternal pact and grant me the power of the primordial storm. Let the skies weep in vortices, and the earth tremble at the furious dance of the currents. Tear the heavens, rise in eternal spirals, and bring judgment with every rotation. Manifest your endless wrath, tornado." The air responded immediately, as if eager to heed the call. Currents began forming into gentle but precise spirals. As the tornado took shape, Rigger recalled something he had seen in his past life, a documentary about hurricanes and tornadoes. Tornadoes form from colliding masses of hot and cold air, creating intense rotation. But hurricanes, they require heat and water. A strong central pressure can turn something destructive into something even greater. The idea struck him like lightning. He decided to try. "What if I increase the pressure and add more layers?" he murmured, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. Rigger concentrated, adjusting the airflow within the tornado. He began manipulating the outer layers to spin in opposite directions while intensifying the pressure at the core. The tornado started to transform. Its edges widened and became more defined, while the core grew in power and density. Instead of a chaotic whirlwind, what emerged was a miniature hurricane, spinning with such intensity that cracks began forming in the ground below. The roar of the wind became deafening, and nearby trees swayed violently, as if ready to snap. The winds were so fierce that Verdia cast an intermediate barrier spell to block them. Rigger's magic was visibly more powerful than the tornado Verdia had conjured earlier. The tornado lasted several minutes, devastating the land and toppling trees that were tens of meters thick. A distant mountain suffered landslides as the spell raged on. When Rigger finally lowered his arms, releasing the magic, the hurricane dissolved slowly into a wave of wind that swept through the clearing, tousling everyone's hair. Silence fell. Persina was the first to break it. What was that?" Linnea shook her head, speechless, while Killian and Lysina stared at Rigger as if they were in the presence of a living legend. Verdia, however, stood still, incredulous. She walked slowly to the center of the clearing, looking at Rigger with a mixture of amazement and fascination. "Where did you learn that?" she asked, her voice low but firm. Rigger scratched his head, slightly flustered by his master's intense gaze. "I don't know. I just did it instinctively." He lied. For a moment, everyone thought Verdia would be furious. But, to everyone's surprise, she began laughing. It wasn't a polite or restrained laugh. It was a deep, joyous, genuine one. "He did that instinctively," she exclaimed between laughs. Everyone was even more shocked. Verdia had never laughed before. Even Hantar, who had known her the longest, stood open-mouthed. Rigger, on the other hand, was mesmerized by her laughter, as if angels were luring him closer. He blushed and looked away. When she finally stopped laughing, she ruffled his hair, her smile radiating pride. "With that magic, you can call yourself a Wind King." "Wind King," Rigger repeated, confused. "That technique you just used, turning a tornado into a hurricane. It's a king-level spell, something only a handful of magicians in the world can perform. Even among the greatest, it's rare. I myself have mastered this magic, but what you just did..." She shook her head, awestruck. It seemed even stronger. Rigger looked at her, stunned. He hadn't realized he had achieved something so significant. "Am I a king-level magician?" Verdia laughed again. "You can bet on it." The group's light-hearted energy lingered as they returned to the village. However, upon arrival, the mood shifted. A crowd had gathered in the village center. Oigar stood with two humans, an elderly woman with a dignified posture and a teenager with bright, wary eyes. Guise was at the forefront, interrogating them with near-aggressive intensity. Rigger stepped forward, with Celine and Hantar close behind. Their presence was enough to draw the crowd's attention. "Guys, can I handle this?" Guys hesitated visibly, but reluctantly stepped back. Rigger had to admit, the beast folk's philosophy of respecting strength was genuinely useful. The elderly woman stepped forward, bowing her head slightly in a gesture of courtesy. "Thank you for intervening. My name is Eleonora, and this is my grandson, Idar." "Oigar, who are they?" Hanar asked, looking directly at the warrior. Eleonora is an advanced-level swordswoman in the water god style. She offered to become an instructor, but under one condition: we help by her other grandson, who was sold as a slave. Eleonora's sharp gaze fell on Rigger, narrowing slightly. "Oigar said your leader was very strong. But you're just a child." Before anyone could respond, Idar spoke up. "If you're so strong, prove it." The clearing fell silent. Idar, about 13 or 14 years old, with sun-kissed blonde hair and wheat-colored eyes, radiated arrogance. Rigger smiled, crossing his arms. After a moment, Rigger turned to Taze, who had been watching silently. "Taze," Rigger called, his voice calm but firm. "Fight him." The young beast folk, with reddish-brown hair and golden eyes, stepped forward, dropping his casual demeanor. He smiled slightly as he unsheathed his sword. "It would be an honor, Chief." Idar frowned, confused. "You're sending someone else to fight for you?" Rigger's gaze sharpened as he replied. "You seem to misunderstand something here. No one is obligated to accept your challenge. This is merely my whim, as I wish to test my subordinate." His tone grew more serious, releasing a faint bloodlust. Idar flinched, his arrogance faltering slightly. Eleonora intervened. "Very well. Let them fight. There's no need for further tension." Rigger nodded, stepping back to observe. The two young warriors positioned themselves in the center of the clearing, swords in hand. Taze took a stance from the North God style, his feet planted firmly, breathing steady. Idar adopted the fluid posture of the water god style, his movements almost like a dance as he awaited Taze's first move. What followed was an intense duel that left everyone astonished. As soon as the fight began, it was clear that neither of them was weak. Taze moved swiftly, his strikes slicing through the air unpredictably. Idar, however, maintained a solid stance, blocking the attacks with precision. The clash seemed balanced at first, but Idar soon began utilizing the flow of the water god style to put pressure on Taze, forcing him to retreat. Each counterattack deepened Taze's disadvantage. Idar was likely an advanced-level practitioner of the water god style. That's when Taze revealed his true strength. Without warning, he conjured sharp earthen pillars beneath Idar's feet. Idar reacted quickly, leaping backward, but the attack pierced his foot, throwing him off balance. He recovered almost immediately, but there was no time to counterattack. The pillars had obscured his view of Taze, and when he searched for him again, a flaming blade was already mere meters away. He hastily used the flow technique to cut through the magic, but the resulting explosion still burned him and pushed him slightly back. "Silent casting?" Idar murmured, shocked. He had no time to process this further as a blade was suddenly placed against his throat. "Is that all?" Taze asked with a grin. "How did you do that?" Taze sheathed his sword. "Trade secret." Rigger praised him. "Well done, Taze. Once you reach the advanced level, you'll be even deadlier." "Thanks for the opportunity, boss." He then turned to Eleonora. "Now, let's discuss the terms more thoroughly." With that, the tension in the clearing began to ease. Taze received congratulations from his companions, while Idar seemed more inclined to listen and observe. Rigger had noticed several things about the water god style that interested him. Its counters, its ability to cut through magic, definitely techniques worth incorporating. The rains had finally arrived in the great forest. The sky remained gray and dense, with clouds so heavy they seemed only a few meters above the treetops. The constant sound of water dripping from the trees and rooftops was hypnotic. Trails that were once solid had turned into rivers, but this was customary. Their system of bridges and elevated pathways had endured many rainy seasons before. Inside his home atop a tree, sheltered from the storm, Rigger sat before Verdia, his mentor. The room, illuminated by torches, exuded the tranquility of a safe haven in contrast to the chaos outside. Verdia was explaining the theoretical complexity of cumulonimbus, a saint-level water spell capable of creating colossal storms. This was part of the final segment of the curriculum she had prepared for him. Her last lessons covered king-level earth magic, saint-level water magic, advanced barrier magic, and an introduction to magic circles. Additionally, she was teaching him the demon god language, as Rigger planned to visit the demon continent someday. Pay close attention. This spell isn't just a powerful conjuration, it's a balance of forces. You manipulate air and water, creating a dynamic system that can spiral out of control if the balance is lost, she explained. Rigger listened attentively, committing every word to memory. In the next room, his mother, Celine, was training intensively with Eleonora. Rigger could hear the rhythmic sound of wooden swords clashing, interspersed with the deep voice of the elderly instructor of the water god style. Celine had practiced the water god style during her time as a slave to protect her masters, but she had only reached the elementary level. Now, she had decided to see if she could achieve the intermediate level. Rigger glanced at the doorway, observing the scene. Eleonora's posture was rigid, her movements precise despite her advanced age. Her facial scars and the severity in her gaze told stories that few dared to ask about. Mealy's, Rigger thought, recalling a story he had heard when she was officially hired. Eleonora had lost her children to slave traders, and her grandchildren had been sold to a noble of Mealy's. Upon learning this, Eleonora had gathered all her savings and approached the noble to buy back her grandchildren. The noble agreed, and when she felt relief, he returned only one grandchild, claiming they had only agreed on the price for one. He then demanded the same price to buy the other. The hypocrisy of that nation, which prided itself as a bastion of justice, was infuriating. She used everything she had to save them and was still deceived, Rigger reflected, feeling a mix of anger and sympathy. Eleonora was in the tribe because she had made a deal, train the warriors until one reached the advanced level in exchange for financial support to rescue her other grandchild. Her story seems true, but it never hurts to be cautious. Redirecting his attention to Verdia, Rigger mused, "My impression of that nation worsens each day. The noble pursuing my master's life won't last much longer either. I believe I'll leave the great forest by next year." Between moments of study, magical practice, and physical training, Rigger reflected on his progress. He was learning the water god style with Eleonora, and although she considered him very talented, he wasn't as gifted as he was in the sword god style. In the North god style, he was competent but not exceptional. Even so, he valued the learning process. Each technique, each style, each fragment of knowledge was a piece he intended to combine in the future, creating something unique. However, he knew this idea of forging his own style would have to wait until he fully understood the use of Tuki, a skill still beyond his grasp. One step at a time, he reminded himself, turning back to Verdia and her explanations about magic. "Master, are there any living mages at the god level?" "God level mages?" Verdia paused, thinking for a moment. "Yes. Are there any currently?" "To my knowledge, the armor dragon king Perugius Dola and the demon god Laplace, who is sealed but alive, were the last confirmed god-level mages. Perhaps the dragon god or the technique god are at that level, but I've never seen them in person, nor do I know who they are. Some say there are ancient demons hidden away who might have reached that level, but I can't confirm the truth of such claims." Rigger absorbed the information. Although far from reaching such a grandiose level, he felt a growing urge to push his limits. Later, Rigger participated in a hunt organized by the tribe's warriors and the Iron Legion. The floods caused by the rains had brought aquatic crocodiles close to the tribes, posing a threat to the residents. Hunts like this were common during this season and also served as an opportunity for Rigger to train his combat-based magical skills. Combining strength and speed, Rigger stood out in confronting the creatures. His mind, however, remained focused on something greater, the future. He planned to leave the Great Forest once he reached the Saint level in swordsmanship and mastered King level earth magic and Saint level water magic. When the time came, he intended to take about 30 members of the tribe to establish an Iron Legion base outside the Great Forest, with Taze as the group leader. This will be a good start, he thought, watching the crocodile corpses being swept away by the current. To prepare for this, Rigger had begun teaching Killian about leadership and what it meant to bear the responsibility of guiding others. He planned for Killian to assume leadership early on after his departure. Despite being just a child, Killian could already use advanced wind and earth magic, earning some respect. Rigger had also decided to restrict teaching magic to only the tribe members who showed great potential and loyalty. The more he learned about magic, the more Rigger realized its destructive potential. Even in his current state, he believed he could wipe out a large portion of the Great Forest if he poured all his mana into a hurricane spell. This knowledge, if wielded by the wrong hands, could be catastrophic, he reflected. It's better to be selective and cautious. Recently, Rigger had also been dealing with a growing restlessness. The tribe's mating season was beginning, and he noticed changes in his instincts. At times, his thoughts wandered while observing the women of the tribe, which deeply troubled him. Not because he was opposed to acting on such thoughts, but because he feared losing control and forcing someone against their will. I'm barely 8 years old. What will happen when I'm older? The thought alarmed him, further solidifying his resolve to leave the village as soon as possible. I need to reach Saint level before that happens. After the rainy season, I'll put Geru's suggestion into practice, facing an A-rank beast without using magic. I'm ready. I've already chosen my opponent. As the rainy season continued transforming the Great Forest, Rigger dedicated every day to preparing for his departure. He knew leaving the tribe wouldn't be easy, both emotionally and logistically. It wasn't a common decision, but his vision went beyond the immediate challenges. A saying from his previous world often came to mind: a society that doesn't know its history is doomed to repeat it. He delved into the history of the beast folk. The second beast god, Geiger, had once deterred any enemies or threats to the Great Forest. He had lived for a long time, but after his death, history repeated itself. Attacks, slavers, and other dangers returned because the deterrent force was no longer there. Rigger had no intention of following that same path. In the family cabin, Celine and Verdia were discussing Rigger's recent progress. He's obsessed with improving, Celine remarked while cleaning her sword after sparring with Eleonora. His instincts are getting stronger by the day. He doesn't realize it, but he's gradually reacting more aggressively or acting impulsively. Verdia nodded. His talent is rare, but also dangerous. If he weren't so hard-working, he probably would have lost himself by now. I've considered telling him to take it easy, to say there's no need to rush, but it's quite the opposite. He can't rest now, and that truly saddens me. Celine exchanged a brief look with Verdia, but remained silent. Rigger gathered Taze, Killian, Lysina, Linnea, Persina, and other key members of the Iron Legion to discuss his plans. The improvised meeting room was lit by torches, and the sound of rain was muffled by the wooden walls. We need to prepare to establish the Iron Legion's headquarters outside the Great Forest. Taze, you'll lead the initial group. It will consist of about 30 warriors, and I will personally select them. Taze looked at him with determination. And where will we go? To a city just before Mealy's capital, Tinaver. We need a location that's strategic but safe enough to establish the base. For now, focus on picking the right people. Meanwhile, Rigger began instructing Killian on leadership and strategy. It's not just about strength, Killian. Leadership means understanding people and ensuring that every decision benefits the group. This is even more important when you possess knowledge others don't. Killian nodded, though his expression was serious. Do you really think teaching magic is such a big risk? Rigger sighed. Yes. For now, I trust teaching magic only to members of the tribe. Even then, I'm extremely selective. This power cannot fall into the wrong hands. Killian seemed to reflect on Rigger's words as he continued explaining how to balance responsibility and trust. Elsewhere in the village, a meeting was taking place. Gustav, the tribe's chief, was accompanied by guys and two other experienced warriors. On the opposing side were Celine, Hantar, Verdia, and Geru. Rigger's absence was notable but intentional. He was training with Fendrel at the time. Guys was the first to speak, his voice firm. Rigger is strong, perhaps the most promising our tribe has ever seen. He shouldn't leave the village. His strength is vital to protecting our people. Celine immediately retorted, "Guys, this is ridiculous. We've never stopped our warriors from exploring the world. Why should it be any different with him?" "Because he is different," one of the other warriors exclaimed. "We've never had someone with such potential. If something happens to him out there, it will be a loss for all of us." Hantar, Rigger's father, intervened, his voice calm yet firm. "If we keep him confined here, we'll be killing that potential. He needs to grow, explore, and learn. Our tribe cannot be his limit. Frankly, he would have left already if it weren't for Verdia and Fendrel being here." Verdia remained silent, observing the exchange, while Geru crossed his arms and finally spoke. "I agree with Celine and Hantar. We can't keep Rigger here. He's already proven his responsibility and vision. To confine someone like him to the village would be a waste." The debate continued, with both sides intensifying their arguments. While Guys and his allies emphasized the importance of keeping Rigger as a deterrent and safety measure, Celine and Hantar argued that Rigger deserved to choose his own path and that his departure would bring long-term benefits. Finally, Gustav raised his hand, calling for silence. "I understand both sides, but in the end, the decision must be Rigger's. He's young, but he has shown enough maturity and strength to make his own choices. Let us respect that." The room fell silent for a few moments before everyone reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Rigger, unaware of the ongoing discussion, was training intensively with Fendrel. Amidst strikes and dodges, his thoughts wandered to the preparations he still needed to make. He knew leaving the village would not only be a personal milestone, but also an emotional break from everything he had ever known. "I'm still not strong enough," he thought, "but that's only a matter of time." Weeks passed, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. The tribe remained busy during this season, with constant movement as everyone dealt with the challenges brought by the relentless downpour. Amidst the bustling activity, Rigger focused intently on his plans. That morning, he was overseeing the training of his subordinates. "When we leave, it won't be a simple journey," Rigger began, locking eyes with everyone present. "We carry the name of our tribe and the responsibility to represent it. Taze, you will lead the group that will establish our base outside the Great Forest. Lysina and Killian, you will stay here to lead the remaining group. Linnea and Persina, listen to them. Most of your time will be focused on training. You have potential, so make good use of it." He then gave several instructions to the other key members. "Do you all understand?" "Yes, Chief," they answered in unison. Rigger placed a firm hand on Killian's shoulder. "I trust your judgment, but remember this. Magic is a double-edged sword. Teach only those who demonstrate not just strength but also wisdom. This knowledge in the wrong hands could be more dangerous than any blade." Killian nodded seriously. "I understand." As Rigger walked back home after the meeting, he felt his beastly instincts stirring again. It was mating season, and he could barely ignore the glances from the women of the tribe, which, under normal circumstances, wouldn't bother him. "This is a problem," he thought. "It's getting out of control. What will become of me if I stay here until the next season?" The real issue was that the women weren't helping. They had started commenting on the way he looked at them, and instead of being restrained, they seemed eager to seduce him. From the young ones, around 11 or 12 years old, to the older women, their behavior was both unsettling and distracting. Strength, it seemed, was a strong incentive here. This urgency only reinforced his desire to leave the village soon. If the worst happened, he hoped it would be with a more mature woman. Even though he had spent 8 years in this world, he still hadn't fully adjusted to the casual view of childhood sexuality. Some psychological barriers from his past life remained, and he didn't think they would disappear anytime soon. At the very least, he intended to respect this world's age of maturity, 15 years. Later that day, He was called to a meeting with Gustav and the other leaders. Upon entering, he felt the tension in the air. Guys and two other warriors who shared his views wore stern expressions. On the other side, Celine, Hantar, Verdia, and Geru appeared more confident but alert. Other elders were also gathered in the tent. Gustav stepped forward. "Rigger, I know you've already made up your mind, but I hope you'll consider the matter of leaving the great forest carefully. There's disagreement about what's best for you and the tribe. Keep in mind that the final decision is still yours." Before Rigger could respond, Guys interjected, "Rigger, you know how much your strength means to us. If you leave, we'll lose one of our strongest defenders. Last time, we barely managed to hold off a North Saint. If a king or emperor-ranked opponent were to appear, the losses would be devastating. It's a selfish request, but I'm asking you to stay for the tribe." My mother, Celine, raised her voice in response. "This is absurd. How many warriors leave the tribe every year to explore the world and are never stopped? Why should Rigger be any different? Keeping someone like him here is condemning his potential." Gustav turned to Rigger. "What do you have to say, boy?" Rigger took a deep breath before answering. He was beginning to feel a slight irritation toward Guys. The man claimed to act for the good of the tribe, but his persistence was grating. Speaking clearly and without hesitation, Rigger said, "I understand the risks of leaving the village, and I also understand everyone's concerns. But I am not abandoning the tribe. I am strengthening it. My departure isn't an end, it's a beginning. I want to carry the name of the Iron Legion beyond the Great Forest, and that begins with me." The silence that followed was heavy but full of respect. Guy still seemed unconvinced, but he couldn't oppose Gustav's earlier statement that Rigger's decision would be his own. Finally, Gustav nodded. "Then it's settled. Rigger, you'll have the tribe's support, but the responsibility will rest entirely on your shoulders." With the decision made, Rigger began preparing for his journey and his upcoming battle against the beast. If he couldn't reach Saint level in this fight, his departure would be delayed. He wouldn't risk exploring the world while losing control of himself. Amidst his tasks, he found a moment to sit with Verdia, who was watching him silently. "Master," Rigger began, "do you think I'm ready for this?" Verdia, with a subtle smile, replied, "Ready or not, Rigger, but doing something few have the courage to attempt. Strength isn't just in your abilities, but in your determination to move forward." Rigger nodded, feeling the weight of her words. "I could come with you if you want. I had planned to stay a few more years, but I wouldn't mind leaving a little earlier," she offered. Rigger hesitated before responding. "There's no need, Master. I have some things to do on this journey, and I don't want to interrupt your break." He lied. In truth, he thought it would be too dangerous to bring her along, considering what he intended to do. He would have loved her company otherwise. She seemed about to say something but stopped midway, her expression a mix of concern and affection. "All right, little Rigger, but be careful." He only nodded, and the two, master and disciple, sat quietly, watching the rain fall as night descended. The rain, which had poured over the great forest for months, was finally taking its last breaths. The gray clouds still lingered above the treetops, but the air was lighter, the raindrops falling sporadically, and the fresh scent of the earth mixed with the soft aroma of the leaves. Rigger was perched on one of the massive trees, his eyes closed and his mind calm. He focused on the sound around him, letting the forest speak to him. He could hear the small animals moving through the leaves, the cautious steps of a deer in the distance, the soft sound of a squirrel digging the ground, and even the distant flight of a bird. But what caught his attention the most was the sound of the wind, carrying with it the sense of plants and wildlife, whispering secrets that only he could perceive with his sharp senses. As his ears filtered the environment, he could smell a nearby stream, the damp touch of a tree, and the fragrance of flowers that were just beginning to bloom. The end of the rainy season always brings a sense of renewal, how the forest breathes and prepares for the next season. It's curious how everything in the world seems to follow a cycle. I will miss this. Lost in thought, Rigger reflected on the life he had lived so far, the relentless training, his journey with the Dedoldia tribe, and the bonds he had forged with friends and mentors along the way. Although only 8 years old in this world, he already carried the experience of 28 years, shaped by the memories of his 2 lives. In such a short time, Rigger had already begun to distance himself from the person he once was in his previous world. He was maturing rapidly, not only physically but also in spirit, gradually adapting to the harsh realities of his new existence. Despite his young age, his appearance told a different story. His still-developing frame already resembled that of a 10 or 11-year-old, marked by firm muscles, a piercing gaze, and the posture of a seasoned warrior, someone who had faced battles far beyond his years. Opening his eyes, Rigger activated his magical vision. His eyes gleamed with an unusual intensity, and for a moment, the world around him expanded. The forest stretched before him like a detailed painting, the manna surrounding all the vegetation, and he could see hundreds of meters with astonishing clarity. The trees, the animals, even the small details of fallen leaves on the ground, all became visible, as if reality itself was unfolding before his senses. He felt a surge of energy, as though he were at the peak of his growth spurt. With a swift motion, he activated Flash Step, and his body was enveloped in an explosion of energy, instantly vanishing from the top of the tree and darting toward the tribe. He could feel the strength in his muscles, his incredible speed, and the wind slicing across his face as he covered the kilometers in the blink of an eye. Rigger landed nimbly in the center of the village, his feet making a faint sound as they touched the ground. Around him, the atmosphere was completely different from usual. The smell of food in the air, the laughter, and the shouts of excitement gave the impression that the entire tribe was in a joyous frenzy. The rainy season, which had made their lives so difficult, had finally ended, and everyone was ready to celebrate the almost non-existent casualties that season. No great battles, no disasters. A reason to celebrate. This was mainly due to Rigger testing his techniques, but also thanks to the focused training done in the Iron Legion, in addition to the 7 young warriors who could use magic without incantations, making things much more convenient in battles. He watched the frantic movement of people around him. Some warriors were preparing the meat for the feast, using large knives to cut pieces. Others were setting up tents and tables, and a few more distracted ones were sparring in friendly duels, using wooden swords. It was a spectacle of simple fun, but full of energy. Rigger, Verdia appeared from afar, her face with a smile that he could swear was a magical effect that made her glow. Her golden hair was loose and swaying hypnotically. She wore a simple dress, different from her occasional mage cloak, making her look like an angel among mortals. When she saw him, she gestured for him to come closer. Rigger stood in awe for a moment before walking toward her. "You're getting tall, little Rigger," she said, her voice full of pride. "Soon I won't be able to call you little anymore." Rigger laughed, looking at his master. He felt immense affection for her, a mix of deep respect and a bond that transcended just the master-student relationship. He knew that she had been instrumental in his development, both in magic and in mindset. Amid his confusion on how to handle the new truths of his society, she had been his guide, teaching him so much about life with her experiences and patiently listening to all his doubts. Soon, Celine approached with a warm smile. "That warrior's body is already taking shape, isn't it?" she commented, looking at Rigger with a playful gaze. What Rigger liked most about his mother was her laid-back nature, which, despite her difficult past, had allowed her to adjust to life in the tribe. Celine and Rigger shared a strong bond, as his mother had always treated him with unconditional love, regardless of his mistakes or difficulties. Soon, they reached a campfire where Rigger's father, Hantar, was sitting. He was imposing, with powerful muscles and a posture that commanded respect. Despite the harsh way he treated others, Rigger thought of him as a classic tsundere. "Hey, Dad, do you need help cooking the meat?" Rigger offered, wanting to be useful, but the air changed instantly when he heard 3 consecutive refusals. "No need," Hantar said seriously. "How about we go play darts instead, son?" his mother said, steering the conversation away. "Yeah, we can talk while doing that, little Rigger," his master added. The emotional blow was significant. Was my skill really that bad? Rigger forced a smile and agreed. Sure, let's play darts. Meanwhile, Finn, Drell, and Guru, his fencing instructors, were among the fighters dueling with wooden swords. Finn Drell, always serious, was facing Guru, who had a more relaxed attitude, but was equally skilled after Finn Drell lost his arm. They exchanged quick, precise strikes, their swords clashing with force, but leaving no marks. Rigger observed intently, absorbing every movement, every tactic used by the two. Around them, other warriors were engaged in equally lively activities. A group of younger warriors was involved in a fist fight, laughing as they exchanged punches carelessly, but with the contagious energy of youth. Nearby, some older members were playing a knife-throwing game, their expressions more serene, yet just as absorbed in the competition. The sound of laughter and celebration filled the air. The mating season was in full swing. The sacred beast was also there, in a small sanctuary, visibly excited when it saw Rigger. Its white fur shone, and it watched him with glowing eyes, as if eager for Rigger's next move. Whenever he approached, it let out a small bark of approval. Amid the celebration, some of the Iron Legion warriors started to chat eagerly about what was coming next. The chief is going to challenge an A-rank beast without magic, right? One of the warriors commented quietly, but loud enough for Rigger to hear. I heard it's in 3 days. The news spread quickly, and the conversations grew more animated. What madness! We'll need a group of the best warriors to kill one safely. In a corner, Gustav, the tribe's leader, climbed onto a small makeshift platform and raised a cup. All eyes turned to him. Today is a day of celebration, he said in his strong, commanding voice. We've overcome another rainy season, another tough time, and, more importantly, we came out of it stronger than ever. The Dedoldia tribe remains united, and for that, we must toast to our strength, our courage, and the future that awaits us. The crowd applauded, clapping and shouting in approval. The atmosphere became even more vibrant, with everyone sharing the sense of unity. Rigger, observing his tribe members, felt a strong connection to them, something he hadn't felt in his previous life, a sense of belonging. Even knowing that he would leave soon, the feeling of being part of this tribe, this family, was something he would never forget. As the feast continued, Rigger stepped aside to a quiet corner, chatting with friends and simply enjoying his rare moment of rest, soaking in the warmth of the night and the feeling of camaraderie. The party raged on as the festive mood took over everyone. He walked a little and saw Killian, who was showing some of the tribe's children how to throw stones. His movements were quick and precise. The wind magic he used to control the stone's direction seemed magical to the children. Your control is great, Killian, Rigger commented with a smile. Killian smiled back, his eyes shining with confidence. I've been training a lot, Chief. Keep training then. Being young, you need to at least be strong enough to lead the Iron Legion. Rigger observed the young man, one of the most promising of his generation, with the ability to use advanced wind and earth magic. Killian was still a child, but his determination was unwavering. Rigger had also seen that he had potential for the water god style, so he told him to train more seriously in that style. He had already decided that, one day, Killian would take on a leadership role in the Iron Legion. Further along, Taze was helping Lysina assemble a set of improvised weapons for a small combat tournament. They were having fun, but Rigger could see the intensity in their gazes. Taze, with his earth magic skills, and Lysina, with her talent for barriers, were getting closer to an advanced level. It was remarkable how they communicated with just their eyes, their abilities complementing each other perfectly. Taze, Lysina, don't forget to rest as well, Rigger called, but they were so focused on preparing for the fight that they hardly noticed his presence. Linnea was further ahead, engaged in a friendly match with other warriors from the tribe, testing her strength and agility. She still seemed so small, but already demonstrated the skills of a fighter. Her fire magic made her opponents hesitate, and her quick, precise attacks were impressive. Hey, don't be so aggressive, Linnea, Rigger warned. It was you, Chief, who told me that in the sword god style, Aggression is always the answer, she said proudly, with her arms crossed, as if she had discovered the truth about life. Amid the entire celebration, he found Persina, who was sitting in a corner, observing the party, with a large plate of meat hidden behind herself. The girl was absorbed by the atmosphere around her. She was quiet but always attentive, although it seemed as if she was protecting her meat. She even glared aggressively at him when he passed by. Rigger then went to look for his master. She was talking to another woman from the tribe. As he approached, he noticed how the firelight from the campfire reflected in her hair, creating an almost magical aura around her. She was more radiant than ever. The beauty of Verdia seemed to increase as time passed, not just because of her appearance, but because of the confidence and kindness she radiated. "So, Rigger," she asked, her eyes observing him with curiosity, "are you having fun?" "Yeah, but I might be a little nervous about facing the beast in 3 days. I've already defeated one with magic, but with just the sword, I'll be very limited." "You'll make it, and even if you don't, you can try again and again. You'll always have us to support you," Verdia said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Rigger felt a comforting warmth in his chest when he heard her words. She always knew how to give the right kind of support at the right moment. He smiled back at her, feeling more determined to continue his journey. "I know, Master. One day I'll surpass all these limits." Verdia smiled, a sparkle in her eyes. "I know that. Just don't forget to enjoy the celebration while you can, Rigger." Rigger nodded, and for a moment got lost in her eyes. He tried to imagine what his new life would be without her, and once again realized how important she had been. The music and dancing continued around them, but Rigger was calmer now. He knew what he needed to do. The party was coming to an end, and the night slowly descended upon the tribe. The last laughs and conversations began to fade, and the flames from the campfires began to die down, leaving only a soft glow illuminating the tired faces of the warriors and villagers. When everyone had gone to sleep, Rigger got up. He knew this would be his only chance to face the A-rank beast without anyone interfering, as they were all tired. So he lied, saying he would face it in 3 days, so he could truly challenge himself. He was sure there would be warriors lurking to save him if something went wrong. So what would be the point of facing it without magic? When the last group of warriors retreated to their homes, he silently sneaked back to the exit of his house, aware that most of the tribe was already sleeping. As he opened the door, Rigger was surprised by a sight that made him stop for a moment. On the branch just ahead of the door, carefully hanging, was a sword. It was adorned with intricate details and a blade that emanated a unique aura. He approached cautiously, not recognizing the sword. It was a piece he hadn't seen before. It had a unique appearance, unlike anything he had used before. The scabbard was black, with golden and blue details. He carefully took the sword by the hilt, the weight of the blade perfectly balanced in his hand. With a sense of reverence, Rigger unsheathed the sword, examining it more closely. The blue blade extended before him with impressive lightness, almost ethereal, with a soft glow that seemed to change in intensity as the night light touched it. At the beginning of the blade, the name was engraved, Tsukikage, Moonshadow. There was something about it that unsettled him, as if it was more than just a simple weapon. This is definitely not an ordinary sword, Rigger thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The weight of the sword and its exotic appearance made it clear that it was not just any weapon, but something forged with great care, perhaps even magic involved. He raised the sword before him, and for a moment, he felt as though the blade was asking to be used. It was an indescribable feeling, as if the sword was aligned with him, ready to unleash all its power. He then looked at the small note hanging with the sword. He then laughed. She knew, of course she knew. The note left with the sword had the simple message, "Good luck, little Rigger." This phrase at that moment touched his heart deeply. With every word he remembered, he felt a weight of responsibility, but also a quiet pride. Verdia believed in him, trusted him, and this sword represented much more than just a weapon to kill for him. With one last glance at the room and the tribe sleeping in the distance, Rigger turned and left the house, determined. He could wait no longer. His journey was about to begin. The A-rank beast awaited him, and he had to be ready. He crossed the forest, the sword in his hand emitting a soft glow as he advanced, as if every step was bringing him closer to his destiny. The sound of the leaves whispered in the wind as Rigger advanced through the dense forest, his feet pressing firmly into the damp soil, the strong scent of earth filling his nostrils. Sunlight barely pierced through the canopies of the towering trees, creating shadows that danced around him. He carried 2 swords. At his waist hung Tsukikage, the sword entrusted to him by Verdia. On his back was his regular sword, the one he had initially planned to use. He breathed deeply, preparing for the challenge he had set for himself. He had already exhausted all his mana constructing extremely dense earthen structures before entering that territory. It was a dangerous gamble, but a necessary one. He had been training to reach the saint level for 2 years now. Findrell had told him that with his talent and the speed at which he reached the advanced level, he should already be there. However, the lack of strong opponents and real pressure had caused him to stagnate. As he approached the area where he knew the silver mist wolf reigned, his instincts began to scream. The sensation was like an electric shock through his nerves, a shiver climbing his spine. He was out of mana, approaching a dangerous enemy. His body was warning him, but he shook his head, pushing the fear aside. The whole point was for it to be dangerous, after all. He kept moving forward, senses sharp, ignoring the growing discomfort. The air felt denser here, almost oppressive. The sounds of the forest had diminished, as if even the insects feared disturbing this place. Suddenly, the surroundings opened into a clearing. The ground was littered with battle marks, and pieces of flesh scattered across the area exuded a metallic scent of blood. His eyes fell on the remains of the ruler of that territory, the original silver mist wolf. Its massive body, over 7 meters long, lay destroyed. The powerful claws and silver fur, which should have symbolized its strength, now lay motionless, covered in deep wounds and bite marks. The figure responsible for the massacre was feasting on the fallen opponent's flesh. The new wolf was half the size of the original mist wolf, but equally impressive. The creature was unlike anything Rigger had expected. Its blue-green fur shimmered with a supernatural hue under the forest's diffuse light, moving as if alive, and its eyes gleamed with terrifying intelligence. A mutation, Rigger thought, recalling Verdia's lessons. Mutated monsters were rare, but incredibly dangerous. Before he could react, his instincts screamed again, more intensely than ever. Run! It was a primal command, straight to his core. For a moment, he hesitated, but then the wolf turned its head, fixing him with eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. He saw the creature's muscles tense, and in the next instant, it charged with a speed he could barely follow. Rigger leapt back, tried to evade the attack, but wasn't quick enough. The creature's claws grazed his throat, leaving a deep cut. Pain exploded in his mind as blood began to flow. Without time to process, he activated Flash Step, though a version using only 2 ki, which made it less effective. The movement was instinctive but poorly executed, and he stumbled upon landing, feeling the impact in his knees. Damn it! With the wolf on his heels, he broke into a frantic run, dropping to all fours to gain more speed, a classic technique of the Dedoldia tribe. His arms and legs worked in perfect sync, propelling him across the uneven terrain. Branches scratched his skin, but he had no time to think about it. With each step, he felt the wolf drawing closer, its figure just a blur moving through the forest. The attacks came relentlessly. The wolf leaped between the trees with deadly precision, cutting off Rigger's path like a predator toying with its prey. He barely dodged the strikes, the beast's golden eyes glowing in the mist that began to shroud the area. Rigger knew he was being tested. "If I could use magic, you'd already be cut into 100 pieces," he growled, frustrated. This monster was fast, so fast he couldn't hope to react to its attacks. His magic eye, active from the start, helped him track the creature's movements, but even then, he couldn't land a hit. The wolf was too fast, and its shimmering blue fur created illusory images as it moved, further complicating the fight. The chase went on for what felt like hours, wounds and cuts accumulating across his body. Rigor was running out of breath, the blood from his throat leaving a crimson trail in his wake. The clarity of his thoughts was beginning to fade. He knew he couldn't escape. The wolf was toying with him. It could have caught him at any moment. I need to fight. Now. Rigor's mind worked quickly as he ran. He needed a plan. He couldn't win by running, and a direct attack was suicide. He would have to outsmart the monster. Cutting a detour in his path, he slightly slowed his pace, feigning weakness. His legs trembled, and he allowed the wolf to see it. It was a risk. If he failed, it would be over. The monster growled, its eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. It charged again, claws ready for the final blow. A pure arrow of force and speed, aimed directly at Rigor. He felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, his body entirely on alert. Seconds stretched into eternity as he prepared his response. At the last moment, Rigor sidestepped, nearly crawling on the ground to evade the creature's claws. He drew the blue sword, attempting the fastest longsword of silence he could muster, but the strike hit nothing but air. The creature was too fast. As Rigor glanced back, he saw the wolf already repositioned just a few meters away, its predatory stance unchanged. But it wasn't just speed. The illusions created by the monster's shimmering fur made tracking its real position almost impossible. Every step left visual echoes, after images that confounded his senses. Rigor tightened his grip on his sword and adjusted his breathing. His eyes narrowed as he focused his magic eye again, studying the wolf's movement patterns. Even with the ability, tracking, it was like trying to catch a bolt of lightning amidst a storm. The wolf lunged again, but this time he was ready. Rigor rolled forward, dodging the sharp claws that slashed through the air just above his head. Rising fluidly, he swung Tsukikage in a downward arc. The blade glowed with the force of his Tuki, but once again, it struck nothing but empty space. The monster leaped back, its growl morphing into a low, guttural sound that vibrated through the air. It circled him, its glowing eyes filled with calculated malice. It seemed to savor the fight Rigor was putting up, a predator playing with its prey. Rigor gritted his teeth. He was losing blood fast, and his strength was waning. Each movement felt heavier, slower. It's wearing me down. The clearing around him seemed to close in, as if the environment itself was conspiring against him. The ground was slick with damp leaves and streaks of his own blood. The surrounding trees formed a natural barrier, limiting his escape options. I need an opening. Anything. He kept his eyes locked on the wolf, tracking its movements carefully. The creature began to pick up speed, running in tighter and tighter circles around him. The sound of its paws against the ground created a sinister rhythm, a prelude to his impending death. Then the wolf attacked again, leaping toward him with claws extended. Rigor swung the long sword of silence again, but the monster evaded at the last moment, twisting its body in an almost impossible motion. It's intelligent. The strike grazed the wolf's flank, leaving a shallow wound, but before Rigor could capitalize, searing pain erupted in his right leg. The monster's jaws clamped down on his thigh, the sound of teeth tearing through flesh and muscle echoing across the clearing. He let out a primal scream, the pain cutting through the forest silence. Reacting quickly, he brought his sword down in a desperate slash, but the wolf released his leg and jumped back before the blade could connect. Rigor collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from his wounded leg. His breathing was labored, and the world spun around him. The pain was unbearable, but he knew he couldn't stop. If I fall now, I'm dead. The wolf began circling him again, like a hunter waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His blood dripped steadily onto the ground, and the clearing seemed to spin. With immense effort, Rigor forced himself to his feet, using his sword for support. He steadied his stance, ignoring the throbbing pain that consumed his body. His hands trembled, but his eyes remained locked on the creature. I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I can fight. The wolf suddenly halted, crouching low. Rigor recognized the stance. It was preparing for a high-speed charge. This was it. Now or never. As the monster lunged, Rigger did something unexpected. He threw himself to the side, feigning a fall and leaving himself completely exposed. The creature surged forward, believing its prey was defenseless. At the last moment, Rigger focused all his remaining strength into a single movement. With a roar of effort, he swung his sword in a swift, precise arc aimed at the wolf's neck. The blade connected, but only superficially. The wolf instinctively twisted away, and Rigger felt the slight resistance of his cut. Before he could follow through, a sudden, devastating force struck his chest. The wolf had used its hind legs to kick him mid-turn, the impact like a speeding truck. He felt his ribs crack and the air rush out of his lungs as he was hurled dozens of meters away, rolling violently along the ground. He groaned but didn't let go of his sword. Regaining his spatial awareness, he forced himself to stand again. Rigger was on the ground, bleeding and exhausted, as the wolf circled him like a living shadow. Each movement sent a fresh wave of pain through his body. He knew he was on the verge of passing out. "I can't last much longer." Yet he continued to breathe, forcing himself to focus. He would need something beyond strength or skill. He would need a miracle. The sound of Rigger's ragged breathing was drowned out by the wolf's low, constant growl. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as though awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Every muscle in Rigger's body screamed for rest, but he knew that giving in meant death. The wolf, now with blood staining its maw, watched him with predatory patience. It circled the young warrior like a shadow, waiting for the right moment to strike. Every movement seemed calculated, as if it already knew the fight was over. Rigger staggered as he rose, his injured leg barely responding. Using his blue sword as a crutch, he straightened and faced the wolf. "I won't fall here. I can't fall here." The creature attacked again, but this time Rigger evaded purely on instinct, rolling aside and breaking into a desperate sprint. He had no plan, just the overwhelming urge to survive. His breathing was ragged, and every step was agony, but he pushed on, moving like a beast clinging to life. The trees blurred past him as he ran, leaping from trunk to trunk, ignoring the pain, and driven only by instinct. But the wolf was relentless. Its pursuit was merciless, its paw steps pounding through the forest like a drumbeat of death. Rigger knew he was at his limit. His body should have given out long ago, yet he remained standing, fueled by sheer determination. During a leap between two trunks, his leg finally gave out. He felt the tendon snap, and his balance faltered. The world seemed to slow as he fell, the wind howling in his ears. Acting on instinct, he hurled the common sword from his back toward the wolf. The strike carried the precision of a North God technique, but the creature easily dodged, twisting its body in midair without losing momentum. Rigger crashed into another tree, the impact reverberating through his battered body. But the sword he had thrown bought him a single second. Turning his head slowly, he saw the beast leaping toward him, claws and fangs poised for the final strike. Ignoring his shredded leg and countless wounds, he launched himself at the creature, using the tree as leverage. This is it. In that last moment, something within him clicked. A spark of clarity flashed through his mind as he gripped Tsukikage with both hands. He had no strength left, but his mind, honed by years of combat, guided him instinctively. "At least I'll take you down with me, you bastard." With an almost automatic motion, Rigger raised the sword and executed the most familiar technique from his training, the long sword of silence. But this blow felt different, faster, sharper. The blade gleamed briefly, a golden streak that sliced through the air in a horizontal arc, aiming for the wolf's neck. The creature dodged, but the speed and precision of the strike surpassed anything Rigger had ever achieved. The blade struck the wolf at the top of its skull, slicing through flesh and bone before stopping. The monster's body kept moving, crashing into Rigger and slamming them both into the trunk of a nearby tree, the sound echoing through the forest. The wolf's lifeless body collapsed on top of him, motionless. Silence enveloped the clearing. Rigger, still leaning against the tree, crawled out from under the wolf's corpse. The creature was undoubtedly dead, its breathing fading until it ceased entirely. He let out a long sigh, feeling the weight of the moment sink in. I did it. His thoughts grew hazy, and he realized he was teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Blood continued to flow from his wounds, his vision growing blurry. As his awareness faded, he focused on the sound of his own heartbeat, still pounding, and the cold air filling his lungs. For all his injuries, for all the pain, he was still alive. And then, for the first time in years, Rigger succumbed to physical exhaustion and fainted. Rigger slowly opened his eyes, feeling a gentle pulse coursing through his body, as though he were being wrapped in a comforting warmth. His vision was blurry, but his ears caught a familiar, kind, and warm voice. And let him recover with a healthy body. Exhale. The magic radiated over him, gradually restoring his strength. As his mind cleared, he saw Verdia crouching beside him, her gaze fixed on him with evident concern. When she noticed that Rigger was regaining consciousness, her expression softened, though worry still lingered in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Verdia's voice was soft, but it carried a subtle note of concern that Rigger rarely heard from her. She watched him intently, probably waiting for any sign that the healing had fully taken effect. Rigger forced himself to sit up, feeling his energy returning. He used a healing spell on himself and gave a faint smile as he felt his strength spreading through his body. "Yes, I'm feeling better now. Thank you, Master." Verdia stood up, relief crossing her face. "That's good. I came looking for you after you were gone all night. I was so worried. You still need some time to recover, but the worst is over." "There were some complications," Rigger admitted. "That wolf over there was a mutation. It had already killed the silver mist wolf when I arrived. I had to fight for my life." He paused, reflecting on his near-death experience. "But maybe I should thank it after all." He grabbed the blue blade and focused on the Tuki flowing through his body. A moment later, he smiled. Moving forward, he accelerated rapidly, far faster than he ever had with his previous flash step technique. He shot past a tree like a bullet, leaving only a deep slash at its base. The trunk toppled over with a resounding crash in the silent forest. This was the true signature move of the sword god style, the long sword of light. Verdia observed him for a moment before clapping excitedly. A joyful smile spread across her lips as she congratulated him, her pride for him shining even brighter than his own. "Congratulations, little Rigger. You're now a sword saint," she declared, stepping closer. "I hope the sword has been useful." Rigger's eyes focused on the blade. Its elegant blue design was both sleek and aggressive, emanating an almost predatory aura. "I bought it from an elf who had kept it in his collection for years. It's one of the 49 blades crafted by Julian Jalisco, the Demon Realm artisan, using the bones of the Dragon King Kajikut. It's yours now." Rigger's eyes widened, feeling the weight of the gift. "I was torn between giving you a staff or a sword," Verdia continued with a faint smile, "but I chose the sword because you can embed a magic stone in it. That way, it can act as your casting focus. However, to do that, you'll need to visit the Dwarven territory. Only they can modify such a blade without compromising its properties." Rigger blinked in surprise. "Properties? What kind of effect does it have?" Verdia smiled, a playful glint in her eyes. "Tsukikage becomes sharper and more durable the hotter its surroundings get." For a moment, Rigger was speechless. His mind raced with possibilities, imagining the potential of such a weapon. "That means—" He trailed off, gazing at the blade in awe. "I can use my fire magic with it almost without limits, can't I?" Verdia nodded. "I haven't confirmed it with your level of magic, but when I tested it with an advanced spell, it seemed to handle it perfectly." Rigger's heart raced as he gripped the Tsukikage tightly, feeling the energy it exuded. The blade seemed attuned to something within him. "Thank you, Master," he said, genuine gratitude evident in his voice. She had spoken casually about it, but finding a sword that perfectly matched his combat style surely hadn't been simple. "Let's return to the village. You need to truly rest now." Rigger agreed, and the two began walking back toward the village. Along the way, They continued their conversation. Rigger couldn't help but ask about the future of the Iron Legion and, more importantly, the sharing of magical knowledge he was developing. Master, what do you think about making knowledge of chantless magic and the idea that mana can grow during childhood public? Rigger asked, studying Verdia closely. He already knew this was a delicate subject, but her answer felt crucial to his plans. Verdia pondered for a moment, her eyes focused on the path ahead. I agree that this knowledge should be shared, but must be done gradually. We can't just throw it out into the world unprepared. There are too many implications. It's not something to be rushed. Rigger nodded, understanding her caution. Do you think it could be taught more widely someday? Yes, eventually. But for that, you'll need to be stronger first. If you intend to spread these methods, many will come after you. Your strength, both magical and physical, must be unquestionable. And I'm telling you this because I know you have that potential. Verdia looked at him with a soft smile, as if appraising him. When you decide to focus on your magical research and developing your potential, Renoa would be a good place. There, you can delve even deeper into your studies. I'll stop by at some point to visit a disciple. I've already decided I'll go there at some point, Rigger replied. But first, I need to ensure the Iron Legion is ready for the future. Their conversation shifted to other topics. Verdia spoke of her own future, revealing that she would leave the Great Forest in a few years. I'll be leaving the Great Forest soon too, young Rigger. Perhaps in 5 years or so. I've been here a long time, and my journey will eventually take me elsewhere. Perhaps we'll meet outside the forest, if fate allows. Rigger already knew Verdia was a free spirit, but hearing it aloud made him feel that their time together was drawing to a close. The sense of impending loss was inevitable. The Great Forest wasn't his ultimate home, just as the tribe wouldn't be his permanent origin. Rigger nodded, and Verdia continued sharing stories and offering him advice about the world beyond the Great Forest. When they arrived at the village, the scene before them was familiar and welcoming. Warriors and villagers moved about, greeting Rigger with respect. He waved back with a smile, though his mind was elsewhere, contemplating what was to come. Soon, they reached his home. Training outside were Hantar, Geru, and Fendrel. Before he could say anything, Rigger was caught off guard by his mother, who ran to him, her face filled with concern. Rigger, she wrapped him in a tight hug, almost knocking the air out of him. Are you all right? You left without saying anything. You drove me crazy. Her voice shifted between relief and scolding. Rigger, still being crushed, responded with a tired smile. I'm fine, Mom. And I did it. She let him go, frowning in confusion. Did what? He raised Sukikage and said proudly, I am now a sword saint. Fendrel was the first to react, letting out a hearty laugh. Huh, I knew you had it in you, kid. He walked over to Rigger and gave him a strong pat on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Hantar and Geru nodded enthusiastically, Rigger's father looking at him with a conflicted expression. A sword saint at such a young age. Geru murmured, clearly impressed. You're going to make history, kid. You're already far beyond the rest of us. Hantar smiled, his voice filled with fatherly pride, mixed with a touch of unease. Our tribe has never had a warrior of saint rank so young. While Rigger's mother announced she would prepare a special dinner to celebrate, Fendrel stepped forward. Well done, Rigger. With this, my goal here is complete. His voice was clear and direct, but there was a trace of satisfaction in it. I'll leave the Great Forest and return to my kingdom. Irina and I have our own paths to follow. The announcement caught many by surprise, but Fendrel raised a hand to silence any objections. This has already been decided. The time I've spent here will stay with me forever, but I also have Irina, and I want to have children of my own. And Rigger. He stepped closer, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. I know the whole world will hear your name one day. I truly recommend that you visit the Sword Sanctuary to refine your skills further. To my knowledge, the current sword god became a sword saint at 15. You've already surpassed him in that regard, and I'm sure your potential can take you even further than he has gone. Rigger nodded, absorbing the farewell words. Even though Fendrel wasn't his master, he had still been a teacher, imparting almost everything Rigger knew about the sword god style. Meanwhile, his mother crossed her arms, looking at him with a half-maternal, half-playful smile. Sword sane or not, you're still my little boy. She pinched his cheeks, eliciting laughter from those around, while Rigor contemplated how to salvage his dignity. Verdia, who had been silently observing until then, finally spoke. This is just the beginning. Her voice was gentle, but carried a note of pride. Honestly, I've never seen anyone with as much talent as Rigor. I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes a legendary figure like the Armored Dragon King or Kalmanai. They then headed inside to celebrate the occasion. Verdia also informed him that his final graduation would take place in 5 months. As days passed, Rigor began training in new techniques he had devised after learning to consciously control his Tuki. While observing the tribe, he realized that as they grew in scale, they would need a better hierarchical system for organization. Thus, he began working on it. One day, while walking to the training field where the members of the Iron Legion were exercising, a sense of pride welled up within him as he watched how the tribe and its allies were evolving. The terrain, shaped with earth magic to be more resilient, was perfect for training. The magically reinforced soil not only created a robust field, but also increased durability, allowing warriors to train without worrying about damaging the environment. He paused for a moment, watching the warriors' movements. Some were engaged in hand-to-hand combat, practicing the tribe's unarmed style. Others were using magic or training with swords and other weapons, showcasing skills inspired by the North God, Sword God, and Water God styles. The Iron Legion had grown impressively since its foundation, uniting members of the tribe and others from surrounding tribes under a common purpose, defending the Great Forest. Some were seasoned fighters, while others were just beginning, but all seemed committed to becoming stronger. Killian spotted him and approached, noticing Rigor's contemplative stance. Chief, do you have something in mind? Anything else for the training? Rigor turned to him. Yes, Killian. We need to be more versatile. The Iron Legion currently has 4 combat methods available. The tribe's unarmed style, North God, Sword God, and Water God styles. He paused, watching the warriors practicing these styles. I want you to guide the warriors in testing their aptitude in each of these styles, even the more experienced ones. Some may naturally excel in one over the others, but this will help us better utilize everyone's potential. Killian nodded, understanding the logic behind the proposal. I see. Should I do the same with magic? Exactly, Rigor confirmed with a nod. It's important for them to become more adaptable. We can't rely on a single style in combat. Our ultimate goal goes far beyond that. Each warrior needs to be capable of reacting in different ways. He approached one of the warriors training with a sword, observing their movements. I've also gathered information about the surrounding tribes. Many of the warriors here, whether official members or not, are already part of the Iron Legion. We need to expand it, Killian. Extend the Legion to the neighboring tribes. To do this, I've prepared a hierarchy system to be implemented once the number of members exceeds a certain limit. Rigor pulled a notebook from his clothes and handed it to Killian. The notebook was filled with detailed records of various styles, spells, and tactics he knew. It also contained information about the neighboring tribes, with suggestions on integrating new members and establishing a more efficient command system. This notebook contains everything you need to implement this hierarchy. It will help make our Legion more structured and ready for the future. Killian flipped through the pages attentively. All right, I'll start working on this immediately. As second in command, you need to be strong, Killian. Don't try to do everything alone. Delegate tasks. You're already an excellent magician, but you still need physical training, especially in the Water God style, Rigor added, tilting his head slightly. He knew Killian had impressive magical abilities, but also understood that physical training was crucial in this world. A pure mage was as fragile as paper against saint-ranked warriors. Killian nodded seriously, a hint of determination in his eyes. I know. I won't let my magic be my only strength. I'll improve in everything to meet the chief's expectations for the future. Killian seemed to regard him as some kind of deity, taking every decision he made as absolute. While Rigor didn't see this as inherently bad, he knew he wasn't infallible. One day, Killian would realize he was just another person with flaws and strengths. Rigger turned his gaze back to the training field, his eyes landing on Lysina, who was training in the distance. When their eyes met, she quickly looked away as if caught in the act. Rigger felt a small smile forming on his lips, but refrained from commenting. He had already deduced it was a childhood crush, but he saw her as nothing more than an adorable kid. He turned to Killian, who had also noticed the silent exchange but said nothing. Rigger decided to share his future plans. When Linnea and Persina leave for Renoa, you and Lysina should follow them. By then, the Iron Legion should be more stable, and you'll also need to gain experience. We can't afford to halt growth. Killian looked at Rigger with a thoughtful expression. Understood. We'll follow your lead. The Iron Legion needs to be strong, but it also needs time to mature. When the time comes, we'll be ready to go. Rigger nodded. This would certainly not be a small project, but he was confident. With the hierarchy system in place, diversified training, and the integration of neighboring tribes, the Legion was on its way to becoming a formidable force. Ask me about anything you're unsure of while I'm still here, Rigger said, refocusing on Killian. My master told me I'll learn Saint-level water magic and King-level earth magic on the same day. That will also be my last day in the tribe. Finn Drell had departed from the tribe the day before, his absence leaving a quiet void in the village. Many had gathered to bid him farewell, their voices filled with encouragement and bittersweet pride. Alongside him was Irina, her determination matching his as they set off together. Their departure was a reminder of the paths that lay beyond the safety of the great forest, paths that not all could walk, but which some were destined to follow. The clearing was bathed in the morning sunlight, filtering through the treetops. The crackling sound of flames echoed as Rigger swung his sword, now imbued with fire. The heat around him was intense, yet he remained focused, controlling each flicker of the flame as if it were an extension of his own body. Verdia stood a few steps away, watching him intently. Your control keeps improving. With your ability to summon flames at will, few opponents will be able to stand against you now. Rigger reduced the intensity of the fire, adjusting it until it became a thin, steady layer along the blade. I can maintain it throughout a battle, but I still need to fine-tune the timing. Good. Your talent has always leaned more toward fire and earth magic. It's a shame I only know advanced-level fire spells, his master commented. Rigger gave a faint smile, a challenging gleam in his eyes. My control over fire has already surpassed wind. Earth is close behind, too. He raised his hand, and a translucent barrier formed beside him, solid and well-structured. I can now cast at least one intermediate barrier spell without chanting. Verdia nodded. Though your aptitude for barriers lags slightly, that's only in comparison to your other spells. Your progress is still remarkable. Before he could reply, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Warriors began emerging from the forest, armed and prepared for combat. Among them, Hantar stepped forward. He looked directly at Rigger, his expression serious. Are you ready? He asked firmly. Rigger didn't hesitate. He sheathed his sword, his eyes gleaming with determination. Always. Hunter's lips curved into a faint, proud smile. He raised an arm, signaling the warriors around him. Let's see what you're capable of. Her master moved away so as not to be caught in the crossfire. Rigger took the first step and vanished. The ground beneath him cracked as a shockwave rippled through the clearing. He reappeared in the midst of the warriors like a bolt of lightning, moving too quickly for the naked eye to follow. Within seconds, four warriors bored deep cuts across their bodies. The remaining fighters quickly adjusted, converging on him from multiple angles. Rigger's speed, amplified by Flash Step, allowed him to dodge their attacks and strike before they could react. One warrior swung a massive axe at him, but Rigger effortlessly evaded, delivering a sidekick that sent the opponent flying. He leapt back, conjuring a platform of earth and walls around him to shield against stray arrows. Hold the formation, a veteran shouted. The warriors advanced in groups, attempting to use their numbers to their advantage. Rigger, however, didn't give them the chance to organize. He summoned earth pillars beneath their feet, throwing them off balance or forcing them to dodge, then followed up with a flame slice, sending a wave of fire that burned everything in its path. 3 warriors attacked simultaneously, but Rigor met them head-on. Wielding the long sword of light, he dispatched them effortlessly. As Rigor pressed forward, one of his strikes cut too deeply into a warrior. Even amidst the heat of battle, Rigor didn't hesitate. Extending his hand, a soft glow radiated from his palm, healing the warrior's wound. "Rest easy," Rigor said as the healing spell took effect. The man's eyes widened in astonishment as relief washed over him. Rigor offered a small smile before vanishing once more into the fray. He wasn't sure if it was because he had reached the saint rank or because the challenge felt trivial, but his instincts had become a formidable weapon. If he relied solely on magic, he believed he could overwhelm the entire tribe alone, let alone a single division. This allowed him the luxury of holding back. The last 10 warriors closed in together, forming a circle around Rigor. For a brief moment, he stood still, closing his eyes. When they launched their attack, his eyes snapped open, and he vanished again, moving with surgical precision. Combining swift strikes and calculated spells, Rigor systematically brought down each opponent. He ended the bout with a gust of wind that sent the final 2 crashing to the ground, concluding the sparring session. As the last warrior fell, Rigor stood at the center of the clearing. He began healing the more seriously injured fighters using magic. The warriors rose gradually, exchanging glances filled with admiration. Hantar was the first to approach him. "You've surpassed everyone here, Rigor. But don't let that make you complacent. There are plenty out there who can match your skill. Never overestimate yourself." Before Rigor could respond, another voice chimed in. "Even if that's true, I doubt many could rival him." It was Eleonora, the instructor of the water god style. "Idar will accompany you on your journey and deliver another of my grandchildren to your uncles after you purchase him," Eleonora declared. "I hope you'll consider keeping him with you afterward. He's talented, nearly at the saint rank, and only 15. Idar grumbled. "Whether I go with him or not, I can travel to the Azura kingdom on my own." Rigor nodded. "I'm still at the intermediate level in the water god style, so having someone to train with will be beneficial. If our paths align, we'll journey together." Idar seemed far less arrogant than when he had first arrived. Though not unpleasant company, Rigor wouldn't mind traveling with him. Moments later, Taze appeared in the clearing, bringing news. "Rigor, the selected warriors are ready to depart. They're waiting for your confirmation." Rigor glanced around at Hantar and Verdia. Each of them watched him with a mix of pride and expectation. Taking a deep breath, he felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. After all, he had chosen this path, and he would see it through to the end. Rigor walked toward his home, the weight of the approaching farewell settling over him. The path was familiar, yet it felt as if he were treading it as a stranger. Warriors and villagers from the tribe greeted him as he passed, their gazes respectful and their nods solemn. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. When he reached his home, the familiar warmth welcomed him, yet something felt different in the air. His mother stood at the door, her expression a mixture of seriousness and tenderness, as if she were preparing to say something important. "Rigor," she called, her voice low and calm. "We need to talk." He frowned, a sense of unease creeping into his chest. Something in her tone quickened his heartbeat. "Of course, Mother. What's wrong?" She stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. He followed her, noticing the unusual silence inside the house. She led him to the center of the home, where they sat on a simple wooden bench. She sighed deeply, as though gathering the courage to speak. "I've never told you this before," she began, staring at her hands, "because I didn't want to burden you with the weight of the past. But now it's time for you to understand." Rigor studied her closely, worry etched across his face. She seemed more tense than he'd ever seen her, a rare sight that unnerved him. "What happened, Mother?" She hesitated for a moment, as if searching for the right words. "While I was a slave, I gave birth to a child. But shortly after he was born, he was taken from me. I only saw him once as an infant, and I never learned what became of him. The warriors of the tribe, including Hantar, killed those responsible when they rescued me, but my son never returned. Her words fell like a silent bomb in Rigger's heart. He sat motionless, processing what he'd just heard. The pain in her face wasn't just sadness, but a mixture of regret and acceptance. She didn't seem to harbor overt resentment, but Rigger knew the story weighed heavily on her, unspoken and unresolved. "I'm telling you this," she continued, her voice softer now, "not so you'll seek him out, but so you'll understand. Slaves are often treated as less than trash by their masters. That's the norm, especially among humans." She paused for a moment. "I never told anyone about this except your father. It was such a distant part of my life. I had already given up on everything before I was saved. This life we have now, this wonderful life, I never expected it. Having friends to talk to, a husband to rely on, and watching a son as extraordinary as you grow up. It's almost like divine intervention. I even started to believe in the Saint of Meles for a while." She chuckled faintly before turning serious again. "But despite all of that, I don't want you to hate humans indiscriminately. Findrel is an example that not all humans are bad. Your judgment will be your greatest guide on this journey." Rigger felt a surge of emotions, shock, sadness, and compassion. He had no idea his mother had endured such hardship. She always seemed so joyful, so strong. But now, for the first time, he could see the cracks in her armor, the fragility beneath her strength. He realized how deeply this pain had been buried within her, hidden from everyone. I didn't know. Mother," he said softly, struggling to process her story. "I can't even imagine how you must feel." She nodded, her eyes with unshed tears, but she didn't let them fall. "It's something I've never spoken about, Rigger, and I didn't want it to overshadow the life you've built here. You've always been so dedicated to the tribe, to the Legion, to our future. It's only because of the path you've chosen that I felt it was time to share this with you." He sat in thoughtful silence, reflecting on her words. He thought of his lost brother, who might still be out there, a slave since birth, robbed of any chance to grow and live freely. A deep sense of loss consumed him, along with a rising anger. "I don't care if it's the norm," Rigger said firmly. "Norms are made by people, and if they can create them, others can change them." His mother looked at him, a mix of pride and sorrow in her gaze. "You're right, Rigger. I know that, and I know you'll make a difference. All I hope is that you remember, you can always count on your family. You will always have a home to return to." He took a deep breath, determination radiating from him. "I'll remember that, Mother. Always. That's a promise." They sat in silence for a while, each lost in their thoughts. Then Rigger rose, his resolve clear in his expression. "I'll go to the sanctuary of the sword, and the Iron Legion will leave its mark wherever I go." His mother smiled, a bittersweet smile full of pride. "I know you're ready, my son. Go and fulfill your destiny. And know that, no matter what happens, you have my blessing." The next day, she saw him leave to learn King and Saint-level magic, her heart full of pride and hope. Rigger was prepared to face the future, not just as the leader of the Iron Legion, but as someone determined to reshape the world's rules. The path ahead wouldn't be easy, but with every step, he felt closer to achieving the change he envisioned. Outside, Verdia waited. "Shall we go, young Rigger?" "Yes," he replied, more to himself than to his master. "I'm ready." Rigger ran alongside Verdia, both of them in a comfortable silence. The air of the great forest was filled with the soft sounds of nature, but neither seemed inclined to break the moment. For Rigger, each step on this journey felt like a quiet farewell. He glanced at his master, mentally recording every detail of her confident posture, the lightness with which she moved, and even the way the breeze swayed her hair. The hill they were seeking was farther than Rigger had ever gone before. They climbed a slope, reaching a large hill. When they reached the top, the view was breathtaking. The vastness of the great forest stretched as far as the eye could see, with the blue sky blending into the horizon. Verdia broke the silence. "This is the perfect place to test what you've learned. As you've already learned, this Earth King level magic can cause some irreversible damage if you're not careful." Rigger nodded, taking a deep breath and letting the scenery fill his senses. Verdia looked at him with a firm, encouraging gaze. Let's start with cumulonimbus. The water saint-level magic, as I mentioned, this magic can be transformed into the king-level magic Thunderbolt, just like how the tornado can turn into a hurricane. I will demonstrate it once. Pay close attention. She then began the chant. Great Spirit of Water and Imperial Prince of Lightning who ascends to the heavens, grant my wish and bring forth a wild blessing. Show your power to insignificant beings. Astonish with a strike of your divine hammer on the anvil and cover the earth with water. Rain, sweep everything else and expel all. Cumulonimbus. The clouds rose quickly, forming dark towers that seemed to touch the sky. The air grew thick, and a cold wind swept across the field, carrying leaves and dust. Lightning pulsed within the clouds, illuminating their outlines like glowing veins. The rain started suddenly, heavy and relentless, transforming the previously calm forest into a tempestuous chaos. Thunder roared like a primordial warning, and the strength of the storm felt overwhelming. Verdia maintained the magic for 1 minute before gradually dissipating it. Your turn, little Rigger, go ahead. Rigger closed his eyes, letting his mind connect to the mana flowing around him. He began to recite the chant Verdia had taught him. Great Spirit of Water and Imperial Prince of Lightning who ascends to the heavens, grant my wish and bring forth a wild blessing. Show your power to insignificant beings. Astonish with a strike of your divine hammer on the anvil and cover the earth with water. Rain, sweep everything else and expel all. Cumulonimbus. As he recited, he felt the mana around him stir, as if the air carried a heavy energy. He opened his eyes and saw clouds beginning to form above. The sky, once clear, began to darken. The wind picked up, and he felt the humidity in the air condensing as the clouds gathered. Rigger extended his hand to direct the flow of magic. The feeling was powerful and overwhelming, like trying to control a wild beast. Lightning flashed within the growing cloud, and raindrops began to fall. He closed his eyes again, feeling each drop, each gust of wind, and the pulsing of the lightning inside the cloud. Slowly, the storm began to respond to his command. He shaped the clouds into a large whirlpool, controlling the reach and intensity. As the magic raged above, Rigger felt the mana pulse around him, a dance between water, wind, and electricity. He closed his eyes, tried to understand the flow of the magic. Focusing on the lightning, he extended his hand, guiding one with effort. For a moment, he managed to shape its trajectory, feeling the electricity vibrate through his body. But the energy was untamable. When he tried to stabilize it, the lightning dissipated in an explosion, vanishing into the cumulonimbus. He breathed deeply, frustrated. I neglected to control the water magic, he thought, acknowledging his failure. Still, he didn't let himself be discouraged. He had learned the saint-level magic and could try again whenever he wanted in the future. After receiving his master's approval, he dissipated the magic, a bit disappointed. When the magic finally dissipated, Verdia smiled. Very well, Rigger. You have mastered cumulonimbus. You can now consider yourself a water saint-level mage. Rigger sighed, a mix of relief and complaint for not achieving what he wanted. He had always trained less on water magic because the immediate usefulness of his other magics was much greater. His logic was simple. What hurts more, a stone cannon or a water cannon? He looked at the clouds slowly dissipating in the sky and then turned to his master. Earth magic now. Yes, but let's wait a bit. Casting a saint-level and king-level magic consecutively is my mana limit. After a brief pause, Verdia led Rigger to the next challenge. Now, let's move to the Earth King-level magic, Earth Rift. This is a powerful magic and the most devastating magic I know. I tried to learn the superior version of it 400 years ago, but I didn't have enough mana. The next level is the Emperor-level magic, Earthquake. I don't know if you'll be able to use it right away, but I recommend not testing it here. It could be dangerous. She then recited the chant clearly. O spirits of the eternal earth, hear my call. I invoke the power of the deep heart of the world. May the primordial forces that sustain mountains and valleys awaken at my command. Split the foundations of creation, unleash your unyielding roar, and may your fury carve the earth beneath my feet. O ancestral spirit who dwells in the depths, show your immeasurable strength and reveal the hidden abyss. May those who dare challenge your stillness tremble before your unwavering power. Let the earth open and the hidden truth come to light. I command you, spirit of stone, king of the unfathomable depths. To you I call Earth Rift. With the final cry, the world seemed to hold its breath for a moment before exploding in a terrifying spectacle. The ground opened up into an immense abyss, a crack that seemed endless. The earth roared violently, echoing through the forest like the roar of a colossal beast. Rocks shattered, dust was thrown into the air in a suffocating cloud, and the smell of damp earth filled the air. When the earth finally settled, silence reigned again. Before them, an impressive rift crossed the clearing, its depth and width so vast that it seemed impossible that something like this could have been created by mortal hands. Verdia appeared somewhat exhausted after using the 2 spells. She said, "Go ahead, use your magic alongside mine, or else you could damage the forest." "Okay, master." Rigger then closed his eyes, connecting to the mana, but this time to the earth beneath his feet. He recited the incantation. "O spirits of the eternal earth, hear my call. I invoke the power of the world's deep heart. May the primordial forces that support mountains and valleys awaken at my command. Split the foundations of creation, release your relentless roar, and let your fury carve the earth beneath my feet. O ancestral spirit dwelling in the depths, show your immeasurable strength and unveil the hidden abyss. Let those who dare challenge your stillness tremble before your unshakable power. Let the earth open and the hidden truth come to light. I command you, spirit of stone, king of unfathomable depths. To you I call, Earth Fisher." Feeling the power accumulating, the earth began to tremble lightly, as if responding to the call. Suddenly, he felt something different. It was as if his consciousness stretched beyond the surface, reaching deep layers of the earth. He could feel the subsoil very deeply, the heat and pressure hidden beneath his feet. It was an overwhelming feeling, but also exhilarating. Carefully, he channeled the power to create a controlled rift. The ground before him split in a straight, deep, and well-defined line. But at the same time, Rigger realized the destructive potential of that magic. He felt he could go deeper, manipulate the tectonic plates, and replicate something close to an earthquake. He hesitated. He felt this magic was within his reach. The temptation to test this absolute power was there, but responsibility spoke louder. If something went wrong, the great forest could be devastated. He interrupted the flow of mana and observed the results of his magic cautiously. Verdia stepped forward. "By the hesitation on your face, I can see you could have used the earthquake, couldn't you?" "Yes, I think so. I'll have to find a more desolate place to test it one day," he replied resignedly. She smiled, proud. "In terms of magical ranking, there's nothing more I can teach you. It's been 5 years of learning with some breaks, but I can safely say you're the most talented disciple I've ever taught." Rigger smiled back, but the moment was bittersweet. He knew that this milestone also meant the end of his time with her as his master. The farewell was getting closer. Rigger and Verdia returned to the village, talking about the possibilities of magic. She advised him to go to the dwarves' territory to embed a magic stone into his sword, Tsukikage, saying that a better focus for spellcasting would greatly improve his magic. The weight of the moment hung between them, but neither needed to speak of it for the other to understand. As they approached the tribe, he saw the crowd gathered. Much of the tribe was there, waiting to say goodbye to one of their own, a young man whose strength and determination had inspired many, but who would now follow his own path. Rigger felt a wave of emotions seeing everyone together. He hadn't expected so many people to come to say farewell. Children looked on with admiration, adults with respect, and some with concern. He walked toward his family, where the most important members of the tribe were also waiting for him. His father, Hantar, was the first to approach. His usual serious posture showed no signs of weakness, but Rigor could see a hint of pride in his eyes. Hantar pulled him into a rare embrace. "Don't forget where you came from, Rigor. Whatever you find out there, carry the name of the Dedoldia tribe with honor." Rigor nodded, returning the embrace. "I promise, father." His mother, Celine, came next. She couldn't hold back her tears as she hugged him tightly. "Take care of yourself, my son. The world out there is dangerous, even though you're strong." She gently stroked his hair. "I'll be back soon. It'll only be a few years." As Celine stepped back, Guys approached with his characteristic scowl. He crossed his arms, looking bothered. "I hope you know what you're doing, kid. It's not just you who will be in danger. Everything you do out there will reflect on our tribe. Be careful who you make enemies with." Rigor kept his calm in the face of the harsh words. "Understand, guys. I'll be careful." Guys grumbled something inaudible and walked away. Then Gustav, the tribe leader, approached with a slight smile. He placed a hand on Rigor's shoulder. "You've got a long journey ahead. No matter the challenges you encounter, remember that we'll always welcome you back." Rigor bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Killian was next. He turned to the Legion warriors behind him and shouted, "Legion!" All the warriors kneeled on one knee and responded in unison, "At your command." Rigor was shocked. He had never taught them that. Was it Killian? Where did he get this idea from? Was it from the stories I told him? Rigor smiled awkwardly, still feeling good about it, though he couldn't deny it. Killian turned and spoke. "We'll give our best to live up to your expectations, leader. I expect a lot from all of you." "Surprise me," he said, thinking that he didn't need to say much more than that. Almost all members of the beast races respected the strong, and if they chose to follow him for his strength, he would give them a purpose. Lysina was watching him from a distance, holding back tears. She had tried to convince him many times to take her with him, but he had refused over and over again. She was still just a 7-year-old child, innocent and immature, and not strong enough. He knew it would hurt her, but this wouldn't exactly be an easy journey. Many things could go wrong. Soon, 2 small girls, Linnea and Persina, appeared. Both stared at him with wide, tear-filled eyes, their tails drooping sadly, showing the mix of sadness and anger they felt. "You're so cold-hearted, Chief. Heartless. You're abandoning your best students," Linnea complained. "How can you leave like this?" Persina added, still chewing on a piece of meat despite her sadness. Rigor gave a faint smile and leaned down to meet their gaze. "Don't let this distract you. Keep training hard. Listen to Gustav and Killian. I want to see both of you stronger when I return." Linnea pouted but nodded. Persina wiped her stubborn tears with her sleeve. They hugged him, trying to hold back their sadness as Rigor gently patted their heads. The circle of goodbyes seemed to be finally coming to an end. Rigor turned to Verdia, who had silently watched everything unfold. "Ready?" Rigor looked around once more, taking in the faces that would now be part of his memories. He took a deep breath, the weight of responsibility mixing with the emotion of departure. Yes. Rigor walked to the outskirts of the tribe, where the 30 warriors who would accompany him were gathered. They were lined up in groups of 10, their weapons at the ready. The group included experienced veterans like Kabar, a warrior with over 30 years of experience, and young hopefuls ready to prove their worth. The supplies were carefully packed into large backpacks, enough food for weeks, medicinal herbs, and water reserves. Taze was at the center of the bustle, checking everything for the 3rd time. He looked up at Rigor when he arrived and nodded. "Everything's ready, Chief," Taze said, his face serious. Despite being only 11 or 12 years old, Taze had grown quickly, already standing at 1.60 meters. He would likely be very tall in the future. Rigor felt a sense of anticipation and pride as he looked at them. He scanned each of the warriors, studying their expressions. There was determination, but also anxiety. Some whispered to each other, exchanging words of encouragement. Others were silent, focused on what lay ahead. "Do you trust me?" Rigor asked, his voice firm. "Yes," the group responded in unison, their voices echoing through the forest. Rigor nodded and walked to the front of the group. He stopped, took a deep breath, and then began to speak. This is a journey that will mark our lives. We will be pioneers, explorers who will forge paths for our tribe. What we do here will not only be for us, but for all who come after. The world out there is vast, filled with dangers and opportunities. It won't be easy, but together we are stronger. Remember this. No matter what we face, we will triumph. The warriors' eyes shone with renewed determination, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. As Rigger finished speaking, something caught his attention from across the path. Verdia was there, dressed for travel, with a small backpack on her back. He walked over to her, surprised. "You're leaving too?" She smiled softly, crossing her arms. "I'm heading back to the Elven village. I've said my goodbyes to everyone. I'll spend the next few years resting there. If you return, come find me. I might lose track of time." Rigger fell silent for a moment. He felt that this was his last chance to say what he felt to his master. He didn't consider himself worthy. His master had lived for hundreds of years and had never found someone. Why would he be the one chosen? But he wasn't willing to give up just because of a few setbacks. He might be a child now, but beast races lived long lives. He could take his time to win her over. For now, he would take the first step. "Master, what would someone have to do to win your heart?" The question caught Verdia off guard, but she laughed, a light sound that seemed to dance in the air. "That's a tough question," she said thoughtfully. "I don't think it's something anyone can force. Destiny is the one who dictates such things. We don't choose who we fall in love with." She paused, her gaze drifting to the blue sky. "But if I had to say something, I've traveled to many places, mountains, deserts, cities, and forests, but I've never had the chance to fly freely in the skies or explore the depths of the seas. After all my travels, those dreams remain unfulfilled. Whoever could achieve that would surely earn a few points." Rigger smiled. He knew her comment wasn't a promise, but it wasn't a refusal either. A chance, that's all he needed. Those words were etched in his mind. He tilted his head in respect, a gesture that spoke more than words ever could. "Then, until we meet again, master," he said. "Until then." "Rigger," Verdia replied. They exchanged one last look, and Verdia turned, leaping nimbly through the trees. Rigger then returned to the waiting group. Taze raised his hand, signaling the warriors to prepare. Rigger looked to the horizon, his heart pounding with anticipation. He took the first step, followed by the 30 warriors. Their destination was the port city of Zant. The future was full of uncertainties, but Rigger was ready. In the middle of a clearing shaded by dense trees, Rigger watched intently as his group faced a pack of leaf tigers. These rank B monsters were known for their ferocity and tendency to hunt in groups. However, his companions were making progress. Taze and Kidder, the most experienced warrior, led the charge. Idar and Taze moved in sync, keeping the tigers at bay with precise strikes and elemental magic. Kidder stood tall and muscular, his bronze skin crossed by scars, with feline ears twitching at the slightest sound. His piercing red eyes matched his short, graying hair, emphasizing his beast-like heritage. Most male members of the Dedoldia and Dedoldia races didn't wear shirts, and Taze had embraced this trend. Rigger, however, decided to keep his on for now, planning to follow suit when he was older. Perched on a tree branch, Rigger analyzed the battle. His golden, magically enhanced eyes gleamed like a predator's. A subtle movement in the underbrush caught his attention. A leaf tiger, braver than the rest, creeping toward him, thinking it could take him by surprise. The moment the tiger leapt, Rigger was ready. With a fluid motion, he dodged, letting the creature brush past him. A faint glow ran along his arm as he concentrated his tuki with precision, channeling the energy into his right fist before striking the beast's side. The impact was devastating. A sharp sound echoed through the clearing as the tiger was hurled away like a cannonball. The sickening crunch of breaking bones and crushing flesh was immediate. Rigger stood still, critically observing the now motionless creature. "Still not good enough," he muttered, flexing his fingers. Tuki control was a skill he had been honing tirelessly. Inspired by Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strikes, he sought to replicate a similar effect. So far, he had managed to slightly amplify his strikes, making them marginally more powerful. The process, however, was risky. A mistake in channeling could cause the energy to recoil, inflicting serious internal damage. He allowed himself to experiment only because of his healing magic. Maybe that's why no one does this, he pondered. The risk is too high, but if I can achieve perfect control, this could be viable. The idea of transforming Tuki into more than just a defensive layer or raw amplifier was challenging, but he was determined. This was just one of the many concepts simmering in his mind now that he could consciously manipulate the energy. He was also eager to explore new boundaries in magic. Lightning magic, with its speed and lethality, was a priority on his list. He was currently improving his water magic to complement this, and felt success was within reach. Another concept intrigued him deeply: the relationship between the mana within his body and the ambient mana. He noticed no fundamental difference between the two, which raised an intriguing question. Could Tuki be imbued with elemental or even healing properties? The possibilities were tantalizing. Earth element Tuki could bolster his defense, making him nearly impenetrable. Wind element Tuki could push his speed to absurd levels. The idea was promising, but far too complex for now. He needed more practice and control. Recently, Rigger realized that every technique he wanted to master demanded a higher level of control, whether in magic or Tuki. The only way to improve was through relentless, grueling practice. After years of this routine, he had grown accustomed to the exhaustion, though it never became easier. Determined to tackle the simpler challenges first, he decided to master lightning magic and refine his Tuki impact technique. His thoughts were interrupted by a crimson flash. Taze, wielding a flame-cloaked blade, delivered the final blow, decapitating the last leaf tiger. The boy turned to Rigger, wiping sweat from his brow. "Boss, we're done here." Rigger nodded slightly, stepping down from the tree branch to join the group. "Good work," he said, casting an evaluating gaze over them. Kidder maintained a serious expression, though Rigger noticed the fatigue in his eyes. Idar seemed more at ease, even smiling, while Taze sheathed his blade with a hint of pride. Rigger sharpened his senses, which had reached unimaginable levels. He could faintly hear the murmur of distant conversations and detect the scent of spices and salt carried by the wind. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact distance, he knew it was still far away. "We're almost out of the Great Forest. Another day, and we should reach Zampport," Rigger announced, gauging the reactions of his companions. He could sense the tension among them. "And what's the plan once we get there?" Idar asked, tilting his head curiously. Rigger crossed his arms, methodically outlining the next steps. "Only Kidder, Taze, Idar, and I will enter the city initially. We need to find a base of operations and gather intelligence. The rest will stay outside for now, at least until we've secured a solid plan." The others nodded, understanding the need for caution. Zampport was a hotbed of illicit activity. Smugglers, mercenaries, and slave traders operated freely there, making a careless approach potentially disastrous. "Idar, your brother is a Militian. We have some business to attend to here first, and it might draw attention. You don't have to get involved if you don't want to." Idar thought for a moment before replying. "I'll help. I'm already on your side anyway. Besides, you're going to save my brother. Sitting on the fence wouldn't feel right." Rigger nodded and continued. "Everyone else already knows this, but I'll tell you. On this journey, I plan to attack the slave traders' main base in Zampport." Idar looked shocked, glancing at the warriors around him and realizing it wasn't a joke. After a moment, he seemed to reach a decision. "Fine, but my identity can't be exposed. I don't want to implicate my brother or grandmother in this." Rigger agreed, his gaze shifting to the horizon, where the sunlight hinted at the forest's edge. It was a significant milestone, the start of a new chapter. Clenching his fists, his mind raced with ideas and possibilities. But he knew he needed to focus. Every step from now on required careful planning and skill. While the group reorganized to resume their march, Rigger felt a familiar weight on his shoulders. Leadership meant bearing everyone's expectations. He knew he couldn't afford to fail. These warriors' lives were in his hands. The gates of Zampport were simple, made of reinforced wood and dark iron, marked by years of wear and tear. Two guards armed with swords stood on either side of the entrance. Their sharp eyes immediately turned to the approaching group, lingering on the necks of Rigger, Taze, and Kidder. Rigger felt the sting of their suspicious gazes. In port cities like this, it was common practice to check for slave markings on newcomers' necks, and anyone from the Great Forest naturally drew suspicion. As they drew closer, one of the guards stepped forward. He was a burly man with an unkempt beard and eyes as sharp as a vulture's. Ignoring Rigger and the others, his attention zeroed in on Idar, the only human among them. "What brings you to Zampport?" the guard asked, his tone full of distrust. Before Idar could answer, Rigger stepped in, his voice firm but polite. "We're just passing through," he replied. The guard raised an eyebrow, scanning Rigger from head to toe with thinly veiled disdain. "Umph." He muttered something inaudible, then gestured for them to pass. Rigger clenched his fists, resisting the urge to teach the man a lesson in respect. Discrimination was nothing new. He'd been warned about it countless times. Still, knowing didn't make it any less infuriating. The thought that he could flatten this entire city if he wanted, yet these people dared to disrespect him, only stoked his irritation. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the task at hand. Once inside, the city revealed its vibrant, bustling nature, especially in the early morning. Stone-paved streets bustled with hurried townsfolk, merchants setting up their stalls, and workers hauling crates of goods. The salty tang of the sea filled the air, mingling with scents of fresh fish, citrus fruits, and exotic spices. "It's lively, at least," Idar remarked, looking around. "Too lively," Taze muttered, frowning as he noticed the sidelong glances directed at them. Rigger noticed as well. Most people ignored them, but some stares were more intense, laden with disdain. It wasn't unusual for city dwellers to view beast folk as inferior or savage. As they walked, a scene unfolded that caught everyone's attention. In front of a stall, a burly man held a dwarven child by the collar. She couldn't have been older than 5, her face smeared with dirt and her eyes brimming with fear. "How dare you break that?" the man bellowed, slapping her across the face. The girl fell to the ground, whimpering, as the merchant raised his foot to kick her. "Bastard," Taze growled, his eyes blazing with fury as he stepped forward. "Taze, stop," Rigger ordered, his voice low and commanding. He felt his own anger burning, but he knew they couldn't act impulsively. Before he could say more, Kidder intervened. "You need to stay calm. Drawing attention to ourselves now would jeopardize everything. Our priority is gathering information, not ruining our chances because of momentary rage." Kidder's tone was cold, but Rigger knew he was right. Verdia had warned them. They'd only get one shot at catching their enemies off guard. After that, the slavers would scatter and hide, making it impossible to strike effectively. Taze hesitated, but reluctantly stepped back, his hands trembling with anger. Rigger turned his gaze away from the scene, swallowing his fury, and led the group onward. The surroundings began to change as they walked. The makeshift stalls and simple homes gave way to more refined buildings with well-maintained facades and wider streets. The contrast was striking. The city center, Rigger observed. Eventually, they arrived at a modest but well-located inn. Rigger led the way inside and approached the counter. A young, lanky attendant with messy hair greeted them with a bored expression. "We need accommodations for 30 people," Rigger stated directly. The attendant glanced up, his eyes filled with disdain as they swept over the group. "What are the animals from the Great Forest doing here?" he sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Rigger's hand instinctively moved towards the hilt of his sword, and he took a step forward. He felt that he would have to impose some fear to get even the slightest bit of cooperation from these guys. Before he could respond, a deep voice interrupted. "Shut your insolent mouth, boy." An older, overweight man in expensive clothing and adorned with rings emerged from back. He slapped the attendant aside and turned to the group with a forced smile. "Apologies for this fool. He doesn't know what he's saying," the man said. His eyes flicked to the sword at Rigger's side, and his expression softened. We have space for your group. You're most welcome here. Rigger relaxed slightly, but kept his tone measured. Thank you. Now about information. We need to get up to speed on what's happening in the city. Do you know where we can find what we're looking for? The older man smiled warmly, though his cautious eyes betrayed his calculating nature. There's no need to look far. I can provide the information you need. With all the merchants and sailors passing through, I'm always well informed. Rigger narrowed his eyes, studying the man. He seemed genuine, but there was an unmistakable air of opportunism about him. In Zampport, information was clearly a commodity. Of course, my services don't come cheap, the man added with a sly grin. Fine, Rigger replied curtly. Let's get settled first, then we'll talk. The tribe had entrusted him with some funds for this journey, but he knew resources were limited. He'd have to ensure any information was worth the cost. Once they'd been assigned their room keys and the group began settling in, Rigger turned to Idar. Idar, rent 2 of those covered wagons we saw on the way in. Go with Kidder to retrieve the rest of our group from the forest. Use the western gate. It's for merchants, and the guards don't check it thoroughly. Understood, Idar replied, leaving to inform Kidder. The 2 departed shortly after. Pace, stay here and wait for the others. I'll scout the city. With that, Rigger moved to a window in his room, opened it, and leapt out, disappearing into the bustling streets below. The port city of Zant was a chaotic blend of sounds, smells, and constant movement. The main streets were filled with merchants shouting to advertise their wares, while sailors, adventurers, and common citizens moved amidst the unrelenting noise. Rigger walked among them, staying alert, his eyes scanning every detail around him. He had ventured out because he felt the need to understand the environment, prices, and people, as well as to gather useful information for his mission. It had been a long time since he had interacted in a human society, and his opinion of the humans in this world wasn't very positive. This was largely due to the many slavers he had faced and the stories Verdia and his mother had told him. However, Findrell had made him believe that there might be better humans out there. As he passed through an open market, he noticed a stall apparently selling paper and maps. The vendor, a thin man with graying hair and a tired expression, was engrossed in a book as Rigger approached. The man glanced at him without much interest, seemingly unfazed by the fact that Rigger was a young member of the beast race. Stepping closer, Rigger asked, "Hello, do you have any maps of the city available?" "I've got 2, one detailed and one simple," the vendor replied indifferently, pointing at 2 stacks of seemingly hand-drawn maps. Rigger examined the maps. One cost 2 mealy silver coins, while the other was 5. He wasn't sure if this was expensive for a map, but it felt a bit pricey. If you can't read, the simple one is 2 silver coins, and the detailed one is 5, the vendor said, his tone uninterested as he returned to his book. All right, I'll take the detailed one, Rigger replied, thinking at least this man wasn't trying to scam him. He retrieved the coins from his pouch and handed them over. Thanks for your purchase. If you find any important landmarks in the city not shown on the map, let me know. If I find it worth noting, I'll give you a silver coin, the vendor said in a slow, dragging tone as he handed Rigger the map. Examining the map, Rigger assessed its utility. It was rudimentary but detailed enough to show key points such as the port, commercial areas, and several main streets. This will do for now, he thought. As he walked away, his thoughts drifted to the funds his tribe had provided him, 30 mealy's gold coins and 50 mealy's silver coins. In the Dedoldia tribe, such money was practically useless since they lived off hunting and direct bartering. The amount was sufficient to establish themselves for a few days and purchase supplies for the journey to Malition. Still, Rigger knew he had to be careful with his expenses. He continued exploring, observing workers, adventurers, and the slaves laboring in the streets. Some were human, others beast races, and even some of demonic origin. Nobody seemed particularly disturbed by this. Even some slaves didn't look particularly sad or despondent. He already knew that abolishing slavery in this world would be an incredibly difficult task. Many slaves were captured during raids on tribes, villages, or caravans. However, There were also those who sold themselves into slavery after incurring debts they couldn't repay, willingly accepting servitude for a set period. There were also those enslaved as punishment for crimes, prisoners of war who had to choose between death or servitude, and even orphans who sold themselves for food, shelter, and protection. These and other reasons made such moral rules deeply ingrained in the societies of this world. Changing it would take generations. He wasn't that interested in all this work and didn't think it was necessary for now. Maybe if the opportunity arose, he would try something. Of course, most slaves were still obtained through kidnappings and attacks, particularly targeting beastly tribes and isolated villages. But Rigger already had a plan to address this. It was simpler than he had imagined. Why were demonic races far less enslaved than beast races? There might be other reasons, but he was convinced that much of it was due to the powerful demon kings ruling each province. Few dared to invade their territories to capture slaves. It had been the same during the era of the second beast god, Geiger, and that was exactly what he intended to replicate. According to his master and Gustav, he was already considered a force to be reckoned with on a global scale. His ability to cast king-tier spells without incantations and his standing as a saint-level warrior were massive deterrents. He just needed an opportunity to showcase this power. If he succeeded, even the major underworld powers would hesitate to act against the Great Forest for fear of the potential damage he could inflict. Of course, this wouldn't yield instant results, but it would be a significant first step. The Iron Legion would closely follow his lead, paving the way he opened. The people's gazes varied as he walked. Some ignored him completely, treating him as just another passerby. Others glared at him with disdain or hostility. He noticed that much of the animosity came from well-dressed individuals or those in positions of authority. Ignorant people will always exist, he thought to himself. Reaching the port, Rigger paused to observe the sea. The salty breeze brought a wave of nostalgia. He remembered his past life and the beaches he had visited. It was his first time seeing the sea in this world. Boats of various sizes were anchored, with crews busily loading and unloading cargo. He approached a burly man with a thick beard who seemed approachable. "Hello, could you tell me how much a trip to the Demon Continent costs?" Rigger asked. The man looked him over before answering. "Depends. A simple trip with no guarantees would cost about 10 silver coins. Want luxury, protection, or speed? The price goes up." Rigger nodded, thanking the man for the information, and began heading back toward the inn. As he walked, he sensed something odd. He had noticed he was being watched since leaving the port, and now he was certain. His keen instincts picked up subtle movements, footsteps that stopped whenever he turned around. "I'm being followed," he thought, remaining calm. He made his way toward a more isolated area, filled with narrow alleys and deserted streets. If they were hostile, he would deal with it there. The footsteps continued, keeping a cautious distance. Rigger breathed deeply, his beast-like ears picking up every sound around him. He walked unhurriedly, his eyes scanning the worn walls of the alley and the debris scattered on the ground. When he finally reached a point where the noise of the bustling streets disappeared, he stopped. Perfect, he thought. For a few seconds, only the wind passed through the narrow alley. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Before he could fully turn, a shadow lunged forward, and a blade of iron gleamed as it descended toward his back. Rigger moved with precision. He raised his left hand, gripping the blade firmly. The metal didn't even cut his skin. The attacker, a rough-looking man in tattered clothing, widened his eyes in shock. "What?" the man stammered, trying to pull the blade back. Before he could react further, Rigger murmured something under his breath, and an invisible blade of wind sliced through the air. The man's arm was severed with surgical precision, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain as he clutched the bleeding stump. The second pursuer, a few meters behind, hesitated for a moment, his uncertainty clear in his eyes. But when Rigger turned to look at him, the man spun around and started running. At least he's smart. Rigger raised his right hand slightly, and the ground ahead of the fleeing man trembled. A wall of earth emerged, blocking his path. The man struck the wall with his sword, but only sparks flew. He turned around, But before he could react, another wind blade slashed through his legs, bringing him down with a cry of agony. Rigger walked toward him calmly, ignoring the man's groans of pain. With another hand motion, he used quicksand magic to make the ground beneath the man give way, trapping him up to his neck. The earth hardened around him, forming an improvised prison. The man, terrified, began to hyperventilate. Meanwhile, the first attacker, now crawling desperately on the ground in a futile attempt to escape, was interrupted by a firm kick to the back from Rigger. The man screamed again, but before he could pass out from the pain, Rigger cast a healing spell to stop the bleeding from his severed arm. We still have a lot to talk about. Rigger dragged the man back and placed him next to his companion, who now sat in complete silence, too terrified to scream. Both of them were visibly horrified, but Rigger paid no mind. "All right, let's talk. If you cooperate, you leave here alive." "Understood." The two men nodded quickly, desperate. "Who do you work for?" Rigger asked, staring at the man with the severed arm. "In no one," he stammered. "We just saw a feral kid walking around. Thought it'd be easy money." Rigger narrowed his eyes. The answer made sense, but he wasn't ready to believe it so easily. "And where were you planning to sell me?" he pressed. There are lots of places in the city," the man trapped in the earth replied, his voice trembling. "Merchants selling points anyone would buy." "Show me," Rigger said, pointing at the man with the severed arm. "Use your finger to mark the places on the map you know. Don't even think about lying. It won't end well for you." The man hesitated for a moment, but Rigger simply stared at him in silence. Trembling, he pointed out the locations, trying to be as detailed as possible. "Good," Rigger said, storing the map away. "Now, one more thing. Who else is involved in this?" "We don't know. We just do small jobs. We're low-level adventurers. We don't know anything else, I swear." Rigger stayed silent, watching the two. He could smell the fear radiating from them. When he finally stood, the men sighed in relief, thinking they might actually be released. "Thanks for the cooperation." Before they could react, Rigger slit their throats with a wind blade, silencing them forever. He stared at the bodies for a moment, then used magic to bury them in the earth and harden the ground, leaving the alley clean and without traces. That should avoid any trouble for now, he thought, dusting off his hands. Without further delay, he leaped onto the nearby rooftop and began moving across the buildings, heading back to the Black Sails Tavern. The sun was already setting when Rigger reached the rooftops near the Black Sails Tavern. From there, he could see the street activity starting to wind down as workers ended their days and merchants closed their stalls. He descended nimbly from the rooftop, landing silently in a narrow alley beside the tavern. Walking toward the main entrance, he noticed the weathered wooden sign swaying in the wind, the words "Black Sails" nearly erased by time. Upon entering, he was greeted by the stuffy atmosphere and the smell of stale beer and old food. The barkeep, a wiry man with thinning hair and shifty eyes, watched him enter. There was something different in his gaze now, perhaps fear, perhaps distrust. Either way, Rigger didn't care. He approached the counter and spoke in a firm tone. "Call the old fat man. Tell him I need to speak with him." The barkeep quickly left without another word. While he waited, Rigger scanned the room. A few regular patrons glanced at him briefly, but didn't seem inclined to start a conversation. A few minutes later, the barkeep returned and nodded. "He's waiting for you." "Back room." Rigger followed the barkeep down a narrow corridor to a plain wooden door. Upon opening it, he found the old fat man seated behind a desk, his expression shifting between interest and caution. He was a corpulent man with a short, well-kept beard that contrasted with his otherwise disheveled appearance. Beside him, two armed men stood watch, their eyes fixed on Rigger. The fat man gestured to a chair on the other side of the desk. "Take a seat, boy. I don't know your name yet, and I haven't told you mine. I'm Pykak, the owner of this humble inn and tavern." He introduced himself with a proud smile. Rigger accepted the invitation and sat down. He knew this meeting could be crucial for his next steps. "I'm Rigger Dedoldia. I hope it's a pleasure to meet you." Rigger sat at the tavern table, adjusting his posture on the worn-out chair as his gaze wandered across the dimly lit hall. The portly owner of the establishment, commonly referred to as Picak, seemed perpetually observant. I won't talk about the slave traders yet, Rigger thought, noting that the man was as much a seller of information as he might be a seller of secrets to others. Despite his confidence in his own strength, he knew he couldn't shield all of his subordinates from a potential ambush. Better to keep the conversation safe for now. I'd like to know a little about the world in general, to start, Rigger said, breaking the silence between them. Picak frowned briefly, then shrugged and adjusted himself in his chair. What kind of question is that, kid? The world's the same as always. Adventurers, bandits, kingdoms, and the like. What exactly are you looking to learn? I'll decide the total prize for the information after we're done. Rigger had a few questions in mind. His master had told him a lot about the world, but she had also advised him to update his knowledge since everything she'd shared was at least 50 years old. His mother's knowledge was limited to their immediate surroundings. For instance, the 7 great powers. Are they still the same as they were 50 years ago? Any changes? The old man scoffed, crossing his arms. That's a tough one. As far as I know, the only change is that the sword god's been replaced. The new guy's name is Galfarion, and they say he's far superior to the previous one. The rest of the 7 great powers? Quiet as ever. Most of them are missing, anyway. Honestly, I wouldn't put much stock in those random rankings if I were you. Rigger nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the information. Galfarion was the new sword god. Findrel had left the sword sanctuary over 20 years ago, and he wasn't the sword god at the time. Rigger found himself intrigued to meet this Galfarion someday. And the rulers? What about the kingdom of Azura? Chiron. Picak snorted, clearly unimpressed. Azura is still Azura. Useless nobles stabbing each other in the back for power. The king's the same as 50 years ago, but he's getting old. I'd give him another 10 years before his children start tearing each other apart for the throne. For now, things are stable, though. As for Chiron, I've heard the previous king was overthrown. Been a mess, but now his brother rules. They say the new king's got a kid blessed with phenomenal strength. Rigger asked further about the kingdoms of the central continent, from north to south. Picak didn't know much about some of them, but had basic knowledge of their rulers and situations. Rigger had to admit the old man was well informed, or perhaps it was just that he himself knew so little about the world. He made mental notes of these changes. His master had often told him, if you want to understand a kingdom, look to its rulers. This advice, she said, was timeless. And Mealy's? Who's the Pope now? Oh, he's been in charge for quite a while. Harry Grimoire, if memory serves. He's supposedly more progressive, but Mealy's is still the same. Knights with their noses in the air, intolerant as ever. Picak spat on the floor. Rigger nodded. Mealy's was their next destination after Zant. He needed to learn about a noble named Linstar. When he'd asked his master for the name of the boy she spared 50 years ago who was now hunting her, she could only recall his first name. Is there a noble in Mealy's named Linstar? Oh, that's specific. Yeah, there is. Linstar Joylor of House Joylor. Mind telling me why you're asking? Picak's curiosity was evident. That's none of your concern. Rigger continued updating himself on Mealy's current authorities and nobility, then shifted the topic to the Demon Continent. Picak didn't know much, but mentioned it was divided into provinces ruled by demon kings. He also shared a saying that drew many powerful warriors to its shores. If you seek power, travel onward. Your destination is the Demon Continent. Journey through its lands. Ascend to Necros Fortress. Before the Demon King, prove your strength, and you may wish for even greater power. Only then can the power of conquest be yours. Rigger made a mental note to visit this Necros Fortress someday, though he had more immediate priorities. And what about the beast folk swordsman who became the Sword King? Know anything about him? Picak raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. Ah, you mean Ghislaine Dedoldia, the Black Wolf? A formidable woman. They say she's the first of her kind to claim that title in a long time. Rigger froze momentarily, digesting the revelation. He'd heard many stories about Ghislaine Dedoldia, most of them unflattering within his tribe. Still, he sympathized with her struggles, knowing she likely didn't have the advantage of reincarnation and had to face her instincts head-on as a child. The daughter of Gustav makes sense, he murmured, recalling the theory that stronger instincts in childhood often indicated greater talent. I need to meet her someday, he thought. At 9 years old, Rigger could already feel his instincts growing stronger daily. For now, he managed them well, but he doubted reaching the saint rank alone would suffice. Ghislaine, as a sword king, might be able to help. Do you know where she is now? Pycak shook his head. No idea. Last I heard, she was part of an S-rank adventurer group called the Black Wolf Fangs, but I don't know her current whereabouts. Rigger felt slightly disappointed and shifted the focus of the conversation. Tell me about the trade in magic items. Who produces them? Who sells them? Things like that. Pycak scratched his scruffy beard thoughtfully. Azura dominates most of the trade, but the dwarves have their specialty shops for magical weapons and items, mainly in the northern mountain regions and here in Mealy's. Besides them, the halflings are the real experts in magical tools. In this city, there's a decent shop near the main market. Nothing too impressive, but you might find some interesting items there from time to time. Rigger made a mental note to check out the shop later. The conversation continued for a while, with Rigger absorbing information about adventurer guilds, caravan routes, and rumors of dangerous zones in the region. He smoothly transitioned into asking about criminal factions in the city and in Mealy's, careful not to reveal his true interest. He managed to gather a few names, though nothing immediately actionable. Finally, he thanked the tavern keeper and paid 2 Mealy's gold coins. Pycak explained that most of what Rigger asked was common knowledge, with only a few pieces of exclusive information. Returning to the inn, Rigger found that the other 26 warriors had already arrived and passed through the entrance without much scrutiny. Gathering Taze, Kidder, Idar, and another warrior, whom he considered a secondary leader of the group, Rigger began a strategy meeting. The others would stay on standby while he shared his observations. Some people in this city seem indifferent to us, but others clearly aren't. He unfolded a map on the table, pointing at the marked locations. 2 adventurers tried to kidnap me, but I managed to get some information from them. Tomorrow, the 5 of us will explore some of these areas. No deep investigations or suspicious behavior. Our goal is to stay unnoticed while gathering visual and sensory information. The dominant underworld group in this area seems to be called the Black Troll. Kidder scratched his chin, studying the map. And the rest. They'll remain here, prepared for combat. Rigger paused, looking at Taze. Stay alert. 2 men have already tried to attack me. Likely because I look like an easy target as a child, but it shows hostility. Idar is human and won't have that problem, and Kidder has the look of an experienced warrior, which should make them hesitate. Taze nodded, his expression serious. Understood. Our main goal is to identify the primary base, correct? Exactly, Kidder interjected, crossing his arms. That's why, if you find any slave outposts that aren't the main base, don't interfere. This goes for you too, Chief. Stick to the plan. The group spent some time discussing strategies before Rigger finally dismissed them. Later, alone in his room, Rigger began training his magical control, focusing on water magic. He conjured physical barriers to drain his mana, which also served as practice for his slightly weaker barrier magic. His mana reserves were already incredible. He hadn't met anyone with more mana than him so far. He suspected he had surpassed some sort of threshold recently, potentially reaching the god level in mana capacity. However, he wouldn't exhaust it entirely during this mission. It would be too risky. At least he didn't expect this operation to last long. As he worked, his thoughts wandered. We can't linger here too long. The longer we stay, the greater the chance of being noticed. Determined to wrap up the preparations in the coming days, Rigger concluded his training and rested, already planning the next day's actions. The next day arrived. Rigger and his small group set out early. The plan was simple. Explore the marked points on the map, avoid drawing attention, and gather as much information as possible. Taze, Idar, Kidder, and the other warrior, Ralfer, split off from Rigger, each with a basic copy of the map. Rigger headed to the first marked location, a shop used as a front for slave trading. The shop was located on a narrow street with tightly packed buildings and small windows. Its facade was unremarkable, A heavy wooden door with a faded sign that read Port Antiques. Seems ordinary, Rigger thought, frowning as he examined the building. Rigger moved slightly away from the people walking nearby, circling the area to get a clear view. He quietly climbed a stack of crates and positioned himself on the roof of an adjacent building, activating his mana eyes. Let's see what's hidden here, he thought. The magical vision revealed a grim scene. Behind the shop, in a partially covered area, there were several cages. Inside them, he saw a human, beast, and other figures, some barely recognizable due to their deplorable state. Many were malnourished, and some had untreated open wounds. Rigger's frown deepened as he observed more closely. 5 attendants in the front, 4 poorly armed guards near the cages. Weak breathing. Some of the slaves are on the verge of death. Doesn't look like a main base, just a smaller sales point. He continued observing, looking for any sign of a subterranean entrance or anything unusual, but nothing stood out. After some time, he noted the entrances, the number of guards, and the conditions of the slaves before returning to the streets. It's exactly what it seems, a small sales point. Nothing underground, just a stockpile of slaves in the back, Rigger thought, scanning the surroundings before moving on. He blended into the bustling crowd, leaving the area. The next location on the map was in a quieter part of the city. When he arrived, Rigger noticed this point seemed even smaller than the previous one. A small, run-down house with heavy curtains covering the windows. There were no obvious signs of movement, except for a faint trail of footprints in the mud leading to the entrance. Rigger activated his mana eyes again. The magical flow inside the house was almost non-existent. There was little indication of many people being present. Nothing here. Either it's empty or too insignificant to bother with, but also easy to deal with if needed. Rigger took on more locations himself, since his mana eyes sped up the process. After checking his targets, he headed to his next destination, a magic item shop recommended by Pycak. The magic item shop was vastly different from the other locations he had visited. Its facade was inviting, with a polished wooden door and display windows filled with gleaming artifacts and enchanted stones. When Rigger entered, the scent of burned wood and dried herbs filled the air, creating a mystical atmosphere. Behind the counter, a thin man with graying hair was busy adjusting a pendant on a chain. He glanced briefly at Rigger, but paid him little attention. With his mana eyes still active, Rigger quickly realized the shop was more than it seemed. Many items bore traces of advanced enchantments, and some artifacts emitted an energy unlike anything he had seen before. Interesting. Definitely something here worth a closer look, he thought. He picked up a small, blue magical stone from a shelf and studied it for a moment. The magic within it felt unstable, yet powerful. Returning the stone to the shelf, he took a final look around before leaving. He decided he would revisit the shop when leaving the city once he had more time. When Rigger finally returned to the inn, he was met with an unexpected sight. Upon entering his room, he found a young dwarf boy, dirty and frightened, huddled in a corner. The boy held his knees to his chest, wide-eyed and watching Rigger warily. Tay stood beside the boy, looking slightly uneasy. He asked for help. Taze explained, raising his hands as if to fend off reprimand. He was running from someone, and there wasn't anyone else around. I thought he might be useful. Rigger approached slowly, his stern expression softening slightly. All right, if no one saw him, you did the right thing. He crouched down to the boy's level, who recoiled slightly. The boy had short red hair and looked around 4 or 5 years old. There's no need to be afraid. We're here to help, Rigger said calmly. Rigger looked at the young dwarf in front of him. The boy still appeared shaken, his face covered in soot, and his gaze hesitant, as if he wasn't sure where he was or who he could trust. Rigger decided to earn his trust first. He crouched down to the boy's level and tried to smile, attempting to appear friendly and harmless, but it ended up looking a bit awkward. Hey, it's all right now. You're safe. Rigger's voice was calm, but carried an undertone of firmness. What's your name? The boy hesitated, his eyes diverting for a moment before answering, almost in a whisper, I don't have a name yet. Rigger raised an eyebrow, surprised. No name? Ah, that's right. Dwarves only get names at 7 years old. The The boy nodded nervously. Rigger slowly nodded. He had heard about dwarven traditions in his lessons with his mentor, but had never encountered a young dwarf to confirm it firsthand. I see. But tell me, little one, what happened to you? And how did you escape that place? The boy took a deep breath, still reluctant, but began to speak. It was with the help of a man who works there, one of the bosses. They called him Twin. Rigger tilted his head, intrigued. Twin, yes, the boy replied, his eyes filling with a mix of fear and hope. He wasn't any different from the others, but last night he came to me and took me to a place, a hidden sewer pipe behind one of the warehouses. He told me to cross to the other side and find someone with. He hesitated, looking at Rigger with curiosity. Animal ears. Rigger was intrigued, even a little cautious. Did this Twin send him to look for them because he knew who they were, or did he think they would help the boy? And that's what you did? When you got to the other side, did you find Taze? The boy nodded slowly. Yes, I did what he said. When I saw the man with the ears, I asked for help. He brought me here. Rigger was silent for a moment, processing the information. A trafficker who helped slaves escape? That seemed contradictory. There was definitely more to this. He needed to speak with this man first. He looked at the boy again, this time more seriously. Do you think you would recognize this man, Twin, if you saw him again? The boy bit his lip, hesitating, but finally nodded. I think so. Rigger nodded back, his mind already formulating the next steps. Then, I need you to help me identify him. This could be the key to saving others like you. The boy's eyes widened, and he took a step back. I don't know. What if they catch me again? Rigger placed a firm but comforting hand on his head. I won't let that happen. Don't worry, I'm very strong. The boy looked at him for a moment, as if deciding whether he could trust the promise. Finally, he gave a small nod. Rigger stood up and looked at Taze, who had been nearby, watching the interaction. Taze, write down everything I say. Taze nodded, quickly grabbing a piece of parchment and a quill. Meanwhile, Rigger began to describe the results of his investigations that day. He described all the points he had investigated, the guards, the layout of the place, the number of employees, and all kinds of details. He paused, allowing Taze to keep up with his words. Then, he continued, if the boy is telling the truth, then this Twin might be our best chance to capture someone from the higher ranks. That is, unless he himself is one of them. He seems to have access to the facilities and a motivation to help. We need to find out more about him. Kidder, who had approached during the explanation, crossed his arms and looked at Rigger. What's the plan? It's simpler than we thought at first. Most of these places only have advanced warriors at best. The smaller ones only have weak guards. Maybe the leader of this group is a saint-level warrior, but it won't go beyond that. Kidder laughed and replied, Of course, you're the anomaly here. It's not strange that there's just one saint. Rigger smiled. Since that's the case, let's just capture a higher-ranked person who knows where their main base is and the whereabouts of most of the members, and interrogate him. After that, I'll invade and kill them all, with some of you making sure no one escapes. The others will attack other bases. Taze will lead one group, and you will lead another. Idar will come with me. Rigger thought for a moment. Rigger looked at Kidder and Taze with determination. Gather the information I've given with everything the other warriors have gathered so far. Let everyone know. I want them ready to act as soon as we have something solid. Kidder nodded, his expression serious. And you? Rigger looked at the young dwarf, who still seemed nervous but determined to help. I'll go with him. We're going to identify this trafficker and have a conversation with him. Kidder gave a small approving smile. Understood. Let's prepare. Taze continued organizing the information they had gathered. After a few minutes, Rigger checked to make sure everything was recorded before giving his final instructions. Taze finished organizing everything and then share it with the others in Idar when he arrives. I want everyone to be aware of your group and your targets tomorrow. Taze nodded without hesitation. Yes, boss. Rigger then turned to the young dwarf, kneeling again to be at his level. Are you ready for this? The boy hesitated for a moment before nodding, his small fist clenched at his side. Despite his fear, there was a spark of courage in his eyes. Rigger smiled. Good. Let's go then. He stood up, signaling for the boy to follow him as they prepared to leave in search of the trafficker named Twin. The sun was already setting, and the city was gradually growing darker. As they walked through the streets, Rigger took the opportunity to ask the little dwarf some questions. He wanted to get to know him better, and perhaps, with that, ease some of the tension in the boy. "So tell me, what do you like?" Rigger asked casually, glancing at him briefly. The boy hesitated for a moment, seeming surprised by the question. "What do I like? I think I like high places." Rigger raised his eyebrows, intrigued. "High places?" "Yes. I used to live in the mountain ranges. From up there, everything looked so small. It was peaceful, and we were close to the sky." There was nostalgia and sadness in the boy's voice, and Rigger felt the weight of what he was saying. It seemed more than just a preference for landscapes. It was a memory of a place he'd probably never see again. "That must have been an amazing place to live," Rigger commented, trying to keep the conversation light. The boy nodded, but his expression soon changed, becoming more somber. But we had to travel to visit my father's friends." Rigger gently asked, as he believed it was good to share these kinds of things. "What happened?" The boy took a deep breath, as if he needed to gather strength to speak. "We were traveling on the Sword Road, my parents and I, and we were attacked by bandits." Rigger looked at him attentively, noticing the effort the boy made to continue speaking. "I only remember there were many of them. They surrounded us. My parents tried to fight, but—" His voice faltered for a moment. "They killed them. They told me it was my parents' fault for resisting, and that now I would be an orphan slave." Rigger sympathized with the boy. This was one of the main reasons he had trained and fought so hard since arriving in this world. The fate of becoming a slave was worse than death for him, and the best way to avoid it was by being strong. "They threw me into a cart with other kids and brought me here." The silence between them was heavy. Rigger knew that nothing he said would erase the boy's pain. Still, he placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Your parents were brave. They did what was right, even knowing the cost." The boy looked up, surprised by Rigger's words, and then nodded slowly. Rigger continued, "Don't think you shouldn't fight because your parents died doing that. On the contrary, to avoid suffering the same fate again, you need to fight." After a while, they arrived at the location Taze had indicated. It was a busy area, with people coming and going, even at that hour of the night. The lanterns illuminated the streets poorly, casting shadows that danced on the walls of the surrounding buildings. Rigger looked at the little dwarf and pointed to a more secluded corner where he could wait without being noticed. "Hold on to me. I'm going to climb that building. From up there, we'll have a better view of the exit." The boy nodded obediently and held on to him. Rigger, with agile movements, climbed the building and reached the roof. From up there, he had a clear view of the entrance and exit of the establishment. He looked down, seeing the boy watching him with curiosity. "Stay alert. When he shows up, let me know." The boy nodded again, but seemed nervous. Rigger decided it was a good moment to bring up another subject. "You need a name, you know?" The boy blinked, surprised by the sudden change of subject. "A name? Yes. It's strange for me to keep calling you, don't you think?" The boy seemed to think about the idea. "But I only get a name when I'm 7. "Well, that's your race's tradition. But you're here now. We can give you a nickname for now." The little dwarf hesitated, but seemed intrigued. Rigger continued, "In my homeland, there was a name that meant something like being red-haired. I think it suits you. How about Rufus?" The boy's eyes brightened. He repeated the name, as if testing the sound of it. "Rufus. I like it." Rigger smiled, satisfied. He had chosen the name casually, but it seemed to please the boy, which was the most important thing. The night went on, and they remained alert. Rufus kept his eyes fixed on the entrance of the establishment, while Rigger monitored everything from above, analyzing every movement. Finally, after some time, Rufus pointed. "It's him." Rigger followed the boy's gaze and saw a man coming out the door. He had long brown hair tied in a braid and was carrying a jug of alcohol. Despite his relaxed appearance, there was something in his posture that suggested experience in combat. The man seemed to be middle-aged, and his jovial behavior contrasted with the image one might expect from someone associated with slave traders. He greeted the people around him with laughter and waves, as if he were a well-known figure in the area. Rigger swiftly descended from the building and approached the man. "Are you sure?" "I am," Rufus answered, the conviction in his voice outweighing any hesitation. Rigger looked at the man again before lifting Rufus into his arms. "All right, let's follow him." The man walked for some time, turning several corners, as if he were simply heading home or finishing a typical night. Eventually, he entered a quieter alley, far from the curious eyes of the main street. It was the perfect moment to act. Rigger gently placed Rufus on the ground, indicating for him to stay hidden behind a pile of nearby crates. "Stay here. Don't move until I come back." The boy nodded, though his eyes showed concern. Rigger silently advanced toward the man, moving with the grace of a predator. When he was close enough, he used his howling magic at short range. The powerful roar echoed through the narrow alley, completely disorienting the man. He stumbled, barely managing to grab the hilt of his sword before collapsing, stunned by the sonic impact. With agility, Rigger lifted the unconscious man over his shoulder and returned to where Rufus was waiting. Without wasting time, he scooped the boy up and began climbing the nearby buildings. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, he kept a steady pace until he reached the tavern, where he entered discreetly through an upper window to avoid being seen. Once inside, Rigger placed Rufus on the ground. "Is he going to be okay?" Rufus asked, his voice filled with concern. He saved me." Rigger observed the boy for a moment before answering honestly. "That depends on him. If he cooperates, there's no reason anything bad should happen." Rufus nodded slowly, still a little worried but trusting Rigger's words. The boy ran off to find Taze, and Rigger carried the unconscious man to his room. There, he called one of the warriors who had accompanied him on the mission. "Time up. Use reinforced ropes. I don't want to take any chances." The warrior nodded and began to work, while Rigger went downstairs to check for updates on the investigation. He found Idar in the main hall, speaking with one of the warriors. When Idar saw him, he approached immediately. "Idar, why did you take so long?" Rigger called out. "I was posing as a traveler at the guild and managed to gather some information." "All right, let's talk inside." They headed back to the rooms. "Okay, what do you have?" Rigger asked. Idar replied, "I asked some subtle questions about which organization was behind the slave trade in the city. Apparently, their main base is a little outside the city, but not too far, and it's named after their leader, who is called the Black Troll." Rigger crossed his arms, absorbing the information. "Great work. This will save us some time. Did you find out anything about him?" Idar thought for a moment. "I think he's from a demon race, and he doesn't practice any of the 3 sword styles. He seems to use an axe to fight, and of course, he's known to be really strong." He continued, "But it seems like someone else showed up recently. I couldn't get any information about the new guy, but they seem to treat him with respect." Rigger nodded, already formulating strategies in his mind. "All right, we'll discuss this more later. Call Kidder. I've captured the man who freed the dwarf boy. I want to interrogate him." Idar didn't waste any time and went to find Kidder, while Rigger returned to the room where the man was being held. A few minutes later, Kidder arrived, entering the room with his imposing presence. Now, only the 3 of them remained: Rigger, Kidder, and the captured man. Rigger approached the man and shook him lightly until he began to stir. The man's eyes blinked several times before finally focusing on Rigger and Kidder. He tried to move, but the tightly bound ropes kept him in place. "What? Where am I? Who are you?" he asked, confusion clear in his voice. Rigger leaned in, crossing his arms as he looked directly at the man. "Just travelers. We hope you can help us clear up a few questions." The man blinked again, still dazed, but the tension in the air made it clear he didn't have much choice. The room was filled with a suffocating tension. Yin, bound to a chair with reinforced ropes, was sweating profusely. His eyes, though full of fear, carried a faint glint of hesitant defiance, as if he were still trying to find a way out of the situation. Rigger stood before him, arms crossed, while Kidder silently observed from the side, his hands resting on the hilt of his long sword. "Let's start with the simplest," Rigger began, his voice firm. "Who are you, and why did you save the dwarf boy?" Yin took a deep breath, looking away, but Rigger didn't leave room for hesitation. He stretched out his hand, using a controlled fire magic to burn his fingers little by little, making screams echo through the room. Then, a healing light cured the burn, making the entire nightmare feel like a dream. As you can see, this can last a long time or a short time. I'd cooperate if I were you. I have plenty of mana to burn. The prisoner, still with fear in his eyes, swallowed hard. Okay. My name is Yin. I'm one of the collectors in the trafficking network here. I help transport and sell slaves. That's what I do. Kidder clenched his fist around the hilt of his sword, his expression growing even darker. So, you admit to being a slave trader? Yin shrank back but continued. Yes, as for why I saved the boy. I save some of them from time to time, especially little children. I try to help when I see someone's fate is worse than death. Explain that, Rigger ordered, narrowing his eyes. The man took a deep breath, fighting the panic. The dwarf boy. I knew he was going to be sent to a human noble from Azura, a filthy bastard who has strange tastes when it comes to food. He's in Mealy's now, on a diplomatic trip, but my superiors said he wanted a young dwarf, and it was decided that he would be sent. When I heard about it, I helped the boy escape. Rigger felt extremely disgusted and repulsed when he heard what Rufus's fate would have been, as he had sympathized with the boy. He wondered how such scum managed to stay alive and prosper. He narrowed his eyes, evaluating Yan's words. And you thought handing him over to us was a convenient solution? I heard warriors from the beast race had recently arrived in the city. Yin blurted out, his voice tinged with desperation. I thought you might be able to protect the boy. I didn't have many quick options, did I? It was that, or let him die a horrible death. Rigger fell silent, his piercing gaze fixed on Yin, analyzing every detail of his expression. He could hear his heartbeat, and his physical reactions told him that he was probably not lying. After a few seconds, he turned to Kidder. What do you think of this? Kidder seemed as furious as he was, but also concerned. He shook his head slowly. If he's telling the truth, then the organization already knows we're here. That's worrying. It's true, Rigger murmured before turning back to Yin. What else does your organization know about us? Yin lifted his head, sweat running down his face. They know you're about 30, and that there's a beast boy among you who seems to be dangerous. They say he seems very strong and carries a special sword. Rigger paused for a moment. He knew that, even without meaning to, his presence drew attention. He hadn't expected to remain completely hidden, but it was good that they didn't even suspect his intentions for now. That's not a problem, Kidder said. Rigger nodded, but kept his focus on Yin. And what about your superiors? Where are they now? Their main base is outside the city center, Yin began, speaking more quickly now. And each larger branch has a secondary leader. Rigger analyzed the situation. These were all pieces of information he already knew, but someone from the inside would certainly have knowledge of all the details about the bases and their inner workings, as well as their participants. Yin began to panic when he saw Rigger's calm demeanor. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, let me live. I did what I could to help the boy. You think that absolves you? Kidder growled, his voice low and threatening. How many lives have you destroyed before you decided it was worth helping one or two? I had no choice, Yin retorted, his voice trembling. It's the system. Either you work for them, or you get crushed. I was born into this, and I have a family to take care of. Spare me your excuses. Everyone has a choice at some point, Rigger interrupted, his voice firm and authoritative. He leaned in closer to Yin, locking eyes with him. You have two options now, Yin, and pay close attention, because this is your only chance to leave here alive. The prisoner blinked, fear paralyzing his body. You can choose to give us all the information we want and stay alive, Rigger continued. I'll cut off your dominant arm, and you will become a slave to the Iron Legion, serving under its command until I decide it's enough. Keep in mind that it might never be enough. And the other option? Yin asked, his voice barely escaping his dry lips. The other option, Rigger replied coldly, is to tell us everything you know right now and accept a quick death, courtesy of you having saved the dwarf. Choose. Yin was silent for a moment, his eyes rapidly shifting between Rigger and Kidder. He knew there was nowhere to run. Finally, he lowered his head, defeated. I'll help you. I'll do whatever it takes. Please, let me live. Rigger stepped back, crossing his arms. We'll see if you're useful, Yin. If you try to deceive me or escape, your punishment will be worse than death. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, I understand. Yin responded desperately, shaking his head. Good, Rigger said. Now, tell us more about the leader of the branch. We want to know everything before we make our move. Yin began providing more detailed information about the organization's basis. After some time, he said something that caught their attention. The leader of the branch I worked for is the brother of the Black Troll, Yin revealed, his voice low, almost as if afraid of being overheard by invisible ears. He knows much more than I do about the organization's operations. I only handle transport and logistics. Rigger leaned in, analyzing every word. The name of the Black Troll was already familiar, but learning that there was a family connection with a subordinate in an important position was valuable information. He turned to Kidder, who listened in silence, his penetrating gaze making it clear that he was absorbing every detail. Kidder, I want you to interrogate him thoroughly about all the organization's bases. Routes, schedules, the number of people involved, their methods. Nothing should be overlooked, Rigger ordered. Kidder nodded firmly. Consider it done. In the meantime, Rigger turned to Yin. Draw a map of the branch you worked for. I want to know every detail. The entrances, exits, guard positions, and where your boss is located. Yin swallowed hard, but began working. His hand trembled slightly as he drew, but he did his best to create a clear and detailed sketch. Rigger watched his progress for a moment before stepping back. He needed to organize the next steps. After receiving the map, he would make the next move. I'll go there, Rigger declared. I need more complete answers about the organization's strongest members. Yin doesn't know enough about that. Yin looked at him with a mix of fear and relief. The man knew his life was still at risk, but for now, it seemed he had escaped the worst. Before leaving, Rigger went to Taze. He found him training his control over Earth magic. Taze, prepare everyone to act before dawn tomorrow, he instructed. Taze frowned. Do we have something planned? I'm working on it. Make sure everyone is ready to leave on my command. Understood, Taze replied, immediately adopting a more serious tone. With that settled, Rigger left the tavern and stepped out into the dark streets of the city. As he walked, his mind began to fill with thoughts. He reflected on his decision to spare Yen. There were many factors involved, but the main one was the impact it would have on Rufus. He had truly liked the little dwarf and knew that if he killed the man who had saved him, it might break the boy's trust. But that wasn't all. He also saw this decision as a test for this world as a whole. Rigger remembered his mother's words, which she always told him. Even in the midst of darkness, there would be good people. Words that contrasted with what his father taught him, that anyone who harmed the tribe was an enemy. Verdia, Rigger's master, on the other hand, believed that everything depended on circumstances and perspective. She believed that everyone could change. She considered herself an example of this, saying she had been very different in her youth. He remembered a particular conversation in which she told him about the nobleman who had tried to kill her because her group had killed his parents 50 years ago. I can't blame him for wanting revenge, she had said. But if I could go back in time, I would still spare him. He was just a child back then, and that's my limit for what I could accept. It doesn't matter what reason I had. I took away his family, and he resents me for it. Rigger pondered these words as he walked through the quiet streets. The world was full of conflict. Different perspectives led to inevitable confrontations. His master had told him that decisions were often ambiguous, but as long as you had a moral compass, you could move forward. He agreed with that. How far would he go? What would he be capable of doing to protect his own and achieve his goals? As long as he kept that clear, he believed he could live without regret. There were many nuances between what was right and wrong, and Rigger knew this better than most. Everything depended on perspective. For some, he would probably be considered a villain for killing everyone who opposed him. But for him, things were simple. If you attack someone, you need to be ready to be killed in response. He wasn't foolish enough to think that everyone he had killed was evil by nature. He knew that among them, there were those who didn't want to be there, who had been forced by circumstances or others. However, as his master had once told him, they just ended up on different sides of a battle. He was born into a beast-like race, while these enemies were born human and became mercenaries. The conflict between their species was not new, nor something that could be easily resolved. From the moment they were born, both sides were destined to clash, just as many races in this world were. And this is the world I live in now, Rigger thought as he walked the streets toward the organization's branch. A place where strength dictates what you can or can't do. As long as you're strong enough, you can protect whoever you want, fight against whoever you want, and even kill those who oppose you. In the end, this wasn't his old world. Most of the problems could be easily solved if you were strong enough. This harsh reality was something he accepted, but at the same time, he recognized there were limits. He considered himself a reasonable person, but he still didn't know what his moral limit was. This was the main reason he had spared Yen. A test, not just with Yen, but with this entire world. If Yen was capable of improving and evolving, it would influence Rigger's decision regarding his moral limit. Yen is weak. He poses no threat to me or to others, he reflected. His actions so far show he has some decency, even though he's involved in slave trafficking. Let's keep an eye on him for now. He had entrusted Kidder with the task of keeping Yen under surveillance and extracting everything they could from him. Not just information, but also a deeper understanding of the man they had before them. As he walked through the dark streets, his mind continued to dive into the layers of his own thoughts. He remembered his master's words. No matter the reason, sometimes you'll end up killing someone who, in other circumstances, could have been a friend. There's no absolute right or wrong, just different points of view. What matters is knowing how far you're willing to go and understanding your own limits. If Yen really changes, it will mean something. If he doesn't change, he'll eventually pay the price, he thought. If Yen knew the weight that his subsequent actions would bring to the world, he would surely have collapsed mentally under the responsibility. Rigger thought. In the meantime, I'll see this brother of the Black Troll. I want more complete answers. It's never too much to be cautious. Finally, he reached his destination, the branch of the organization. The building was discreet, almost invisible among the chaotic architecture of the city. But the signs were there for those who knew what to look for. Disguised guards, strange movements, and an air of danger surrounding the place. Rigger stopped for a moment, adjusting his posture and preparing for what lay ahead. He knew he was entering hostile territory, but his strength dispelled any hesitation in his steps. Yan's fate and the actions of everyone involved were yet to be decided. But Rigger had one thing clear in his mind. He would continue following his own path, climbing higher and higher, protecting those he considered dear. With this thought, he advanced into the branch's interior. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Central Continent, Fatoa Region, Buena Village. POV, Rudius Greyrat. I'm Rudius Greyrat. At 6 years old, my life has been, well, very different from what I imagined it would be. After reincarnating into a new world when I died being run over by a truck, I decided I would take this new chance seriously. After all, I didn't do too well in my past life, being an NET at 34 years old. My parents in this world are Zenith and Paul, and we have a maid named Lilia. When I learned how to read, I set out to learn magic, something that every reincarnated person would want, and I ended up having some talent for it. Thanks to that, I got the best teacher I could ask for, Roxy McGurdia. Her sacred treasure was still there, hidden in a chest in my room, which was comforting. Well, thanks to her, I became a water saint at 5 years old. It seemed like a big deal from her reaction, but I can't get arrogant. After all, I had the advantage of being reincarnated. My talent might just be slightly better than others. She also helped me heal my trauma, and now I can leave home without fear, which really meant a lot to me. Little by little, I'm adapting, and I made a friend, Sylphie, who's a girl from our village. She has green hair and a sweet, but also very courageous personality. She's really cute, and since I started teaching her magic, our friendship has grown quickly. Recently, something big happened. My mom, Zenith, revealed that she was pregnant again. I was happy to know I'd have a little brother or sister. Sylphie and I continue our training and play. With her around, things seem easier. Life is still unpredictable, but I know I can count on her. Now, with my mom pregnant and a promising future ahead, I feel like I have something important to protect. What will the future hold for us? A month later, a new problem emerged. The maid Lilia was found to be pregnant, and the father was Paul. The dawn was silent. Rigger moved like a predator among the shadows, his footsteps leaving no trace. He had memorized the locations on the map drawn by Yin, following the least guarded path to infiltrate the branch. The city still slept, and darkness was his greatest ally, his heightened senses alerting him to any nearby presence. Observing the main building of the branch, Rigger noticed 2 guards stationed at the front entrance. They spoke in hushed tones, but he didn't bother trying to listen. Confronting them directly would alert the others. He scanned the structure until his gaze landed on a partially open window on the upper floor. With a swift leap, he used wind magic to propel himself upward, gripping the windowsill with precision. Pulling himself up silently, he slipped inside. The room was dimly lit, carrying the faint smell of mildew and candle smoke. Rigger landed lightly on the floor. He glided down the narrow hallway, guided by the faint glow of light at the corridor's end. Upon reaching the room marked as the chief's office, he paused and listened. The sound of a pen scratching against paper and steady breathing confirmed the presence of someone inside. Rigger approached carefully, as silent as a wolf. Inside, a demon-like man sat at a desk, engrossed in his writings. The figure's skin was dark gray, nearly black, with 2 short horns curving back from his forehead. The flickering candlelight partially illuminated his face, revealing a focused expression and narrow eyes. He was so absorbed in his task that he didn't notice the blue blade of Rigger's sword pressed against his throat. "If you resist, you die," Rigger murmured, his voice firm and as sharp as his blade. "If you call for help, you die. If you fail to answer any question I ask, you die." "Understood." The man swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the glowing blue sword reflecting in the candlelight. "Why, yes," he stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. Rigger studied him for a moment before continuing. "What is the strength of your brother, the Black Troll, and who are the strongest in this organization besides him?" The man hesitated, but, feeling the increased pressure of the blade, began speaking quickly. "My brother, he's strong. Very strong. He recently defeated a North Saint who joined us. It was a tough fight, but he won. I'd say he's on that level." Rigger narrowed his eyes. It was what he expected regarding the Black Troll's strength, but this North Saint was new information. "And the others," the man continued, "our organization has about 50 advanced-level warriors spread throughout the city, with more than half stationed at the main base. But most of them aren't loyal. They're here for the money, nothing else. Still, they're experienced and well-trained." "Tell me more about this North Saint," Rigger commanded. The man exhaled shakily, trying to steady his nerves. "His name is Gallus Cleaner. He arrived recently with a proposal. He suggested we launch an operation to capture a large number of beast slaves. He learned about our recent failure and brought news that the sacred beast was born a few years ago. He believes that if we don't act quickly, a new military force among the beast races, called the Iron Legion, will make future attacks much more difficult." Hearing this, Rigger's eyes narrowed. The Iron Legion is already becoming a problem for them. That's good, but it also means we need to act quickly. "What special abilities does your race have?" Rigger asked. "We possess significant physical strength," the man replied, "but nothing beyond that. We have no unique magic or anything like that." Rigger remained silent for a moment, weighing the man's words. He didn't sense any lies, but caution was always warranted. "Where are the organization's records?" The man swallowed hard again and pointed to a cabinet in the corner of the room. "Over there. All the names, routes, and operations of this branch are in that cabinet." Without lowering his guard, Rigger extended a hand, summoning a light gust of wind that opened the cabinet door. As it swung open, a trap was triggered, a hidden arrow shot out, narrowly missing them. The sudden movement surprised Rigger for a fraction of a second, but his reflexes quickly kicked in. That brief distraction was enough for the demon-like man to make his move. He drew a short sword hidden beneath the desk and lunged toward Rigger's heart. But before the blade could even come close, the man's world flipped, literally. In a single, fluid motion, Rigger sidestepped the attack and decapitated the man with one precise strike. His sword cut through the air with lethal efficiency. The demon's head rolled across the desk, his eyes wide in a mix of shock and despair. His body collapsed a moment later, knocking over the candle and plunging the room into semi-darkness. "You resisted," Rigger muttered, cleaning his blade on a cloth from the desk. He turned his attention to the cabinet and the scattered papers. At least the documents were indeed here. Wasting no time, Rigger began scanning the records. Once he confirmed the information matched what the man had said, he set the papers aside. Rigger stood silently for a moment, staring at the decapitated body before moving. If those guards check on their chief periodically, I need to ensure no one gets in. With a subtle motion, he conjured a compact, reinforced earthen wall over the doorway. The barrier fit snugly into the frame, completely blocking access. It wasn't an elegant solution, but he wouldn't take long to return to this place anyway. He moved toward the window he'd entered through. Using his mana-enhanced vision, he scanned the branch. The flow of energy through the walls revealed several guards patrolling the area, along with a group of slaves confined to a larger room in the back. He also detected two particularly strong mana sources, confirming the presence of the advanced-level warriors the demon had mentioned. 2 advanced warriors. Taze can handle them if necessary. If I attack now and someone escapes, the main base will be alerted, complicating matters. He resolved to stick to the plan. This branch would be an easy target once everything was ready. Until then, no one could suspect a thing. Moving with the same precision as before, Rigger slipped out through the window and vanished into the early morning shadows. 2 saints and several advanced warriors. I've never faced anything that strong, but I'm confident I can win as long as I don't make any mistakes. With his objective clear, he headed back toward the city, moving quickly through the empty streets until he reached the inn where Pykak, the innkeeper, resided. The building's shabby exterior exuded the same decrepit aura as the man himself. He entered without hesitation, finding Pykak snoring loudly in a corner of the main hall. With a sharp bang on the nearby table, Rigger startled the old man awake. "Who what? Who dares disturb me at this hour?" Pykak grumbled, blinking furiously as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. When his eyes landed on Rigger, his face twisted in alarm. "Oh, it's you. What do you want in the middle of the night, beast boy?" "I need you to prepare supplies, wagons, and horses for a convoy," Rigger said bluntly, his voice firm and non-negotiable. "Everything must be ready by late tomorrow afternoon." Pykak's eyes widened in surprise. "A convoy? What convoy? Who are you planning to transport? And if you want this by tomorrow, it'll cost you a fortune, boy. It's not easy to get all that on such short notice." Rigger leaned forward, a cold smile spreading across his lips. "I'll soon have plenty of travelers for you. I'll give you the exact number in a few hours. As for the money, it will come with them. Just start the preparations immediately." Pykak hesitated, looking at Rigger with a mix of fear and irritation. "You think it's that simple? I need to know more details." "You'll know enough when the time comes," Rigger cut off any attempt at an argument. "I know you sold our information to someone, so consider this payback." The merchant swallowed hard, mumbling something unintelligible as he began to rise, but Rigger didn't wait to hear more. He disappeared into the darkness before Pykak could lodge further complaints. When he reached the inn, the sky was beginning to take on a faintly lighter hue, signaling the approaching dawn. Rigger entered the inn without ceremony. The group was scattered across various rooms, taking advantage of the brief respite before their next move. He knocked on Tay's door, and the warrior, ever alert, opened it almost instantly. "Gather everyone in one room now," he ordered curtly. Taze nodded without question and left to carry out the task. Rigger remained there, waiting as the others were summoned. Within minutes, the small room was crowded. Taze, Kidder, Idar, Rufus, the slave Yin, and the other warriors stood ready, either sitting or leaning against the walls. Rigger stood at the center, his piercing gaze sweeping over them, feeling the gravity of the moment. The Iron Legion, even in its nascent stage, had already proven itself a promising force. This would be its first real operation outside the Great Forest. Listen carefully, Rigger began, his voice as sharp as a blade. As Tay should have informed you, we act today before sunrise. The operation will be swift and precise, like lightning striking before anyone realizes it's there. He paused, ensuring he had everyone's attention. Kidder and Taze will each lead 13 warriors. We will strike the slavers' bases simultaneously, starting with the largest and working our way down to the smallest. The goal is to eliminate as much resistance as possible before they have a chance to react or flee. The two warriors nodded, absorbing the instructions. Rigger continued. Idar, he called out, and the young human immediately straightened. You and two other warriors will follow me to the main base. Your job is to eliminate anyone trying to escape and ensure nothing goes wrong while I deal with the organization's leaders. Idar nodded, his expression serious. Once I'm done with the main base, I'll assist the rest of you with the other bases. Kill anyone who resists or attempts to flee. If some escape, it doesn't matter. He smirked slightly. In fact, it's those fugitives who will spread the news of what happened. The warrior's eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and nervous energy. Rufus, the young dwarf they had rescued, sat in a corner, listening intently. Rigger turned his attention to him. Rufus, he called, and the boy immediately sat up straighter. You'll go with Idar. Follow his orders and observe. Learn as much as you can. Rufus nodded vigorously, masking his anxiety with determination. Rigger then addressed Yin, standing near Kidder with a cautious expression. And you, Rigger began, his voice as unyielding as stone, will accompany me to the main base. Yan's face turned pale, but he dared not object. Rigger stepped closer to him, stopping mere inches away. In one swift motion, his sword ignited into a blazing blade, slicing off Yan's left arm. The wound was instantly cauterized by the heat of the magic, but the man screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees. What you do from now on will determine your future, Rigger declared, his gaze piercing. Rufus looked at the man with a hint of pity. The room fell silent except for Yan's labored breathing. Rigger turned back to the group, his harsh demeanor softening slightly as he surveyed their determined faces. This is the Iron Legion's first step beyond the Great Forest, he said, his voice firm yet tinged with emotion. Each of you will be a part of this. What we do today, I hope, will be remembered as the beginning of something greater. The warriors nodded, their eyes alight with renewed resolve. Rigger stepped back, satisfied with their energy. Be swift, be lethal, he continued. As for the slaves, offer them two choices, regardless of their race. Return to their homes, or join the Iron Legion. Don't force anyone, but make it clear they owe us a debt. He raised his voice. Questions? A chorus of voices replied. No, Chief. Rigger smirked, pleased by their spirit. Then we're ready. We strike before the first light of dawn. Show the world who we are. Show them what we're capable of. With that, he turned and left the room, leaving the group in a fervent silence. The Iron Legion was about to take its first major step, and Rigger was certain it would be one the world would never forget. The moon was still high when the warriors gathered on the roof of the Black Sails Inn. The sun was beginning to hint at its arrival as the group stared at Rigger in complete silence. Kidder and Taze listened carefully. His voice was firm but low, so as not to break the silence of the night. If anything goes wrong, retreat. This is a mission of extermination and rescue, not a mission for you to throw your lives away. If you think you can't retreat, shout my name as loud as possible. Don't hesitate. I will come to help, no matter where you are in the city. The two leaders nodded, absorbing the gravity of his words. Without further ceremony, Rigger raised his hand and signaled for them to disperse. Like shadows, each group moved in a different direction, leaving only the wind as their company. Rigger led his group toward one of the city's gates. Their main base was located a few hundred meters outside the city. He ran ahead with Yin close behind, Idar carrying Rufus on his back, and the two additional warriors completing the rest of the group. The tension in the air was palpable, and even their careful steps seemed to echo loudly in the dark of the night. As they advanced, Rigger instructed his group. Yin, You'll enter through the main entrance and kill everyone you can, using the fact that they recognize you as an ally. The man nodded seriously, with a hint of fear, adjusting the sword at his waist with his remaining arm. Rigger then looked at Rufus, his gaze firm. Rufus, your position is behind Idar. Always. Watch everything Idar does. I plan to start her training right after this operation. Understood, boss, Rufus replied, tried to appear serious, which only made him seem more adorable. They exited the city by jumping over the small wall, without alerting the guards, and continued running through the forest. Rigger could already hear various voices and smell the scent of many people in the distance. After running along a small trail, they finally saw, ahead of them, the target of their mission, a massive complex surrounded by high walls. In the center stood a main building that seemed sturdy and imposing, with a faint glow from the torches still burning around it. His sharp senses made Rigger hear muffled laughter and the sound of music coming from inside. A party, one of the beast warriors murmured in surprise. Looks like it, Rigger replied, narrowing his eyes. He activated his magic eye. The field of vision around him changed drastically, allowing him to see the mana of the people beyond the walls. Inside the main hall, a large group of men were gathered, their movements carefree, with mugs and weapons within reach. His eyes scanned the underground area, where something very different caught his attention. An extensive subterranean space, lined with cages packed with people. Fatigued faces, thin bodies, and eyes full of despair. Slaves. Many slaves. A hell hidden beneath the earth, he muttered to himself, his jaw tight. Deactivating his magic eye, he turned back to the group. I'll infiltrate. I'll eliminate as many as possible from the side I enter, fast and silent. Only after will I head to the main hall. With all the commotion, many of them will probably head to the main hall to help, but some may choose to flee. He pointed toward the visible entrances. Stay alert to the entrances. Kill anyone you see, unless it's a slave fleeing. Once they realize what's going on, many will try to escape, likely through some secret exits. But as I said, we don't need to kill them all. They all nodded, their expressions rigid and tense. Rigger gave them one last look before disappearing into the darkness, like a shadow gliding along the walls of the complex. He ran toward the side where he had noticed the highest concentration of people earlier. The eastern wall rose before him, tall but unprotected. He adjusted his stance and propelled himself with an agile leap, using wind magic to soften the impact as he landed on the other side. His boots touched the ground lightly, but not enough to avoid the attention of two guards patrolling nearby. The men immediately turned, but Rigger was already in motion. His blue sword gleamed in a clean arc, the brilliance of the long sword of light briefly appearing in the darkness. The strike was so fast the guards had no time to react. He passed swiftly between them, aiming for their throats. Both collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from their necks, their bodies motionless in an instant. Rigger quickly wiped the blade, the tension in his muscles evident. He looked toward the complex ahead, activating his magic eye again. The mana presences glowed like flames in the dark, revealing the positions of several people, some patrolling, others sleeping or scattered in corridors. The largest concentration was still in the central hall, celebrating. He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. Most are in that hall, but many are still patrolling or resting in their rooms. I can't afford to explore every room, and destroying everything at once would alert the main hall. His eyes lit up as he came up with an idea. Maybe it's time to test that technique. He extended his index finger, and a small wind sphere began to spin at its tip. After many failed attempts to create a vacuum magic, he realized it wasn't something he could achieve quickly, as the control needed for it was immense. Rigger then simplified the idea, a wind compression dense and deadly. He called it the supersonic bullet. Its greatest advantage was that it was a very silent technique, and when released, it cut through the air with impressive speed. It could easily penetrate these wooden walls. Although his control was still imprecise, the technique was effective for taking down distant targets. He was confident he could hit enemies up to 40 meters away with enough accuracy. Rigger stepped forward, moving like a shadow between the walls. He identified two guards stationed behind a side door. Raising his finger, he aimed and fired the supersonic bullet. The small sphere cut through the air like an invisible lightning bolt, passing through the wall and leaving a small hole as it struck the first guard's neck, dropping him with a thud. The second guard barely had time to comprehend what had happened before being hit directly in the temple. He collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Seems functional. Moving through the complex's outer corridors, Rigger slipped by with agility. His magic vision guided him, allowing him to anticipate the guards' positions. Around a corner, he saw two men talking in low voices. Without hesitation, Rigger prepared and leaped toward them, his sword already ready. As the guard turned the corner, the blue blade described an arc so fast it seemed invisible. The strike split the man's neck, and he fell with a muffled sound. The second guard turned in alarm at hearing the body fall, but before he could react, a supersonic bullet shot through his forehead. Rigger continued forward, his steps becoming increasingly precise. As he advanced through the eastern complex, he occasionally encountered more guards, patrolling or napping in dimly lit corners. He eliminated them without hesitation. Each swing of his sword was clean and calculated, with no wasted motion. He encountered a few slaves on the way and only knocked them out so they wouldn't draw attention. At one point, he saw 3 guards in a narrow corridor separated by 2 walls. Rigger prepared 3 supersonic bullets simultaneously, firing them in quick succession, hitting each target with surgical precision. The subtle sound of the impacts was almost inaudible, and the bodies fell without knowing what had hit them. As he advanced, Rigger felt the heat of adrenaline mixed with the coldness of strategic thinking. If I'm careless, someone might escape and alert the main hall. Eventually, he exited the eastern complex and reached the entrance of the central building. This area was more heavily guarded, with 4 men positioned near the reinforced wooden doors, looking strong and unwilling to risk surviving a wind bullet. Rigger took a deep breath and adjusted his grip on the sword. He leaped forward in a fluid motion, the blue sword cutting through the air. They all appeared to be strong warriors, reacting quickly to the attack, but his flash step gave him the speed advantage needed to prevent them from yelling. He swiftly took down 3 of them with the long sword of light. The 4th guard, however, was more prepared. He quickly stepped back, reaching for a small alarm bell attached to the wall. Rigger noticed that the man would reach the bell even while dying. At the last moment, he decided to sever the man's hand. His blade struck with precision, but the guard managed to partially pull his arm back, losing only a few fingers. Reeling from the pain, the man reached for his sword and began to scream for reinforcements, but Rigger was quicker. In an explosive motion, he plunged a hidden dagger from his sleeve straight into the man's windpipe. Almost, Rigger murmured, silently thanking himself for bringing backup weapons as he sheathed the dagger. With the entrance secured, he opened the doors and infiltrated the central structure. The interior was a maze of narrow corridors, dimly lit by torches that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Rigger activated his magical "I once more," detecting the mana presences in the nearby rooms. He advanced silently, eliminating anyone in his path. Some guards fell to his blade, others to his supersonic bullet, depending on the circumstances. As he moved deeper, the sound of laughter and music grew louder, and the air became thick with the mingling scents of sweat, beer, and food. The banquet hall is close. Rigger crept down one final hallway, his steps as light as the wind. The sounds of voices and celebratory cheers became sharper, clearer. He could hear mugs clinking against each other, followed by raucous laughter and shouts of camaraderie. Through his magical eye, the scene ahead came into focus. The hall was packed, with dozens of figures seated at 3 long tables. Each mana presence shimmered intensely, indicating advanced levels of strength. These were seasoned warriors, veterans of countless battles. What truly caught Rigger's attention, however, was the dominant presence at the center of the hall. The sheer intensity of its mana dwarfed the others, radiating a powerful and oppressive aura. The source was a towering figure, whose laughter boomed above the din, filled with an overwhelming sense of confidence. "That's my target. If I take him out first, the rest will fall easily." As Rigger moved closer, the lively revelry only grew louder. He could feel the heat from the torches in the suffocating air and the pervasive smell of spilled beer, greasy meat, and unwashed bodies. But something below diverted his focus. Using his magical eye, he looked down and saw hundreds of cramped cages beneath the main hall, filled with slaves. The stark contrast between the opulence above and the suffering below filled him with grim determination. The wooden floor muffled most of the noise from the banquet hall, but the slaves could still hear faint echoes of their captor's celebration. They'll wish they were down there soon enough. Turning the last corner before the banquet hall's entrance, Rigger began channeling his magic. His blue sword glowed, not only with light, but also with fierce orange flames licking along its blade, fueled by his mana. The heat was intense, and the flames danced violently, their light casting ominous reflections on the walls. 2 guards stood at the doorway, reacting instantly upon seeing him. But Rigger was faster. In a fluid motion, he surged forward, his blade slicing through the air in a low arc, severing both guards' necks with surgical precision. Blood spiraled through the air as their bodies crumpled to the ground. The door was open. Some of the hall's occupants noticed him immediately, their heads snapping toward the entrance as they began to shout warnings. But Rigger had already locked onto his target, the massive figure at the center of the room. The Black Troll. Seated in a colossal chair, he was a monstrous figure with dark gray skin, bulging muscles that strained against his black armor, and 2 curved horns jutting from his head. His menacing presence was undeniable, and his aura was suffocating. Rigger took a deep breath and released a roar. But this wasn't just any roar. It was his howling magic in its most powerful form, a skill he had refined meticulously to create an effect akin to the Conqueror's Haki. Using his basic knowledge of acoustics and wave physics, he had perfected the technique. The shock wave spread like an invisible explosion, sweeping through the hall and sending dishes, cups, and utensils flying. The music stopped abruptly. Laughter turned into stunned silence. The echoes of his magic were like distant thunder reverberating through the space. Many of the weaker individuals collapsed unconscious on the spot. The stronger ones staggered, disoriented, struggling to regain their footing. Even the servants and slaves present at the banquet fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the residual force. Rigger didn't stop there. He activated the pinnacle of his speed techniques. Burst Step, a combination of explosive fire and wind magic. Flames erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward with a velocity that shattered the limits of human perception. His impulse was accompanied by a muffled burst, propelling him with even greater speed than his traditional flash step. The force of his movement bent the air around him, creating a concussive blast as he broke the sound barrier. The floor splintered under the sheer pressure of his acceleration, leaving cracks and debris in his wake. His target was clear, the Black Troll neck. As Rigger closed the distance, he activated his fastest technique, Longsword of Light. The blue blade intensified, the flames turning an otherworldly shade of blue tinged with purple, glowing like a star about to explode. The light streaked toward the Black Troll throat with unerring precision, aiming to sever his head in a single, decisive strike. The blade struck, but at the last moment, an unexpected force intervened. A radiant black energy enveloped the Black Troll neck, forming an ethereal shield. Rigger's blade bit into the defense, carving a 2-centimeter deep gash into the creature's flesh, but it wasn't enough. Damn it! Rigger cursed internally, retreating just as a sword arced through the space he had occupied moments earlier. The delayed shockwave of Rigger's burst finally reached the hall, scattering tables and chairs and knocking weaker individuals to the ground. He looked at the one who had thrown the sword, a burly man of medium height with a slightly disheveled appearance. His hair was thin and brown, his eyes small and calculating, with a smile on his face. This must be Gallus Cleaner. The black troll rose slowly from his chair, his hulking form casting a long shadow over the chaos. The chair groaned under his weight before toppling backward. He touched his bleeding neck, his fingers coming away coated in dark crimson. His lips twisted into a sadistic grin. "You're dead, boy," he growled, his voice a deep rumble that carried the weight of his towering presence. The failed ambush had set the stage for the true battle.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.